Hello everybody and welcome to episode 7 of Ace Attorney 3. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Actually, I might want to just turn that down a little on OBS too. I swear I always Oh wait, I probably redid the... fuck it. No, I'll just fix it right there and we'll get to it. Anyway, welcome to the Balancing Act, episode, I believe, 7 of this project. This is currently I always get this wrong. I'll just say bi-weekly. It's a twice-weekly series, The Balancing Act. I'm reintroducing the concept because we actually got some new people come in after we did Undertale on Wednesday. This is the other side of things. Basically, this is a Let's Play project where me and my co-commentator, who's currently out for a few minutes, show each other interesting games that we wouldn't typically play. Based on weird stories, weird gameplay, and just some up-and-coming contenders or, I don't know, famous games that are kind of on the indie territory. We show each other things of that caliber. We did Danganronpa, we did Metal Gear Acid, we did Super Paper Mario, we did Ace Attorney 1 and 2, obviously, before we started this. So, if you like weird games that we think are good, you know, they're available for people to come around. We're currently streaming on Wednesdays and Fridays, or Wednesdays and Saturdays, because, you know, real life means that we have scheduling things. I'm doing this introduction for anybody who doesn't understand 2 years into doing this, how we manage to keep ourselves afloat on this little hobby of ours. So, yeah, on Cheddar's weekend days, we usually do a lot of visual novels, due to genre appreciation differences. Like I said, it gets very eclectic and very weird on our selections, which we both are currently doing via random spinny wheels. I have enough content where we're going to be going for at least another year and a half of this, depending on how our schedule clears up. Depending that, for real-life reasons, we have a little bit more time on our hands than we usually do, which is why we decided to up it to twice a week rather than once a week. Figured why not? We see how much we can do this before we decide to burn ourselves out. And we usually start at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, and we kind of go until we need to stop. I don't think we've done a stream for less than a couple of hours, and that record was only recently set. We usually end up going for about 4 or 5. Since, I guess we both kind of have the stamina to keep our gamer going a little bit longer than what's YouTube friendly, let's say. And I was allowed to do this introduction because, unfortunately, my co-commentator had to run outside of his apartment really fast, so he left me behind. So, I guess I could recap where we are in this game. We're on the final case, where we're actually playing as Edgeworth, if you haven't, caught up with the last episode we did. We have done the first day of investigations. We are going on to trial, where we are going to be forced to try and use our prosecutorial knowledge to be a defense attorney, which is going to go spectacularly, because Phoenix Wright decided, for incredibly stupid reasons, to fall off a bridge, because apparently he was having an idiotic day at that moment.
He was trying to be heroic and stuff.
Also, Maya and Pearl is currently MIA, assumedly on the other side of that cliff that the police can't get to, so that's fantastic. I'm sure they're doing peachy keen.
Pearl is MIA, isn't she?
Yeah.
It's not good.
I'm trying to think, do we actually have a partner right now, or are we just soloing this bitch?
I mean, we're just soloing this bitch. I was like, my brain at first thought Larry, maybe, but then I was like, no, Larry was
No. And he really shouldn't. He shouldn't be, considering how terrible he's being in this case.
Edgeworth, now that we're playing as Edgeworth, we're just soloing this bitch. Which, you know, that fits kind of Edgeworth's MO. Ah, I dropped my pretzel.
Oh no, it's now somehow in the ceiling. You've anti-gravity to weigh your pretzel. You will now have to break into your drop ceiling. And then your landlord will be mad at you because you broke all of the tiles.
I don't have a drop ceiling.
That's a shame. Drop ceilings are cool.
I don't know.
I actually had to repair my
thing.
drop ceiling last year
I think of
due to water damage.
that sucks.
Yeah, but drop ceiling tiles aren't actually all that expensive. I still have
No, they're not.
I still have like a dozen in the basement. Oh yeah, this is our client who is clearly not Mrs. Bitchface from the flashback trial, so that's gonna get surmised at some point.
Yeah, she totally didn't kill 2, 3 people. 4.
Half a dozen. I don't know how much she fucked up in their past, but yeah, she's claiming she doesn't know Phoenix. She clearly, obviously doesn't know us beyond being our client, and
she claims she doesn't know Phoenix, but there was like
she was
5
arrested.
Or 6 locks that showed up. There was 5 or 6 locks that showed up around that question.
There was definitely there was definitely 5 locks. I don't think we've hit 6 locks yet.
I think it was 6. I think this was like the highest locks in the game. I think it was 6.
I don't think it was
We'll
6. I think it was
It'll come up again.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, she's obviously also a dragon hiding in human clothing. So
yeah, I still think of fairy, not dragon, when I see her.
Well, she doesn't have the moths this time because she's obviously hiding her real identity, so she had to get rid of them.
Dude, she doesn't have the butterfly. I don't see how they're moths.
They're moths because it's funnier that way. She's been staring at us for an entire week while we stood here and did nothing. We've just been in stasis this entire time. Also, I don't believe Edgeworth is wearing his Imperial coat during this case. Because he was too busy whatever the fuck he was doing before, where he had to catch an overnight flight to do this, and he couldn't take it with him. And yes, this nun is also named Bikini, because this is how Ace Attorney works.
Yeah, everybody has great names in Ace Attorney.
Although, to be fair to this one, they haven't, like, gone out now with the wacky names like the original did. Probably because we've been having the saga of Mrs. Bitchface this entire game.
Jeff,
why?
Luke Atme was in this game. Don't you lie.
I am lying. This game is not as ridiculous as the original.
Luke Atme was in this game, Jeff.
I'm still giving the original more wacky points. Because at least the original had Dracula in it for, like, I don't know, 40% of its runtime.
I'd say 33% maybe.
Yeah, I don't think a lot can really factor up to the epilogue case of the 3-day marathon. It was fucking insane.
The epilogue case was that DLC case that's in the DS version.
We literally were doing that for like 3 episodes. It was actually crazy.
That was really lengthy, and we won't see any of those cases again for a very long time, because that chapter is like what it preludes to, and everybody in it has to do with like games significantly later down the road, as it was made for the DS remake, so it's tied to the games on the DS, and we're playing a game that wasn't on the DS. Well, it might have been on the DS in like a remastered form, but
it would have had to be remastered no matter what, because it was on the GBA originally. Surprisingly,
Trials of Tribulations, the first 3 Phoenix Wright games were not on the DS
when they were they were apparently ported a few years later because Capcom needed to sit on this wonderful property until the West understood it. The West doesn't understand what a visual novel is. We've been playing these games for 6 fucking years. Get it together, you dumbasses. You don't understand anime! Slap. Anyway, what the fuck is she talking about?
She's talking about the fact that he shouldn't be being a defense attorney because he's a prosecutor.
I've been saying that multiple times! This is really stupid!
And that if his identity as a prosecutor gets found out...
Oh yeah, we also stole Phoenix's badge from Larry.
Part of me really hopes that,
how the fuck did we get Phoenix's badge?
Fake glasses and a nose, like the nose and the mustache.
Edgeworth has too much pride to do that, even if it would make more sense. But yeah, I think we're seriously getting away with this because we stole Phoenix's badge and somehow no one's asking about it.
We didn't steal his badge, he handed it to us.
Which means we stole it because he was in a coma at the time. Because he was an idiot and dropped 20 feet onto his face.
I'm trying to remember if they said he landed in the water. I'm pretty sure they already clarified that he landed in the water.
We're capable at doing the opposite of what a defense attorney is.
I mean...
Let's just do our job backwards. This will work out fine.
I feel like to an extent, prosecutors and defense attorneys can, like, there's, you know, because you have, at the end of the day, sometimes defense attorneys will try to shift the blame to.
Oh yeah, we are getting the Canadian judge.
Yeah, they mentioned that already.
In this game, they finally upped their game and they gave us 2 whole judges this time.
Yeah, this game has 2 whole judges. Comparison to the last 2 games, which should have the same judge for every case.
Seems kind of weird that they gave this guy characterization and not a different name. They just gave him a different colored beard and left it at that. So did we just win? Did we just win because the prosecutor didn't show up?
I don't know, we'll find out here in a second.
Oh no, Edgeworth is a mirror image of himself. How are we gonna understand the gravity and positioning of everything? He's on the wrong side. Also, his desk is backwards.
The judge is getting at what you're saying, Jeff.
Yeah,
He's getting at it because the prosecutor hasn't shown up.
Yeah, you default and... Oh yeah, isn't Godot supposed to be here because he's been everything? Oh my god. Francisca returns!
What's up, Francisco?
I also was on Edgeworth's plane.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, that's...
No.
I can't imagine this was a fan favorite.
I mean, I like
Also, they capitalized her name properly for once that you wanted.
In this game, did they capitalize it the way I wanted?
Probably not. It was probably just because it was the first thing in the sentence.
We'll see it in a second. We'll see it in a second.
I remember that pissed you off.
Nope, they didn't.
There it is.
Lowercase v still.
You'll never get what you want with Francisca.
So bad to me.
Look, they did it there.
Yeah, see? I am a Von Karma, and they capitalized both there. Can't do it up there. Can't, like, I get it. If you do write out her name, Francesca Von Karma, you do use a lowercase v. That is how that's written. Because it's, you know, Von is like of or something. Like, it, you know, it's in a title style name where, it, you know, you don't capitalize the O and of if you're like, you know, so-and-so of.
Yeah, but now Von just relates to Russian and or Dracula people.
I thought it's like German. Isn't Von German?
Yeah, you're probably right. Or Czech. Just the German states in general.
I mean, Czech is still very much just a German, like, area there. Dramatic background there.
German, Polish, maybe Hungary.
Prosecuting this case. She literally flew in from outside the country just for this case, apparently.
If I was a judge, I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You guys both flew in here literally a day ago to prosecute this case. Why is local counsel not here? Do I just do all the foreign cases now?
I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before.
Yeah, let's just retcon this guy into game 2.
Well, no, if you recall, he's not saying that to Francesca, he's saying that to...
Oh, Edgeworth.
And that's because in the literal last chapter where this judge was introduced, in that case,
yeah,
Edgeworth was the prosecutor.
Yeah, but we grew our head a lot bigger, and we also threw away our Imperial coat. Also, we're mirror flipped, so he can't see it. He can't see it. Also, Von Karma is still bringing her weapon into the building, which is not a thing.
Von Karma's denying the fact that we're a prosecutor too.
Well, she apparently was involved in our overseas dealing, so I guess she's helping us out.
I don't think she's helping us out.
Also, the judge just said the correct thing there. Like, the judge could kick her out and... Okay, there you go. But that's not how this works at all.
You can
no, I can't.
Drink 17 cups of coffee.
No,
and there's still only one truth. That is
Edgeworth, that's not how your job works. What the fuck? You can't just bring weapons because you say so.
Anyway,
that's a crime.
I get that. Between the 3 of the prosecutors in the series, like,
yeah, you forgot the tutorial guy, Mr. Useless.
Okay, so tutorial guy, Mr. Useless, I forget his name, but like, you know, the bumbling, scary cat attorney from that's always in the tutorial. I'm
Mr. Tutorial Prosecutor.
I rank him lower than Von Karma if I was gonna add him to the ranking. But yeah, I do agree that she's third on the list. I actually think I like Godot the most out of the three prosecutors.
I'm gonna need to see how Godot's story ends before I decide on him.
Oh, I just like how funny he is.
He has great pacing, at the very least.
But yeah,
he knows
so,
the comedic timing.
I still like Von Karma. Like, I'll admit that she's in third place out of the three prosecutors, but like they're all good, like in my opinion. So I'm not, I like the fact that they brought.
Also, there's Vincent Valentino who died.
I actually hope in the future, in some like the later games, we see all three of these characters. I would love to see. I'm sure we will see Edgeworth. I would be shocked if we don't see Edgeworth. But like, I really hope we see Godot in the future, and that we see Von Karma in the future.
Was that stupid name I gave him actually Vincent Valentine, or am I misremembering?
Which person?
Because I named him after that ridiculous character from Final Fantasy VII, and I swear that guy's name was Vincent Valentine.
In Final Fantasy VII, I don't remember if his last name is Valentine. It might be. His Vincent's first name.
This is gonna bug me. I need to remember that guy's name just because it's so good.
But
he was very, very Spanish. I think he.
Well,
I think he looked like.
Are you talking about Godot and the guy who's definitely not Godot in the past?
The guy who died.
Yeah, his name was Diego something.
I don't even think his name was Diego.
It was Diego.
Actually, you might be right.
I'm right. Anyway, if you look it up, you risk spoiling that he's Godot or like stuff about him.
No, I'm not gonna look up him. I'm gonna look up that other guy.
Oh, the from Final Fantasy VII, Vincent?
Anyway, you can play the game while I'm Googling things.
I am playing the game while you Google things.
Yeah, Vincent Valentine.
Alright.
The character from Ace Attorney.
No, he's not from Ace Attorney.
He is now, bitches. She died when a statue fell on her.
Anyway, now I'm going to try to eat a burger, because I did buy a burger, and I'm going to try to eat a kind of messy burger.
Oh, is it going to go fantastically?
While hitting the button to proceed, progress the dialogue.
I imagine you just have a joystick with one button during this moment because you want to have as little buttons as possible. Oh yeah, and they're claiming that somehow Iris picked up this sword and shoved it through her entire body. Which during the which during the last episode I called complete bullshit on because Iris weighs like 90 pounds.
Yeah, okay, there's... I was like, maybe this one, it's the third one, maybe it has an auto-scroll.
Nope.
I'm hoping that's a thing in the future ones, where I can just hit the auto-scroll.
It probably is, but considering this is a whole package, I don't think the individual games in the packages have different features.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah, we have a photo of it being stabbed through her, of course it's the thing. Also, that was a crime scene photo, why did you accept that as evidence? It was clearly the crime.
I mean, just for reference. There's a witness of her crime.
Considering she flew in overnight to do this, how did she do any preparation on this case?
Ooh, hot, burger's hot.
Unfortunately, he got the lava sauce on his burger, and now his hand is melting.
No, I was unwrapping it, and I'll let it cool down a bit.
At least they
chicken sandwich, actually.
At least they delivered it fresh for you.
It's very fresh.
Your dasher isn't a complete idiot.
I mean, the restaurant I ordered from is like literally within a mile of where I am, so.
I need to transcend into the void for a second so that I can put my thoughts together.
Ha! That's funny. She's too short.
I don't think she's that short. Because what is that thing like tall, like 5 feet tall?
Get up nice and straight. She got slightly taller.
Milk crates? You couldn't just get a regular box or something?
No, we used this. I think I don't remember which trial it was, but there was a trial where there was someone really short earlier in this game too, and they brought up the milk crates.
And yet we were able to testify the parrot. Why can't you just sit on the thing?
The parrot was in a cage that was like had a stand and everything, so.
Well, yeah, just have her sit on the podium.
Head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Moon. My name is Bikini. Got it, Bikini.
Yes, we get it. We know all this already.
I don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now.
Judge, that's not the correct question. The Garden of Holy Judgment.
Holy Judgment.
What? Those with lechery in their hearts should leave. She just told yes. She just told you to fuck off. How has Francisca not been thrown out of court 12 times already?
No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in the summer.
I look even more like a potato.
In any case, well, you were calling her Yoda the other day.
Well, yes, she was Yoda at the time.
I hear that you saw the crime too.
That doesn't detract from the fact she still looks like a potato. You can be Yoda and a potato at the same time. She just has secret powers that she hasn't revealed to us yet. Wasn't she the witness to the crime who said that she did it?
Yeah.
Then what the fuck is she trying to do?
Well, she's essentially saying that she couldn't, you know, she can still hardly believe her eyes because, you know, the girl she knows in her mind wouldn't do this, but, you know, it is what she saw. That's what they're getting at, Joe.
I would still be stupefied by the fact that somehow Iris had superhuman strength.
First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh?
Yep, Capcom is being their typical Capcom racist. But hey, it's an Ace Attorney, so it works.
Buddy, guy. I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, guy. I'm not your guy, buddy. I don't remember if that's the order of it. But...
yeah, whatever. The reference is there. She was at the inner temple, but then the bridge collapsed. My back compresses in on itself at a 90-degree angle.
I left Iris to help the Acolyte, which the Acolyte being Maya, return to the temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I need a long hot soak.
Okay.
It was after I had finished my bath, I was just heading back to the training temple that Maya was at. That's when I saw it.
So, the thing that happened right in the courtyard.
Coincidence, you find yourself returning to the... Yes, you can say that.
This is court. Coincidences have all the time.
So much pain.
It's not like anyone plans to be a witness to a crime. Wait, what the fuck is she trying to do? It's like, hey, there's a problem in my testimony. Did you able to find it? It's like, what the? That's not how you act at all, Franziska.
Anyway, she's being really vague about stuff, so that we're gonna have to press stuff.
She's just toying with us. She's not even trying to win. Considering she's not, like, employed anywhere near here anymore, makes perfect sense.
No bath.
I'd say this bath thing is probably the most bullshit about her story.
I mean,
like, you took a bath and then you went somewhere else.
No, so she was at the training temple. Her back started acting up.
Yes.
A hot bath soothes her back, so she went back to the main temple to have a bath. But after she got out of the bath and got dressed and everything, she needed to head back to the training temple to check in on Maya, who was doing her training. And it was on the way back to check that she claims to have witnessed the crime.
Maybe we can get her on the timing of any of this. It's take a winding hallway, so it takes a really long time to walk downstairs. Our temple is terribly laid out. You have to walk an entire 1,200 feet in order to just get to the staircase. Probably just gonna have to go over all the evidence we have to try and figure this one out. In the inner temple is where we keep the final boss. And you're gonna have to get past me to get him.
That makes Maya the final boss, I guess?
The final boss they just hire off the street because they don't know what they're doing. She thinks she's so good that she can stop everyone at the first hurdle, and then she loses, and they're like, "Ah, shit! They're gonna think we look like idiots now." Damn it! I just needed a temp position, and then this happened. Which is kind of constantly what happens because, you know, we're on the top of a mountain, so it's constantly snowing.
I mean, it depends on how high up the mountain is. If the mountain's not high enough, it'll have warm summers.
Well, apparently this mountain is high enough to attract Maya's attention.
I mean, it attracted Maya's attention not because it's high up, but because of the temple that's there.
The temple is famous because it's in the clouds. Probably. Did you just say that she left Maya to go get Iris to help with Maya's training when they're in two different places?
No, she left Iris with Maya.
Oh, yeah.
Iris was already there when she left.
She
left the inner temple, Iris was there.
Everyone's just assuming I'm a bad person. Exactly. I would think the exact same thing.
And Drift is like, wow, it's like I'm Phoenix. Is there, like, literally, is this bench cursed or something? This shit happens to Phoenix all the time.
I guess you're right. This does happen to Phoenix a few times.
Like, is there a defense?
Am I just being played the fool because of cosmic justice?
Alright,
okay, so what do we
have against this statement? After
this autographed picture of I keep forgetting her name. It's not Mia and it's Misty, that's why I keep forgetting it. This autographed picture of Misty. Maybe this note that was dropped by her. I don't think that would help us. No, this magazine's not gonna help us either. Well, that's not. No.
I just wanted to double check what it was.
I don't think the crime scene is gonna help us either. Because that's just a crime scene.
I think it's this, to be honest.
What is the contradiction in this?
I mean, the problem is she's being too vague to contradict, but the game pressing isn't adding more information, so...
I still think that the timeline of events is probably a contradiction in there, I just can't think of what it is. Because she left the inner temple to go to the main building, and then when she left the main building, she found the crime.
Yeah.
But then the person she saw do the crime was at the inner temple and came back during the time she was at the main building?
Yeah, but, you know, she took a long bath, so...
Throw the Magatama at her! And be like, reveal your secrets, donk.
I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's present the crime scene photos of this.
Fair enough, I mean, if you have an idea, I don't. Crimes! Well, why are we asking the judge?
Oh, okay, we fucked up.
He just assigns penalties to people? I guess judges kind of do that.
One problem in testimony, because we pointed out, I think we didn't quantify.
Yeah, there's got to be a contradiction in there somewhere because she's putting things in the wrong order.
Memory and observation skills.
So she's seeing something wrong. I was gonna think maybe because although her actual witnessing of the crime isn't part of her statement yet, so we can't contradict the fact that, you know, how the fuck did you see Iris stab her with the sword when the sword is clearly in the statue's hand now? Why would it be two different things? But this isn't part of the statement yet.
The problem is she's being too vague, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a contradiction in there somewhere.
Oh, I'm gonna pull up the guide.
Damn it, we don't have time for this. Just look at the evidence another 3 times. This staff, this picture, this autographed scroll. My best bet is that note that we found that was dropped in the main building. Because wasn't it claimed that she dropped it, and maybe that would establish a timeline of when she was there, not having a bath?
Okay, hold on. So there's an item that we didn't look at that we have someplace that we didn't double check.
Iris rang the lights at 10 p.m. and then was in her room until the murder. So that's the contradiction right there.
So she couldn't have been told she
could do the murder if she wasn't, or she wasn't at the She wasn't at the inner temple either.
The inner temple is what her testimony states, that she was never at the inner temple.
Well, there you go.
So there we go. That was from the guide, by the way, but it was that we were completely overlooking that.
Well, we didn't look at it at all because we didn't actually review our evidence closely.
We forgot it. Yeah, we forgot it.
Everybody stop with the flowery dialogue. Get to the fucking point. Yeah, we know. You're the only one there. Which is kind of amazing that you haven't been murdered already. By Iris, clearly Mrs. Bitchface. Or, you know, she was there from like 7 to 8 or something. I don't know. There's a lot of details missing. Isn't this Edgeworth's, like, gotcha theme? We haven't heard it in quite a while.
No, I'm pretty sure we've heard this recently.
Why are you suggesting better alibis to the fucking person you're trying to save?
Well, so Von Karma's point was like, well, who's more likely to lie? Your testimony from the defendant or our witness? Because if the defendant's guilty, she's gonna have a reason to lie. And Edgeworth cut her off by going, well, yeah, if she is guilty, she would have a reason to lie. But if she was gonna lie, she would want to be at the other temple at the time of the murder, not the temple that the murder happened at. Like, this testimony claims she was at the temple the murder happened at, but she wasn't at the temple where the defendant apparently left her.
Isn't that gonna fuck us more in the end? Because if she's closer to the crime scene, isn't that gonna make her look worse?
Well, so Jeff, the point is we're trying to so what we're doing is we're sowing doubt on the witness's eyesight. She thought she saw she saw Iris at the inner temple, but her eyesight might be going bad. We can't trust anything this witness says she saw.
So rather than
she didn't see Iris at the inner temple, whoever she saw certainly wasn't Iris. So if we can't trust her that know who she saw at the inner temple, you know, how do we know that she saw Iris committing the murder?
So rather than doing what Phoenix does all the time, Edgeworth is actually acting like a defense attorney for once.
I mean, Phoenix does this from time to time.
Yeah, but he like takes it from the objective he's trying to do is he's trying to solve the crime rather than just like get an innocent verdict. Rather than Edgeworth, who's actually acting like a defense attorney and is just sowing, like you said, sowing the doubt rather than trying to solve the crime explicitly.
No, we've sown doubt before.
I know we've done it before, but we've done it in track to that objective. Is Edgeworth actually just trying to get to the realistic objective and not solving the crime?
Yeah, I think as of right now, I don't think Edgeworth is trying to solve the crime. You're not the only one being whipped. She literally whips everybody.
She hasn't whipped herself. Does this judge not allow, like, amended testimonies like the other guy? Who allows you to amend your testimony 5 times?
I mean, I'm sure she's gonna amend her testimony here in a second.
I mean, considering she's our only witness today, that would be kind of weird. Well, yeah, you didn't really nail anything down there. So that's the same thing. Yep, it's the same testimony. Iris came to the temple dressed exactly as she'd been for dinner, which there might be a contradiction right there. This is Iris's hood that someone got before lights out bell. But who did Edgeworth get this, or did Phoenix get this?
Yeah, we still in our evidence, so it got passed along somehow.
So Edgeworth is just doing the doubting thing again.
So he's like, so she was wearing this hood, correct? And she's like, yeah, definitely. Very important piece of clothing. And he's like, well...
But I have these notes!
Because this was found with one Phoenix Wright.
Because I stole all of Phoenix's evidence.
It was found on one Phoenix Wright.
Well, Edgeworth is going to have to explain to the court where all this evidence came from. Otherwise...
He said it was given... He just said it was given to a gift to someone, you know, before.
That's not how evidence works. You have to establish evidence. You can't just bring shit into the courtroom and be like, I found this somewhere, and it's important to this case because I say so. Otherwise, and there's the 2 milk crates stacked on top of each other. Otherwise, what Franziska could do right now is be like, well, where the fuck did this come from? This isn't, you know, this isn't authentic. He's just saying bullshit. His entire defense is invalid until we fucking look into this.
So now she's bringing it up. Well, it could just be a spare one.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, you make all of these?
Pretty sure to this day, Nun's clothing is made by him.
That's kind of crazy. Or Bikini's just gonna do this and completely throw Franziska under the bus.
Each nun is only given one hood.
Which means her name is on this.
The only hood that Iris owned.
So, Bikini, rather than going with the prosecutor's case, is just gonna be like, no, Edgeworth is correct. Because it could have come from the stockpile.
There are still spare ones. Even if, as Von Karma just pointed out, there are still spare ones. Even if she was only ever given one, she could still go steal a spare one.
Also, Edgeworth is actually wearing Phoenix's stolen badge. They put it on his model.
I thought they all have a thing on their outfits.
I don't think Edgeworth had that lapel pin. But then again,
Next time we're looking at Von Karma, let's see if there's a badge.
I don't know if, like, prosecutors are given badges.
No, she doesn't have a badge. At least I don't see one.
Well, she threw out the badge because she has no respect for anything. The judge is the only one he has to convince because in this murder case, it's a judge-only decision, I guess.
In this universe, it's a judge-only.
So we just have the peanut gallery. There's no actual jury anywhere.
Yeah, no, there's never has been a jury in this game. There's my bathroom.
At around 11, which right away is probably a contradiction.
I mean...
Because did the crime happen at, from 10 to 11?
She has 10 to 11, so if it's at 11...
Okay, so she says around 11. Maybe you should just press her on that and be like, well, what side of 11 o'clock?
Logging back, I heard a noise from the front courtyard. Took a look in, Iris was, oh, Mystic Elise.
You could also show the crime scene photo and be like, well, how did the sword get into the statue? Also, doesn't the autopsy report mention like a 10-foot drop of something? I remember it mentioned 10 feet. I just don't remember in regards to what. Judge, you can't encourage Franziska to assault people. So Edgeworth has been working with her for a while. Actually, weren't they a part of the same office before? When Miles wasn't in the second game?
Yes, they also had the same tutelage of the same person, Von Karma's father.
Okay, so you should
Von
probably...
Karma has resentment towards because, you know, her father favored Edgeworth.
So you should probably press her on this because of what I said earlier. That's not the question you need to ask, Miles. So she was still in the building. Hold it. So she heard the statue falling down, which clearly...
Yeah, the person she saw standing over the body's the statue, Jeff. You're correct. We are eventually going to establish that.
Yeah, it's the obvious contradiction.
It's just, you know, I think to try to prove that right now is for us to jump two steps ahead.
Well, there's other contradictions here is my point. It's like, she heard a thump, but obviously if Iris stabbed her, she probably wouldn't have thumped. Because, like, I think a thump would imply, like she said, falling, which didn't happen in her record of things. It was the only murder weapon she could find! This giant 7-bladed sword! Didn't she do that already, like, twice? She established she saw Iris stab her. Which, again, makes no sense. Her hood? The one she wasn't wearing? Okay, there you go. Of all the things to notice during the murder, she's not wearing her hat. No, I haven't. Like, I could just be like, well, what the hell is this? It was like, what? She's now saying the thing that I said earlier that contradicted her isn't a contradiction because she remembered the things wrong? Well, it has to be put on record, Franziska. That's how the court works. Also, everything you just said is part of the record. Well, she didn't have her hood on either, because she was being stabbed without it. Go back to the autopsy report. I want to see what this 10-foot bullshit is about. Yeah, body fell 10 feet after death, which... I don't know how you would manage to figure that out, but apparently they did.
Yeah, sadly, this picture doesn't, like, do a good job at, like, proving the statue, because you, like, can't see the head of the statue.
Yeah, but the statue's also covered in snow, which means that it was sitting there for a while, which does imply that we're right.
I mean, but it can't be sitting there for a while, because we heard the thump.
Yeah, I guess you're right. In our hypothetical, that wouldn't help us. But in, like, this case, it might, because at least it doesn't prove that it's the murder. Like, it doesn't prove that the murderer was a person, it proves that the murderer was a statue.
Jeff, the stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window.
What?
We have, the autopsy report says the opposite, right? She was stabbed first, then fell.
Yes, right there. But, like, who...
But she's saying, look, Jeff, she's saying... She got stabbed after she got pushed out, so she has it reversed. So this is something this is a contradiction.
But she saw the stabbing in the courtyard. When did this window pushing happen?
she just in her claim, she's claiming the stab must have happened. So she's saying
What's
that
her...
from the thump, I guess. I guess she's
well, what's her version of events? Like, Iris pushed Elise out the window, then went outside to stab her?
I mean,
I don't...
Eventually. Here, let's start it from the beginning. I
Okay.
finished my math around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple.
Okay,
And
well, we know that.
Back, I heard a noise from the courtyard.
So she...
I took a look, and Iris was, my, Mystic Elise. With
yes, go. She had never hood on, which we already know, because of the picture. Okay, Elise was in the corner room, and then she got pushed... She was in her room, and then she got pushed out of a window, and then... Yeah, so Iris... She's claiming Iris pushed her out of the room that she was in, and then went out into the courtyard and stabbed her.
Either way, this autopsy report contradicts what she's saying
here. Miles is now just making fun of her.
I mean, Edgeworth does this all the time to Phoenix, too. Back in the day, he would always do this condescending thing.
Yeah, he's a sarcastic asshole. Wait, are you showing it to me or the witness?
No, he's telling Von Karma, hey, you know that autopsy report that both of us have?
Yeah, the one you clearly read?
Look at that again, Von Karma? That's what he just said, basically.
I guess I was confused if he was dunking on the witness or Von Karma.
No, he said, hey, Von Karma, that autopsy report we both get. You want to take a look at that?
Well, after this dunking, I'm gonna go get a drink from the old fridge.
Sounds good. Gives me some time to take a couple more bites out of my burger. Well, chicken sandwich, but you know, you get the point.
It's a burger because the chicken was put on a grill at some point. Logic. Well, the dunking's not over yet.
Oh, well, okay.
So, Bikini's like 3'11".
Hmm.
If that's the case, you are wrong. And there was no blood in her room, which means you're wrong. Franziska's not trying very hard. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, I didn't investigate shit. And we can establish the sword attack because of all this blood on it. Which I have in my pocket. Playoff beard? What?
I don't know, it's just a weird saying that I think comes from Japan and thinking of sports in North America, I guess, I don't know.
Japan doesn't know what Canada is, right?
They have a very vague sense, it seems.
Which is why it's called Capcom racism.
Well, I was gonna say, a lot of the world that's not, not in North America, when they think of Canada, they just kind of associate it with the United States, so they can sometimes get things from the United States mixed up with things from Canada.
Canada is Minnesota, right? Said a Japanese person.
I'd actually agree with that statement to an extent, because culture in Minnesota is much more aligned to Canadian culture than other areas of the United States.
It's just the hickey parts of Canada.
The more, Canadians are known for constantly apologizing, and then there's that thing called Minnesota nice.
So Franziska is claiming that she was stabbed and then immediately thrown out the window because all the blood would have been outside. Wait, when was the blade removed? Do we actually know when the blade got out of her body? And now because Miles was also a paramedic, he knows how to do this. Because, of course, Iris can move both a person who's taller than her and a sword at the same time. So, no one knows what actually happened in this whole case. And they're just kind of making it up on the spot. It doesn't even seem like this witness saw the whole thing happen. And we're actually... What the hell? She's running away. Get her back on the crate. The fact we need to put a crate under you at all. What? Well, I'm sorry that you have to be a witness to a murder, but you were literally the only one there. Okay. What? Okay, I'm gonna whip the witness after the fact.
No, that was Miles thinking that...
Okay.
Like, well, because Francesca's the kind of person you can't really imagine giving someone a massage to help them. But you can imagine her whipping the shit out of someone. And that happens to help their back.
Well, while you do some pressing, I'm gonna be out for a minute.
Well, we can't press right now. We have to go through the testimony. I'm just gonna eat my sandwich. I was smart. I grabbed multiple drinks before we started. I'm set for all night, baby.
So, did we come to any trailblazing new findings?
No,
Why not?
because I stopped the dialogue to eat.
Unfortunately, Miles
It's on
was...
the same screen you left on.
Unfortunately, Miles abandoned his case temporarily so he could have a sandwich. He's just eating it off screen.
About 2/3 of the way through.
Snarf,
the sandwich.
snarf, 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 snarf.
Luckily, it was very warm when I opened it, so it's still decent temperature, even though I've been eating it very slowly.
I do love that picture of the crime just because of how insane it is. She was dragged over to the statue, the sword was put in its hand, and that's what happened. I promise. Does Bikini think, like, Iris can bench, like, 300 pounds? Even though Franziska has not produced a perfect case since she started.
No, I mean, her stuff against Phoenix in the last game wasn't the start of her career.
It was the destruction of her career.
She was well known, kind of. I mean, she still left to go do stuff at the end of the game. Her and Edgeworth both did.
They left to become a PI firm.
I see. Didn't we prove last?
We probably did.
Like, a session or two ago that like the by release date, the Edgeworth games came out after this game. So
that sounds
the end
right.
of the last game isn't setting up for the Edgeworth games, even though we thought it was at the time. Because both you and I did think that was setting up. You know, him leaving the country at the end of the game was setting up for like his games, his spin-off games. But we found out that this game came out before his spin-off games, so...
Well, to be fair, like, the fact
that his spin-off games happen after this game and before the next ones, because there is a time skip between this game and the next main series one, so...
It was really strange that Miles and Franziska both got on the same plane when we didn't know what the hell they were planning on doing. She saw a lot of blood, she fainted, which we know... Well, I guess, yeah, it's a cross-exam, so of course we know all this shit. It's almost like a ghost did the crime. Because there was no other weapons in the whole building, except for this ceremonial sword. And I totally just said ceremonial, because apparently my brain can't think. It's a fantastic time to play a lawyer 'em up. The sword was already in place. Well, she was bleeding on the snow. Except for the blood that already was there. Except that you totally did. Because you have this picture of the crime. Yeah, which means you saw the moment of stabbing, because, I mean, why would she be standing there just, you know, being like, holding the sword that's already in her?
So, Jeff, moment of stabbing is when you see the person stab them. If you come across a person holding a weapon that's inside of someone, you did not witness the stabbing. You witnessed an after the stabbing moment.
Well, that's true,
stabbing is the physical act of putting the sword in. So if she did not see the sword get put into the body, she did not witness the stabbing.
Yes, that's true, but why would she be standing there holding the sword for however long it took her to wake up and see it?
Well, so, here's a... Well, no, so when she woke up and saw it, it was the statue. After she woke up, she saw the statue. She passed out upon seeing the thing where the moment she claimed she saw Iris. That's when she passed out. Now, so here's a weird hypothetical that I know the game's not going to get at, but to prove the whole point of stabbing's different from touching a sword that's in someone's body. Let's say she's the second person to find the body. I'm the first person to find the body. In my panic, I run up to help the victim, and I touched the sword on the back of the person because I'm like, what the fuck? And then she turns the corner to see me touching the sword over the person. She now thinks I stabbed the person. I did not stab the person, right?
Which means that her picture makes sense because she's seeing Iris try to remove the sword instead of stabbing her.
Yeah, if you know...
Which again I find kind of weird, because if that hypothetical was how it happened, that would mean that Iris somehow has the strength to lift up the sword and the body, even a little bit.
Jeff, the hypothetical I just gave has nothing to do with this case and is not going to happen. Like, we're not going to be like, oh, Iris touched the sword. No, we're going to prove that what she saw wasn't Iris and it was always the statue. That's what we're going to prove.
I don't know how we're going to prove that, but let's go for it.
What ultimately killed this woman is the statue was thrown down onto her.
Somehow. With the statue being perfectly fine with the 10-foot drop. You know, not breaking or being damaged in any way, and also still being upright.
Okay, so, yes, if you... Do we have a good...
I mean, we are talking about a statue being thrown off a building.
Okay, first of all, 10 feet is not that high, Jeff.
Yeah, but you still... If it came off of the roof...
How tall are you? No, the roof's not 10 feet off the ground, Jeff.
Well, then where'd the statue come from? Like, how did this even happen?
It was dropped from 10 feet. We'll have to figure that out, but my point is the statue was dropped from 10 feet. The statue's very large, very dense, and has a very square base. If you drop it 10 feet and it's solid enough, it's just gonna land on its base and stop moving.
Like, well, yeah, if you set it up as a straight line drop, but the building's not on top of her. It's over there. They're in a courtyard.
Yeah, they're in a courtyard. You could string it up somehow. I don't know. My point is it fell straight down onto our victim. Like that, it fell onto our victim.
Are we just gonna claim that this is a Looney Tune crime?
I mean, I'm claiming right now.
At this point,
yeah. They at some point someone dropped the statue on her. That's the thud.
I don't know how the hell they're gonna have this work out, but like, it's either gonna be like ridiculously choreographed way in advance, or it's gonna be dropped off of the main building. Which, if that's the case, that doesn't make any sense. Unless they move the body, which, that's the other thing too, is like, if it wasn't choreographed and it was dropped off of the building, they couldn't put the statue back that fast. Unless she, like, passed out for, like, 40 minutes. But then again, they couldn't have done that anywhere because there would be drag marks. We might as well. We've done that literally every time. That's not answering the question, Bikini. So Bikini's suggesting the thing that we were, well, you were getting to. What? I would believe that if this was a regular-ass sword, but this is a sword that, like, got, I don't know, like, 2 extra sword, like, 2 branches down. Yeah, it got 2 branches down before it stopped stabbing her. So, there is no way that this sword just fell out of her. Unless it's, like, the sharpest thing in the world.
I took damage. In my mind, that's a contradiction, because if she pulled the sword out, there should be a second goddamn stab mark, and the picture shows there's not a second goddamn stab mark.
Wait.
Because that sword is way too wonky shaped to successfully stab the exact same spot twice with it.
I mean, that's true, but if she's pulling it out, like, it would just make the wound bigger. It wouldn't create more wounds. Because you wouldn't try to pull it out sideways.
No, my point is there'd be a second wound, Jeff, because you put the sword back in at some point. That's why there'd be a second wound.
That is true.
Because this sword is so wonky, you're not gonna line it up to go exactly in the hole it left the first time.
Also,
it's
that
too
wound
long. It's too silly shaped. It's not really. It's gonna be really difficult to do that in a hurry.
Also, that wound doesn't make sense, considering that wound would have to be bigger for the other side of the sword. Because, like I said, the blood on the sword is 2 branches down, which means that she got stabbed with a branch on both sides. Which means that wound would have to be really big. I don't think this.
How many points does the sword have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that picture. But is there like a whole spike in her?
It has to be. It has to be 7.
Spikes in her.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then technically the top one is 7.
Yeah. So, but yeah, in the picture we can only see 5 of them.
I'm thinking this picture is bullshit. Because there's clearly 2 branches completely covered in blood. And I don't know. Okay, we need to get a train of thought going. What we need to prove something here. There's a lot of blood.
I still think it's an added statement.
I saw this was probably an additional statement. I saw the instant in which the blade plunged to the what? You might as well present the sword there, because she wasn't plunged all the way to the hilt.
Oh yeah, plunged to the hilt. Yeah,
that's not right.
That far. We literally can see on the blood. Okay, you got. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't notice that detail, Joe.
I knew we should have kept reading, because I wasn't reading very well. This case is so silly. It's like really easy to riff on. It's like, nothing makes sense. All this is ridiculous. Like, I literally called it a Looney Tune crime. Which it clearly wasn't, because there's like 4 blades in her right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, 1, you can't fucking pull this sword out smoothly.
No, you can't. Like, even if you tried, you literally couldn't. It'd be like trying to remove a puzzle piece from a puzzle. Sideways. Ed Edgeworth has been saying the thing that I've been saying like 6 times.
Got it.
I mean, do you mean literally or metaphorically?
She means literally.
Because literally, like, a man would have to...
Francesca's very much dammy mommy.
Like the man...
got fanboys that go, step on me.
The man... Francisca doesn't have fanboys in real life.
Oh, I bet you there's...
You think there's a...
my bottom dollar there's someone on the internet that wants Francesca to step on him.
I don't doubt that, but do you think there's like a subsection of Francisca fans?
Probably. Every character in franchises typically has some fans.
Again, we already have the sword itself proving that it wasn't stabbed up until the hilt.
Yeah, we're getting that. Just look at the branches on it.
Yep.
Certainly.
That's not the proof.
I mean, we're also gonna bring up the blood. That's gonna get
exactly.
He's doing one, and now he's adding the other thing.
Why are you burying the lead all the time? Edgeworth is like, this is the most ridiculous murder weapon ever.
The whole the plunge concept.
Oh yeah, and that too.
The shape of it. You can't plunge a wound with this sword because the sword's so wonky.
Well, Franziska, is this the murder weapon or not? There's blood on it. You also said that. Well, it's not. Like, look at it. Miles is now laughing at her. Miles has found more evidence? Or he's just re-mentioning the thing before.
I mean, he hasn't brought up the fact that the blood's so only that far. That hasn't been brought up yet. This is the first time that was brought up.
Shut up, Judge. I need to talk. And the judge is like, okay. That the witness isn't trustworthy. Oh, damn. Does the autopsy report just say that she was stabbed, not by what?
Just says she was stabbed.
I guess that would explain why the wound doesn't make sense. But then again, the sword is in her in this picture, so that would still fly. Does he have anything to prove this other than it just doesn't make sense?
Well, so he's actually doing a weird
Shido.
thing that I don't understand why he's doing it. Because what he's doing...
He's making his job harder.
Yeah, he's making his job harder. Because he could just say, this is the murder weapon. What our witness saw is wrong. Therefore, witness is unreliable. But instead he's going, if the witness saw this, and this is what happened, then this can't be the murder weapon. That's like what he's getting at.
So like, he's now transferring to the Phoenix Wright dumb thing of like, he's aiming to solve the crime.
No, I don't think he's necessarily aiming to solve the crime. I think he's slipping back into prosecutor.
And this is why you don't have a fucking prosecutor do defense work. So we're gonna have to go search the entire forest for this murder weapon. Well, that's not the question I have to answer, considering that you brought it up. I don't know, maybe it was the cane sword from Bloodborne. Maybe she was stabbed with her own staff.
No, interesting. I feel like Edgeworth pulled a weird bait and switch, right? He set up this idea of there must be another weapon, and then goes out of his way to show that there wasn't another weapon, or we at least have no proof of another weapon. So then, like, he's going really roundabout to really make it so this murder, it couldn't, like, her testimony could not be seen.
So he's just covering up the track that Franziska would use to get out of his objection before she could get to it.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's going a really roundabout way.
Well, that's Edgeworth for you. Was it at the Inner Temple? I mean, we've never been there yet. She could have seen everything. She was in 2 different places and it took her 40 minutes to walk there. She went to the gate. And she found the moped! Oh, and that. Well, we're not going to be able to prove that.
Conjecture!
Well, yeah, it's testimony, of course.
Yeah, but you can't testify to hypotheticals.
Well, that's what the defense is gonna say. It's like the most obvious thing you can do. It's like, you just said this might have happened. That's not... that's not helpful. You have to be a witness. You're already here. You can't just say, oh, I'm too tired, I better leave. And she just happened to take a photograph of that, but didn't display it until now? Is the bridge out? I guess it is. Yeah, that's probably how that works. I thought Dusky Bridge was behind this building, not in front of it. Also, what is with these footprints?
So at the end of the day, Jeff, the did that photo get added?
Apparently not. She's just keeping it.
Oh,
it's
okay,
mine
well,
now.
that photo added. If we have that, okay, there we go. Now it's added. Because let's take a look at that photo, shall we?
There's a turd in it.
Well, the point is, she's like, well, they could have quickly got on the snowmobile and left to go dump it in the river.
Oh yeah, but it's not going
It
forward,
can't,
it's going
'cause
backwards.
the snowmobile, this is the tracks of its return, not the tracks of it departing.
Or someone went all the way there backwards.
There's no fucking way you're able to leave your snowmobile tracks that way.
You can, it's in this picture, says Franziska.
Yeah, man, start pressing shit, I guess.
Well, he just got this picture. Give him a minute to look at it and be like, hey, this doesn't make sense. Also, someone drove over the footprints with the snowmobile to cover their tracks.
Why'd you go to the main gate?
And you see this dumb picture that I took of Phoenix and his squiggly eyebrows. No, why did he not have his cell phone again? No, apparently.
It at home.
Apparently,
Yeah,
okay.
That is literally what happened, Jeff. He did forget his cell phone at home.
Okay. Just in case I need to Indiana Jones something. Well, yeah, he was too busy falling off a bridge. That kind of takes time. I mean, if you went outside to go see the snowmobile, then how come your tracks are under the snowmobile tracks? I don't think that's true, but it's probably true in most cases. I don't think that a snowmobile can conquer, like, an infinite amount of snow. Well, I didn't touch it, I just looked at it. Why would the judge why is everyone asking this question? It's kind of obvious.
Playing to a sole crowd here, he says. Well, he thinks.
Well, they did dunk on him earlier for no reason. Hey, Miles, you're a secret pervert, aren't you? I could see right through your mahogany dress coat that proves it.
Out of curiosity, is there snow on it in the picture?
I don't think
No, there
so.
isn't.
Which means it was moved. I mean, that's not that weird. Considering there's not a lot at the gate anyway. 5 minutes, I said before. Well, how long were you fainting? I've seen her do all of the wheelies on the snowmobile.
We still know it's the photo. We just gotta figure out which statement's the best one to do it at.
I think the fact that
this one, I think it's this one, because this is the one that they're saying she did it. She drove the snowmobile. You know.
Yeah, there was no. There's also no footprints like next to the snowmobile either. It proves that they used the snowmobile first. No, wait, they walked first, and then they used the snowmobile, and then did nothing.
No, it proves someone walked and someone used the snowmobile.
It proves that someone walked before the snowmobile was used.
Yeah, that's fair. However, the snowmobile's not leaving, it's coming back.
And that too. The timeline doesn't make any sense. And also that too. She was using the power of levitation at the time.
No, also
it was.
But, you know.
Oh, I was exactly gonna say that. It was gonna be like, it was snowing. It's like, that doesn't prove anything.
Okay, first of all, it's not gonna. If you did this in a fast enough thing, your tracks would have been fully covered by now.
Also, who took this picture? There's no security cameras at this place, so someone's taking these pictures.
I assume investigators after the fact.
Yeah, that would be a really big hole in this case. It's like, all the evidence we took was like a day or two after the murder. There's a contradiction, obviously. Now let's point to it on this picture. I don't think Miles does the index finger thing.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, if you're gonna put that in the script, you have to draw it. Or, you know, just don't put it in the script.
Alright, what do we have here?
Throw your Magatama at him. That'll destroy him.
That's not gonna do it, John.
But it would be funny.
Hold on, we have a weather data.
Yeah, we have the weather data. But
I don't remember this.
How does this prove anything?
Snow with occasional lightning strikes.
Yeah, there were thunder flurries that day, which is not impossible.
So the snow would have been done before the murder.
Yeah, it stopped snowing, I guess.
The murder at 11, and it stopped snowing at 10:50.
That's very convenient snow.
The bridge was struck at 10:45.
And that's when Phoenix died.
30 minutes past. No, Phoenix went on it after it had been struck by lightning. He
Yep.
ran onto it while it was burning.
Because Phoenix is a dipshit.
Yeah. He doesn't point, he slams the table and stuff. I don't know. Well, Phoenix slams the table, but he slams it with both hands.
I imagine even in the Apollo Justice games, I'm still going to, like, complain at Phoenix about how dumb he was that day. Phoenix, you have a child now. Stop. You have to stop having the mindset of the guy who ran on a burning bridge and died. I'll think of a better joke when the time comes. Because it'll be in context and it'll make sense. She really likes doing that defensive pose of hers.
Oh, where she, like, hugs herself and cowers back.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like the sort of person to cower.
I mean, that's what it looks like, though. You can see, like, a scared face on her, and, you know, she's covering herself and falling backwards. That's typical, like, cowardice behavior. I'm trying to remember why it is, though. Why is it that people, when they're scared, like bring their limbs inward?
I think,
I think the
I
just don't remember why.
I think the better, like, defeated animation for Franziska would be like Miles's defeated animation, where she's like just starts punching the desk and be like, "God damn it! Why didn't I think of that?"
I mean, I don't think it's defeat. I think it's fear.
Well, it's fear for her. I just don't know why.
Fear for a moment.
Because again, she doesn't seem like the person who would be afraid of anything.
Well, no, I think she does have insecurities, and I think those insecurities stem from the fact that she wasn't her dad's chosen pupil, right?
How have I never noticed that she wears leather gloves all the time?
Yeah, I don't know. She did in the last game. She
Huh.
always had gloves on.
I'm amazed I never noticed that before. She's always wearing gloves. To hide the crimes that she constantly commits. She didn't pull off anything. All she did was say, "Hey, it might be inaccurate.
I'm really mad because at the end of the day, this is all fucking conjecture.
Yep.
Which, I mean,
that doesn't prove anything, though.
Don't do anything.
I literally could say that about anything. I'd be like, well, this, could be this too. That doesn't prove shit, and this also doesn't prove anything, and this doesn't prove anything because you weren't there. It's like, fuck this game. The picture again? I mean, or that. I mean, that's
I don't
around
know
the same time.
The picture was taken. That's the problem. I don't know. Like, I don't know what time the picture was taken. That's the thing.
I still think the fact that there's only one set of footprints in this picture probably gives us the proof.
I was gonna say it has to be this because we don't see snow falling in this picture. That's what.
Or that too. I mean, that's fair.
We don't see.
Tug that.
Oh no! At the end, okay, it doesn't matter when this picture is taken, Jeff. If snow fell, we wouldn't be able to see the blood, and there'd be blood on top of the body, or snow on top of the body.
Yeah, it'd be in there somewhere.
It doesn't matter if that photo was taken at the moment that the body was literally found, or 10, 20 minutes later.
It's almost like I have pictures of all of the crime.
There's no snow on top of the body. If it was snowing at the time after the murder, there would be snow on top of the body.
Oh yeah, everything around her is covered in snow, except for her, which was there around the time that she's claiming it didn't snow. Or was snowing, or whatever. The thing she's trying to prove isn't in this picture, so there you go.
Right. Had it been snowing, after the murder, there should be snow on the body.
Miles actually does his preparation. And she's still sitting on that box, even though I don't think she's spoken in quite a while. She's just been standing there and be like, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to do the first choke on him, but it's not working. I wonder if they would snowmobile across a bridge. They stopped at the Heavenly Hall to have a sandwich. Oh, that explains why there wasn't any forward tracks.
Yeah, whenever the snowmobile was used, it was used while it was snowing, which means it was used before the murder, meaning it couldn't have been used to dispose of the murder weapon.
Which, it makes sense if there was like 5 inches of snow on the ground, but like, if it was just like a regular snowstorm, I'd probably be like, that's kind of bullshit. I mean, it'd be covered in a little snow, but you'd probably still be able to see it. Well, then get your proof out of the, the evidence that didn't happen.
Here's an interesting, weird thing to that, Jeff, though. Even though our defendant says she never went to the Inner Temple.
Yes.
This proves that if she did go to the Inner Temple, she didn't come back until after the murder.
Yeah, that probably fucks up the timeline.
Right. Our defendant did use this to leave, to go to the Inner Temple. And because of what we just established with the checks, she wasn't there at the time of the murder. Boom, boom, case done. Like, I know it's not gonna happen, but we literally can just agree with them right now and instantly win.
No, you can't, because here's my Franziska conjecture to you. If we're gonna hypothesize that this was a Looney Tune crime, she could have set it up to time delay, and then she could have left anyway.
Well, hold on. We haven't brought up anything about it being a Looney Tunes crime.
Yeah, but I'm Franziska, and I'm saying, hey, if the statue killed her, the statue could be...
established that, Jeff.
Well, I'm going to, because I have the whip, and I can fuck up the judge whenever I want.
Because as of right now, we're still going on fucking Bikini's testimony that she physically saw Iris over the body.
Yeah, but I'm just contradicting your hypothesis in the future.
Right, but my point is they haven't established anything. Like, they would literally have to deny their own testimony, which then causes huge problems even more. So
not if I keep amending my testimony.
My point is Francesca can't.
And if worse comes to worse, I'll just whip you in the face and kill you. And they won't prosecute me because apparently it's legal to do that in this court. But you just contradicted yourself from the earlier thing.
Well, so she's claiming right now. So Von Karma set up the thing of she must have brought it there, blah blah blah. But now Bikini's saying no, it was there when I got back, and it had snow on it. When like I got back from the outer temple.
But don't we have a picture? Is this a different time that she went, or because we have a picture that says that it has no snow on it?
Yeah, we have a picture saying that it was used to return after the snow had stopped falling.
Yes.
And that's why it has no snow on it. She's claiming when she got back to the temple before she took her bath, the snowmobile was there, even though it shouldn't have been.
Okay. So it wasn't the same time. Well, that's not something that we established. That's something that, like, Franziska just made up. Like, this disposal of the real murder weapon is both a thing that Miles brought up randomly and Franziska brought up randomly. Like, we still don't know where this other murder weapon is even real. Maybe we should go rescue Maya and Pearl now. You know, the people who've been trapped for 3 days.
I mean, we don't have any proof that Pearl's over there. We just know Pearl's missing.
Pearl was the murder weapon. She's lost in the forest.
Pearl shouldn't have been over there at the time that the bridge burned down. She should have been on the side that everybody else was on. Maya should be the only one trapped. Now, Pearl's is somewhere, and we will hopefully eventually find her, and maybe she's over there, and maybe once we establish that, there'll be some important stuff, but yeah.
So is Bikini claiming that it was a blizzard? Or was it just really cold? That's a shame. I haven't been cold in 50 years since I left Canada.
An idiot may well have gone wandering out on the subarctic night.
Okay, so it was
His
like...
name is Larry Butts. He's our idiot. I mean, there is only one idiot. And it's
Miles has no respect for this guy, which is appropriate.
I was gonna say, no one has respect for Larry Butts. Not even Larry Butts.
Yeah, exactly. God, wasn't he dunking on himself back when he was a cop?
Probably. He wasn't a cop, he was a security guard. But yeah, probably. I don't remember. That was also earlier in this game.
Oh, yeah. God, how long ago was the Phantom Thief crime?
That was chapter 2. We're on chapter 5 right now.
That would explain why these games are blending together, just because we keep playing them for such long periods.
Well, and each chapter is very episodic, so it can get really confusing when each thing happened, because a lot of things don't necessarily connect across chapters in a game. A lot of chapters are just kind of standalone.
The thing that helps with this game is that 3 of the cases involve Bitchface. 3 of the 5.
Yeah, but that's the over-connecting thing, and the two of those 3 are flashback cases, and that's how those ones are tied to this. You know, these aren't things Phoenix just stumbled across while working this year. These were flashbacks because they connect to this case, the big important case of this game, which typically the case that is tied to previous cases in this game is the last case. The last case tends to have some connection to something previous.
And we're finally going to figure out what happened to Misty and why she disappeared for 18 years.
Yeah, and presumably this one's gonna put together the longer case of all three.
It's you,
themes,
Judge!
Which is Maya's mother's disappearance and where she is. Anyway, here is Larry Butts.
He's in my case file. Jean-Luc de Leduc's got to obnoxious French painting?
This is Larry Bucks.
I don't know what the fuck he's trying to reference there. It's almost like he should have been on the stand in the first place. Were we? Oh, yeah, because of this. I was like, did we actually...
He gave us that note.
Did we actually, like, psych lock him already?
Yeah, we broke a psych lock, I'm pretty sure.
That's the explanation? I'm just making shit up now.
Well, that's because he doesn't want to bring up the note Iris wrote him.
I don't think you can judge I don't think you can judge witnesses like this. I don't think you can just insult the witnesses that haven't even been called yet.
I don't know, he sent this to Iris, that's what it was. Larry sent that to Iris.
And she was there at 10 o'clock for reasons.
She might have been there at 10 o'clock. I don't know if we've gotten that full story yet.
Get rid of this witness, shoots her in the face. Bring in the next one.
Bring in the dumbass.
He's just gonna jump down like an idiot. He's still gonna be wearing that stupid t-shirt.
Okay, so there was something he didn't give us everything yesterday. He managed to weasel out of something.
He is a weasel. That's his one skill in life.
His skills, he's a womanizer.
I mean, that is technically a skill.
He is weirdly successful. Like, he's super pitiful, it seems, with women, and he's constantly lusting after some girl every single time we see him, but also he has a really good, and I'm going to say good in quotation marks, track record when it comes to women. Because he does manage to get women, he just can't hold on to them for very long.
That's because he has the shittiest, like, the shittiest ability to pick women who aren't complete shitbags.
That's true. A lot of the times, the women that he successfully gets are troublesome women.
Who, like, leave him instantly whenever they want. Yeah, Miles isn't just standing around here asking stupid bullshit. But she didn't even tell us what we were talking about. That's kind of doubtful. I don't think that's true, to be honest. No, it was Larry! Throw him under the bus. Well, Dusky Bridge was on fire, so I just wanted to look at it really closely. Yeah, it was 5 locks.
I mean, I don't think we got to... I don't know necessarily... This isn't the same question.
Huh. Was Pearl kidnapped? What are you talking about? She's not being hostage. She's being held hostage by the police's incompetence.
No, they already mentioned that they can't land a helicopter, Joe.
Yeah, which means it's their incompetence. They need to think of an alternate plan. Just throw a rope bridge over or something.
No matter who or what is to come, I could not take a life. She specifies that she can't kill people. Like, she's saying that no matter what would happen to her in her life, she would never resort to killing someone.
Which, if she's bitch face, is a lie.
This girl, who has killed 3 or 4 people,
or
at this point,
or 6 or 8 people. I don't know how many people.
I'm counting how many we know of in the game.
I am not.
Actively had a hand in their murder that we've seen in this game, and the answer is as follows: she poisoned the attorney. Then she electrocuted her ex-boyfriend. She was planning to murder Phoenix, but that didn't happen. Who was carrying said poison, unbeknownst to him.
She was also the one who set Dusky Bridge on fire to kill Phoenix.
Well, no, I'm still not counting that if she was the one that did that. But so next we have, it's been pretty established that it was lightning that burned the bridge. But the next person she killed, well, actually we were rewinding time, so those are the last two people she killed. The person before that was her own sister, in shoving her in the police trunk and everything, and then live in court she manipulated her once again a different ex-boyfriend.
Oh god, I forgot about that guy.
Cyanide in front of everybody.
I totally forgot about that fucking dumbass.
She emotionally manipulated him into taking cyanide.
Like,
while we were in court.
Like, I don't want to make too much fun of him because it was very clear that he had probably some developmental problems, but yes, he is the biggest, like, objectively the biggest idiot in this whole trilogy. That guy.
It seems that he had, he kind of has the mind of a toddler a little bit.
So I don't want to be too harsh on that guy, but yes, that was very, very stupid. And he also fucked over Mia Fey, but I'm not going to count that too much against her because she was killed at the beginning of this trilogy, so it doesn't really make sense.
In that case, as I said,
it's kind of hard to be mad at it when I got murdered.
Right, but yeah, that became a huge like stain for Mia and like all this drama for Mia, and then it also then connected to Diego got poisoned by fucking what's her face.
So we're almost up to that half dozen.
Well, yeah, my point is, as of right now, she has killed 4 people for sure. She tried to kill Phoenix, so there's a attempted 5th victim. And if she started the bridge fire, we could throw maybe Maya on the list of potential victims, because Maya is currently stuck in a temple without food in the middle of a god-frozen mountain. Like,
and Maya is exceptionally dumb in this game, so she is totally gonna die.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all the time we waste not getting Maya back leads to her potentially starving to death. So that is her, because I don't think if she did light the bridge on fire for some reason, I don't think that was to cause Phoenix to fall. So Phoenix falling is his own fault. That's not an attempted murder on her part. She did attempt to kill Phoenix in the past, but the bridge of fire wasn't attempting to kill Phoenix. However, by the action of lighting that fire, she is now responsible for anything that happens to Maya, who she stranded.
Oh, what about this for like a really dumb plot twist? The person who bailed Maya out of not dying was Misty, who just appeared out of the forest off screen and gave her food.
Didn't we already aren't we already of the belief that this bitch is Misty?
Yeah, I think that too.
I'm pretty sure both of you and I were like pretty sure this person was Misty. So Misty's dead.
Misty's like, yeah, if that's the case, which it probably is, she's turbo dead. But he's not doing anything. When did he have time to do that? Okay. Is Viridian green? I mean, it kind of has to be.
Pretty sure it's a shade of green. I'm gonna Google it now. I want to know exactly what color Viridian is.
Yeah, like I don't know why my brain's saying it's a red color.
To Viridian, it's definitely not a red color. On the road to Viridian City. I'm on the road. Yeah, it's a green. It's like a bluish kind of green. I'll send it to you.
All I got was just Viridian guns.
That's weird. I literally just googled the word Viridian and got just all the pictures are just of that shade of green.
That's weird. How did I get Viridian's guns? And Viridian companies, and also Viridian a powder.
Did you go to images? I had to Google images.
No, I didn't.
What the web address for is.
I didn't go to Jizz. I just went to regular Google.
I just went to Google images.
Apparently, Larry's also a dropout.
I already knew this.
I don't remember this.
He's a dropout of every job he's done.
Yeah, but he dropped out of school.
Yeah.
Huh.
Pretty sure we knew this.
I don't really give a shit about Larry's character arc. Larry's character arc is just a spiral into stupidity.
Luckily, this isn't once again. Now the fact that this is a bullshit fictional court is playing into our favor because Larry just referred to Edgeworth as buddy and helped imply the whole thing about
oh yeah.
that they're friends.
That's not good.
And you gotta remember that Edgeworth brought up the fact that this guy also was there, right? Like, this whole reason that we're questioning him is because of...
And Larry's also the one who convinced us to do this case in the first place. He called us to come out here, so that would make us even worse.
Anyway, I'm waiting for Larry to hit on Francesca.
Oh, he's totally gonna do that, and it's gonna be really pathetic, and I'm gonna hate it. What the fuck? Crimson Lake. I mean, Larry hasn't even said anything like pathetic yet. He's just been saying stupid nonsense. She just attacked the witness like 6 times. Okay, so he's at the hall, looking up at the sky. He just went back and forth from the bridge because why not?
He said he claims he's never saw the snowmobile at the bridge.
Okay, so he didn't see a snowmobile or any person. Stop saying we're friends! Yeah, why didn't we ask for that? Actually, did we ask Bikini for that too?
We asked Bikini for it.
Yeah, constantly for his entire life. I googled Crimson Lake and all I got was a book. Apparently everyone was heard about this book, so maybe this is actually a good one. It's a Australian small town mystery.
Alright, well, this is bullshit. I didn't see anyone at that bridge that night either. We literally know that's not true because we were the one he saw.
Yeah, it just seems like this book is a small town murder mystery. Doesn't seem to give me any more details I'm too interested in.
Anyway, he claimed to have saw no one at the bridge that whole night, which isn't true. He saw Phoenix, so I threw Phoenix out.
Oh yeah, because Edgeworth knows that this note was written by him.
What? No. He saw Phoenix because Phoenix ran to use the phone, and then Phoenix fell off the bridge, and then fucking Larry got a hold of Edgeworth because he witnessed it, and it's like, Edgeworth, Phoenix fell off a bridge. He's in the hospital. Come quick. We need your help.
But I can't prove that because I'm not on the witness stand.
I mean, but my whole point is he claimed to have saw no one that night, so I threw Phoenix right at him because we know he saw Phoenix right that night. That's the contradiction.
By you. I don't think that's true, but sure. Just because he's a pathetic man doesn't mean he's also a troublemaker. He's just both.
I mean, as Edgeworth just said, what you need to change is your inner self. But right now, what we need is this.
You to stop acting like a moron. No, you haven't. I don't believe that for a second.
I doubted you.
He's barely been testifying, so that is true. Like, I think, like, 75% of the things he said has just been stupid bullshit.
I mean, his testimony so far was that he never saw the snowmobile at the bridge, and he also never saw
a person.
People that literally any people that night, and then we proved that wrong by pointing out the fact that he saw Phoenix. So into the shack at around 9. So it would have been about 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me.
So he saw the lightning strike.
Dusky bridge was on fire.
So that definitely means that the bridge fire was an accident.
That's when I ran into Nick.
And he died. That was the last time I saw Nick's. He didn't see all that much. He saw a lightning strike and then he saw a lawyer. He saw 2 things. Well, I guess he also saw a bridge fire.
You really saw quite a lot, didn't
you? What? Oh.
See? As I said,
Wait.
He's successful, but not for very long.
You didn't see it gone. It was still on fire when you saw it.
Oh, but she said what had happened to it, and you know, it fell when Phoenix fell.
Yeah, exactly.
So
there was still enough of a bridge for him to run on. He didn't just he like made it a few feet before he fell. That how is that unlucky? He survived almost dying by his own stupidity. That's very fucking lucky.
Yeah, but unlucky that he fell in the first place.
Okay, so how are we gonna use this to our benefit?
I don't know, I assume we have to press stuff. I was lying under my bedding and a white flash. Alright, let's just start pressing here. That sounds like a thought.
There you go.
Hurt, pow. Slap from Naomi, honestly. Bringing up all the girls that have hit him over the years.
I don't think these comparisons really line up, but sure. I ran away really fast. Oh no, the bridge is on fire. I better collapse into despair. That was my favorite bridge. Wait. So why were you sad if you didn't even see the fire? Well, what was he gonna do? The entire bridge was on fire. You just don't throw snow at it? I mean, 5 minutes? Yeah, you should probably just always do that. Why didn't you call anyone? Why did you go to the bridge? Well, he already told us why I went to the bridge.
Yeah, so it's definitely why didn't he call someone?
There was a phone right there, you dumbass. Because I don't know anyone to call. It wasn't a towering inferno. I mean, it was a big bridge, but it wasn't that. It was a big fire, but it wasn't that much.
In Butts' own words, it was bigger than the bonfires kids make in school, which is not a thing that is really here. But if you watch anime, they do these bonfires at like summer festival things for this, like the school festival and stuff. They do these these bonfires, big bonfires.
I could imagine there's some schools that just like, hey, let's throw a bunch of shit into a place and burn it for fun. I don't think it's that outlandish for, you know, not being localized at all.
I mean, I'm just saying that's why Edgeworth called it a Tower Inferno, because Butts brought up those bonfires. And then I went, in case you didn't know what those bonfires were, to show why Towering Inferno is a fitting description. I then went to describe what those bonfires were. It's a pretty standard anime trope, so I feel like people playing this game will likely know it, but, you know, maybe not.
Yeah, this is the anime gateway. They probably don't know. Nick was there immediately. And then I saw him die. I honestly don't know what it is. Like, Iris not being there? Or did we already prove that Iris never went there? I mean, it's 10:30. 5 minutes later, he went there. Maybe like another, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later, he was there.
This is the line that got added, so we probably have to show something to this, and I check the weather report again. Is there something with the weather report?
It does say when the lightning happened.
10:45, which is before the supposed murder.
Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and the bridge disappearing.
Yeah, it couldn't have been within a minute, so there we go.
What? Oh yeah, he is still holding his pallet. I was wondering what that brown thing was. Okay. It's all about timelines. You gotta put things in order. Well, you know, especially since I was at a shack that doesn't even have electricity.
Oh, that, and when something crazy is going on, like a fire, your sense of time can be left.
This has nothing to do with anything, Butts. But you can answer that question very easily, considering there's no variables in it. I doubt that. Nothing could be simpler than that dumb question. He's very happy about his dumbassery. From the night of the Moida. Which means that Phoenix couldn't have been there because he would have been murdered. You can't raise an objection, you're the witness.
In the craziest of twists, and this is not going to happen, but in the craziest of twists, Phoenix is the killer. He got the wrong target by accident. It was dark out. He meant to get Iris.
It was the revenge plot that'll never happen.
Right? Just a thought I had.
This game doesn't have the balls to have an anti-hero.
Well, and Phoenix is around in the later games. So, like, there's no way he fucking got arrested for murder at the end of this game.
Well, it'd be like the end of a 90s or 80s movie where he'd get arrested, but he'd get, like, suspended sentence for, like, 6 months for the murder. Because he did a good thing during the murder. Like, I don't know, save the temple from an evil construction company. And it turns out that the temple is a historical site and, you know, he saved a century of history or something. And because he did the good thing, he gets a reward by not going to jail for killing a man. Okay. It's got that very casual stance. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word fucking casual. I was too busy waiting for Iris to respond to my kidnapping.
Here's the twist that I'm setting up. It wasn't lightning. It happened while lightning and stuff was happening.
It was arson.
Lightning. No, I mean, kind of. I feel like Larry accidentally caused the bridge to catch fire.
What?
Like, it fits Larry to a T that he accidentally did something that started the bridge on fire. He then panicked about it, so he didn't call anybody.
I mean, that would fit. I just don't know how the hell he'd have the means to do that.
Oh.
Because, I mean...
Fireworks. Literally, there's a million things he could have been doing. And he could have been trying to make a campfire because he's dumb.
I mean, we still have to remember that this is, a very big bridge, and it's also in an alpine mountain. It's not the easiest thing to set on fire.
Oh, we'll find out here.
Oh, now he's getting serious. I murdered my mentor. He starts telling his life story.
He's like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? And Carver's just like, enough! Fucking just tell us.
Yeah, tell us how you're the worst criminal. And that you were the one that set up the statue for the murder.
No, I doubt he's the murderer in any way, shape.
I don't know. I thought that the art would have looked a lot better if the bridge was on fire, so I did that. So
he decided to paint the burning bridge.
Oh,
That's why he didn't call. He was struck by it to the point where he decided he wanted to paint it. So rather than call about the bridge being on fire, he decided to then draw the bridge or paint the bridge being on fire.
I know Larry's an idiot, but you can report that it's on fire and still draw it, because it's not like the authorities are going to instantly snuff it out. Well, because he's really stupid and he doesn't want people to think that. You'll regret this. What?
I mean, I don't think he means that in like a threatening way. I think he even more is just like, oh fuck. Like, you don't want to hear the part I'm hiding, that kind of thing. Like, not that he, not that it was, blah, 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 blah. It's not that he's like threatening Edgeworth that you don't want to hear it. It's more like, I'm trying to help you by hiding this.
I was too busy at the time having sex with a dead body.
What? No, it's not that. Fuck. That's fucked up.
Yeah, but it's still Larry. The game suddenly turns edgy for no reason. It's never gonna happen.
I mean, that's turbo fucked up for this game. That's never gonna happen in this game.
It suddenly turns into Danganronpa, but somehow even more fucked up.
No, I'm pretty sure there was at least an accusation in one of the Danganronpa games of necrophilia. It never happened, but I'm almost positive that there is a in one of the games, potentially one of the ones we've already played, there was at least an accusation of it.
Okay, so he's lying about something, but there's truth in what he's saying. No, wait, he's lying about the whole thing, but there's a truth in it.
Well, here, let's just press him on what he was doing. He's sketching the bridge.
Well, where's this sketch then? Well, what do you mean everything that came with it? Yeah, I'm asking the question, Larry. Is he just saying it's, like, really bad? Is it just, like, a bunch of stick figures?
Alright, Von Karma demands to see the sketch.
How bad is it? What could possibly, like, what damning evidence could be in this picture?
Alright, let's see the sketch.
I lost it in the fire. Shut up, Larry. It's a sketch. It's not a portrait.
I don't know. We'll see how good of an artist he is in a minute here. I expect it to be really... Wow, it's actually... No, it's really bad. Alright.
I mean, it's not as what the fuck is the flaming girl in the background?
I mean, he apparently sees that.
It's not that bad. I mean, it looks like a child drew it, but he didn't...
Yeah,
It doesn't look all fucked up.
I mean... I think it's slightly... The bridge looks like a child drew it, but those are pretty good flames. Like, I as a child could not draw flames that look that nice.
Yeah,
flames are always
true.
wonky and always looked either like too snake-ish, like too wavy, or not wavy enough. And these are perfectly wavy.
I mean, you can't see how large the bridge is from this picture, and it's still just a drawing.
It's a better drawing than I expected. So Von Karma had really low expectations of him.
I did too, to be honest. Why? Explain the... Why are there flames on the bottom of it? I don't think that's how fire works. Yeah, fires don't burn down. I mean, it is a woman made of fire. What? What? The fuck are you talking about? What is Miles being like, "Arr, I'm so frustrated"? Could it have something to do with the fact that there's a mirror image of this bridge for some reason? In this picture?
Oh. Yeah. Likely...
I still don't understand why he drew the bottom half of it.
Okay, so the bottom being on fire, as someone who probably did this as a kid where I drew something with the bottom on fire, isn't to signify that the flames are going down, but it's to try to signify that the sides are also on fire. But because you're drawing two-dimensionally, you can't have the sides visually be on fire, so you end up drawing the flames on the bottom. That's what I think it is, for the flames being on the bottom. Either way, the flames being on the bottom are important. What's important is he apparently claims Iris flying, which, fair enough, Jeff. Something's on fire and she's flying over the fire. Guess you're right, she is a dragon. Like, that checks out from you.
Doesn't show the wings, though.
I mean, she's flying in the air and she's flying over a fire. That's pretty dragon-like. Dragons cause fires as they fly over stuff.
Maybe it's a fire ghost. And it's not Iris. 30 feet? What? How far away did you see her that you were still able to get her in this picture?
I like how they even bring up the fact that the witness is your friend, and still don't point out the fact that, like,
I mean, she's not gonna be able to get us on this because she assaults the judge constantly. But how are you gonna do that by force? Otherwise, I'm gonna give you another 5 penalty. It's not that bad, game. It's not horrible. It's not good, but it's not that bad.
I mean, horrible for an adult who's supposedly an artist.
I mean, it might be the first or second thing he drew. Also, that's not true.
Well, that became easy.
The game had to do it by design to make it that easy. That's literally a gimme.
I mean, in all fairness, he literally could not have seen a woman fly. People don't fly, so like, either this game is gonna go really bullshit really fast, or he didn't see a girl fly.
It's either a ghost or she was rappelling down from something.
It's 30 feet above the bridge. There's no like rocks or anything she could be rappelling down. There's nothing for the ropes to be attached to rappel down. So I'll agree that in the end, because we know spirits exist in this world because of Mia and stuff, that like maybe in some weird way this is a ghost, but it doesn't really matter because it's not Iris. Like, it's not a person.
I mean, I would say it matters just by like, it would drop my respect of this game quite a bit that they actually put a ghost in it.
There's already ghosts in it!
Yeah, but not on screen. They just possess other people. And that's fair when they're your sidekick and it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to remember if Mia was actually ever put on the stand.
I don't see how this game having ghosts drops your respect for it. Like, fucking it already has ghosts. That's some bullshit right there. I'm sorry. Like, this game has ghosts. It already has supernatural elements.
Well, was Mia ever put on the stand?
I mean, well, if we put a ghost on the stand, yeah, that's kind of dumb. But I'm not saying we're putting the ghost on the stand. I'm saying maybe he saw a ghost.
I'm saying that my contradiction is whether it actually becomes part of the case that there's a ghost in it.
No, I don't think it's gonna matter to the case if he saw a ghost. I think it might matter to the story, like the overarching story that he saw a ghost, like something tied to like Maya and her mother or something, like something with that, and there being a ghost there because of that, you know, Maya's training and that causes the ghost to show up because she's doing that intense training or whatever. Like, it tied into that story, sure. It mattering to the case, no, I don't think so.
So are we saying that wasn't Iris because she wasn't wearing her hood, so it has to be something else?
I mean, yeah, well, we've already stated it 100% can't be a person.
Was it just like a big bird?
And when he claims it was her flying and he saw the hood waving, we'd be like, well, nope, fuck you, it definitely isn't her because we know, it's definitely not a person. And to prove to you that it's not the person you think it is, she didn't have her hood at the time.
What?
Well, Larry's getting mad because he thinks Iris is getting swept off her feet by Nick. Anyway,
why is he laughing?
Some sort of object. My guess is it's going to be some sort of object in the long run because they did add the sketch to our case, meaning we're probably going to have to use it at some point. So at some point we're gonna be like, aha, this is what was flying over the bridge, right?
By doing what? I have a picture of the thing I sketched.
Ow.
I drew a second picture of it. I hate this witness, but I have to listen to him. But he said he has evidence. Just don't show us the picture again. I mean, the fact that you have to do this case at all is already painful.
Anyway, proof that Iris flew.
This isn't
When
proof,
I reached
though.
Dusty Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her.
And I found her with
That led me
wings!
to finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow.
And it's got blood on it, I guess.
I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood.
Based
After
on...
all, no one
What?
else could have lost a crystal sphere that night, and that's complete bullshit because we know the sphere doesn't even belong to Iris.
How does that prove anything? I found a crystal, therefore she had another hood on.
Yeah, he's stupid, Jeff.
What? Also, how does a sphere prove anything that he's trying to prove?
Anyway, he claims to have found the sphere around here. Well, the sphere is so what he's trying to prove is bullshit. Like, at the end of the day, no one fucking flew. Something else probably got thrown over, and that's what he thought was a person flying. Like, that's probably what's going to be established. But we know by, like...
Yeah, we know what the sphere is.
We know what the sphere is, because it's right there, so...
Which means that she flew, which means she couldn't have been murdered because she was in the sky at the time. No, it's not. It just has blood on it. You don't need any more context than that.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, so how are we gonna cross-examine this bullshit that makes no sense?
Oh, it's really easy, Jeff. He said at the end, literally no one could have this sphere other than Iris, and we literally have a picture showing that the orb doesn't belong to Iris. We have a picture that proves it doesn't belong to Iris.
Yeah, it doesn't belong to her, but that doesn't prove that the sphere, like... It doesn't prove that she had the sphere at the time.
Could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Well, yeah, it proves that.
Yeah, that all we're doing. Remember, this game is step by step. We can't think 2 steps ahead. We have to go literally with what we have. And the contradiction we have is, after all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. And that's definitely not true because we know the sphere doesn't belong to Iris, that it belongs to Elise, and that Elise could have had it at any point during that time and could have lost it.
Also, she was your mentor. How did you miss this?
Yeah, I don't know. He also gave us this photo. Like, he's the person who provided this photo for evidence. This is a photo he took of her.
Is that the...
Like, this is a photo...
Is that the temple in the background? What is that house?
I assume it's the temple in the background, or something.
It looks like a castle.
Anyway, all I know is, as it says, taken by her only pupil, Lawrence... whatever, which is Larry Butts.
Maurice Dunim, which is stupid in French. Donim. And then Francisca is gonna say, well, you can't prove that that sphere is also this sphere.
No, Francesca would want to say that that sphere is this sphere.
Also, that's not the thing on your brooch.
Oh, there you go. He literally just said, or thought, they look nothing alike. So there you go, Jeff. Edgeworth agrees with you. However, she's gonna want to tie this to it because it has evidence of the murder and like blood on it. And if she can tie it to, if she can find a way to tie it to Iris, then she, then she can win. Essentially. What?
What do you mean, what? You could have, you know this. You knew this. But how does this fit in with the murder?
He didn't see a person. My guess is the sphere itself is what he saw in the air.
Someone threw it across the bridge? That's fair. eyes? What?
The sound of being whipped.
Eyes.
Yeah, it's an onomatopoeia.
Usually Japan's a lot better at it.
I mean, IE is a very used onomatopoeia, and well, I'll say animation.
I'm focusing on the IZ that they put on the end of it. Like, what the hell?
I'm pretty sure that's how they write it most of the time.
So she's proving that clearly Elise also can't fly.
Oh, she's trying to dismiss it, but it clearly has to be the case because there's blood on it.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm not those. I'm not Nyx.
Why are you pointing at me? The only people that accept that are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? It says butts.
I'm the one who introduced this evidence. I'm also the one that put blood on it.
It also has blood on it, for fuck's sake.
Larry is the murderer.
I mean, yeah, it has blood on it.
He had to murder Elise because Elise wouldn't accept his love, so he killed her. It turns out that Bitchface isn't related to this at all. Bitchface is the red herring.
Well, Francisca just accused Butts of murder, by the way.
Like what I jokingly did.
Well, if the prosecution is now prosecuting Larry Butts for this crime, they can't be prosecuting my defendant. Case closed. Let's move on.
What do you mean, let's move on? You just said to dismiss the case.
Oh, I said let's move on. Like, move on to our next things in our lives. Jeff, I don't mean move on with the case.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess the LP's done. Bye, everybody.
Except for the fact that we then would have to defend Larry Butts.
Oh, I guess we have to... Well, I guess we have to now become Larry's lawyer. This is gonna suck super hard. I don't know what the hell Miles is thinking.
So our goal is to try to prove that the orb showed up there before
The
when
murder?
we supposedly think the murder happened.
I mean, that's entirely believable if someone, for some reason, wanted this sphere.
Could be valuable. Who knows?
I don't think he was a waste of time. He gave us some more timeline info. He told us when the bridge was on fire. Well, yeah, the snow. Just bring out the weather data again and be like, hey, he said this. Wait, he's getting inspired by Phoenix? I don't believe that at all. Miles does not have a lot of respect for fucking right. Miles is a lot better than getting out of quarters than Phoenix is. Wait, why are we looking at this? The crystal is the proof?
I mean, the crystal is the proof that it's... Oh, so apparently it was half buried in snow, but we already proved with that photo they just showed us that it wasn't snowing at the time of the murder.
I remember how time works, says Larry. Which means that this murder happened at the other time. It's almost like I should stop coming up with arguments on the fly. Why are we going to intense music?
We got her. Also, this is probably the big revelation of this day. Yeah, so here's part of the reason we're going to the big music show. This has blood on it.
So someone attacked her while she had the staff.
This blood on this sphere got on there before this, and right now this is our murder. This is where they saw Iris stabbing her, right?
And that proves that the staff is the murder weapon.
If we can prove this blood was on, like this blood in this orb were, long ditched before that murder happened, then everything Bikini happened to see doesn't matter anymore, and we essentially have to do another day of investigating. That's what's going to happen.
We have to find the second crime scene.
Yeah, because now there's going to be a second crime scene.
And that crime scene is going to be at the inner temple. And the criminal was very bad at cleaning up their crime. Considering that the crystal sphere was, like, right next to the river. I am the guy who suggested that there was an unknown murder weapon before the murder. Yeah, but we already proved that was complete horseshit.
That it was pretty unreliable at best.
Yeah. Wait, are we saying that photo of her doing that actually happened?
I mean, we're saying if she saw Iris over the body, Iris was removing the weapon. Which, as I said, if I am the first one to come across a murder with someone impaled on a sword and I'm panicking, something I might do is reach for the sword to remove it because it's the thing hurting them and I'm stupid, right? Like if you don't think about it for any amount of time because you're panicking in the moment, you might pull the weapon out of the body first thing because your instinct is going to be remove the thing that's hurting the person.
But as we've already proven, even if you did remove it, it wouldn't have mattered because the wound would be too big.
They would have been dead. Well, so had you removed it, you would have caused more problems had they been alive when you removed it, by the way. Because removing something
that too
causes problems. But my point is, in a panic situation, people can remove, something stabbed into someone because they're freaking out. And our instinct says, get the person away from the thing that's harming them, which in this case is the weapon, so pull the weapon out of them.
So someone burnt down the bridge in order to remove the crime scene. Because the murder happened on the bridge.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Just like those years ago.
It also doesn't make sense because, again, the bridge is not easy to burn down.
I mean, if they're intentionally burning it down, Jeff, it's not as difficult as you seem to want to think it is.
That's why they took the snowmobile, so that they could put the gas in the snowmobile on the bridge. Because that's the only way this makes sense.
I mean, maybe you use the snowmobile to... I mean, you're not going to take the gas out of the snowmobile, but maybe the gas that would be used for the snowmobile, you use some of that to start the fire. But my point is you can rig the bridge to start on fire.
I think Miles still needs to prove that there was a second murder weapon, too. That would probably be very helpful.
Essentially, what we're proving is enough that gets us another day.
Another way that they were carried to the temple.
Method that they were carried to the temple?
Oh, they flew.
No, the snowmobile. The snowmobile came back.
The snowmobile that flew. Snowmobiles can fly, right? You have to answer the question, it's important. Can the snowmobile put Iris in the sky?
No, no one was in the sky.
Then what did he see in the sky?
Thrown into the air. My guess is something got thrown in the air.
A mirror. A really big mirror.
No, not a mirror. Larry's stupid. He could mistake a million different things as a person.
He could mistake himself as the thing he saw in the sky. Not if we have to investigate a second murder scene. Can I just request that? Can I just request that, you know, we need to investigate more? Hey, judge, adjourn the court.
Yeah, that's basically what happens every fucking thing in this game.
Doesn't mean anything. It was a fantasy by this idiot. But he was also the only witness, so we kind of have to deal with him.
He's stupid. No one flew, but there is something that happened that Larry mistook for a person flying.
It was a really big duck.
I mean, I assume it's gonna be tied to the murder. My guess it's some object thrown into the air.
Or, the worst thing, it could be that he saw a ghost. Thank you for what? I was constantly dunking on you this whole time.
Also, the first game had us investigate the Loch Ness Monster. Turned out to not be real.
I wanted to believe that, because, like, clearly that it wasn't the real Loch Ness Monster.
Right, and I'm putting money down right now that this isn't a fucking person he saw flying in the air. Or if it is a person, there's some weird bullshit, like, explanation, like a hang glider or something. But, like, I don't think it was a person.
I'll reserve my judgment, but there's things it could be. It could be a duck, it could be Pearl, it could be a dragon. It could be Franziska. He was one of the two witnesses. Like, you called him here.
I mean, technically Edgeworth brought him up.
I think she just killed Larry.
No, he's...
Yeah, she vaporized him. Well, he saw something. It has to relate to something. What are you talking about? Clearly, he was just drawing one of his dreams, and nothing he saw actually happened. Wait, but he's in the hospital still. Nothing's up to him.
I mean, he's got a cold apparently, so he's gonna be able to be out of the hospital come tomorrow.
That'd be very convenient and make him a pretty bad lawyer. Or maybe he somehow, coincidentally, just got perfectly back to 100% today. He's also in the ICU. And this is when I had a flashback.
This is the beginning of the previous chapter right before the flashback. This is what Phoenix is doing right before the flashback.
I was dating a murderer.
Dahlia Hawthorne is a quadruple murderer.
She also tried to kill me 15 years ago. Exactly. It's almost like it's completely unbelievable. I somehow caught the ultimate cold.
Yeah, maybe cold's a mistranslation.
Maybe he's mistaking a cold with his concussion.
Flu. No, I was gonna say flu. Everything he said is a symptom of the flu. So Edgeworth is gonna become our buddy now, and we're gonna become the...
Well, I'm here now. Was Gumshoe even there?
Yeah, he's probably in the peanut gallery. I feel like he's always there. Anyway,
Phoenix is back, everybody.
Alright, Phoenix only has a temperature of 102.2 right now. Nothing to worry about.
We need to get another lawyer.
I mean, at this point, Edgeworth is gonna be our Maya, so I feel like we basically already do have another lawyer.
So Edgeworth is going to be the lawyer, and Phoenix is going to be dying right next to him.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the other way around. I mean,
Edgeworth is gonna catch Phoenix's cold.
At the other day, Phoenix is gonna be dying next to Edgeworth, but Phoenix is gonna be the lawyer. That's what I mean.
I like your first idea. Miles catches Phoenix's cold and dies. It's probably the staff. The staff is the fucking thing that killed her.
We have the staff, Jeff.
The staff is the murder weapon. Look at it. It's clearly murdery. Don't do that. I'm sure you're gonna hurt yourself. So he's gonna have 102 fever, but he's gonna be walking around doing everything perfectly fine. Somehow. Yeah, was Miles prosecuting one of Iris's many crimes?
He was prosecuting the one where the guy had the cyanide. That was his very first case as a prosecutor, was the one where the cyanide thing happened.
Okay, so everything's connecting. Every character has met this lady.
And it was Mia's first case, was the one where that cyanide bullshit happened. He was not the prosecutor, however, for the one where Iris was found guilty, which was the second Mia one. That was the tutorial dude. And that guy freaked out so bad when he lost that he ripped out his hair. Explains why he's bald in the present day.
Wait, you can't leave me! I'm dying! Literally! I'm gonna jump off the bridge again. Oh shit, I can't get past these 2 pieces of plywood.
Alright, Gumshoe's gonna do something to build a... Gumshoe's gonna start nailing pieces of wood together in the hopes of making a bridge to get across there by the end of the day.
Could you just...
If he manages to pull it off.
Could you just go back to town and think of a plan? Okay, so he's not gonna be perfectly fine. Well, you are up on a snowy mountain too, Gumshoe. Maya's already dead. Maggots are getting into her body. There's not much to look at here. Wait, this mountain gets earthquakes?
Well,
what the fuck are you talking about, Phoenix?
Yeah, apparently it's very prone to earthquakes.
Okay.
And Edgeworth doesn't like earthquakes, because if you remember, an earthquake happened the day his father was murdered. That's how they got trapped in the elevator.
Yeah, there's no way I'd remember that.
Oh, that's what leads him and his dad getting stuck in the elevator, and then...
Wait, can we examine the sign again? No, the other sign.
Oh,
Or those little black
that's
things.
The bridge sign? No,
Yeah, what is that? It's got, like, on the top right corner of that sign, it has, like, something else going on.
Where?
Yeah, right there. Like, why is that there? Oh, he's staring at the cliff.
Which I think is also tied to this spot over here. Yeah, it is. Because now this spot is...
Okay.
Is yellow too. Because earlier when I noticed I could do the cliff here. So yeah, it's just a cliff. I guess we don't have a way of getting down there yet, so... We'll go to Heavenly Gate first. That's kind of down from the bridge.
We can see the bridge from here. I mean, it might be at the main building.
I'm starting to believe he didn't necessarily paint these. After seeing his picture of the burning bridge, I don't think he painted these.
You think Elise painted them for some reason?
Maybe.
Phoenix isn't really investigating anything.
I mean, I think the game right now doesn't want me to be here. That's why it was like, oh, I'll have to come back here later, because Larry's not here.
But Larry's actually here for some reason.
Sounds like it, because someone's saying something just for art's sake. There he is.
Wait, you're making a book now? Why is Franziska here?
Oh, he was making a book before, Jeff. The children's picture book. That's what the painting was about. Children's picture books, Jeff.
Yes, because you definitely need the flaming bridge picture for that book.
I mean, no, that was just him doing art. But like, what he was doing is he's trying to follow in this woman's footsteps. So he was making a picture. Like, that's why he went into the art that he did, was so that he could make picture books like her. So yes, he is trying to ultimately at some point make a book. But yeah, he's also doing other random art things for the sake of art, like painting the thing. A fool's fool, fools, who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Alright, that's a sentence. Do you agree, Phoenix?
It makes sense.
It is a sentence.
That's the best thing you can say about this script. It has sentences in it.
I mean, I'm not making fun of the script. I'm just saying that because the joke of that line is how bizarre of a sentence it is.
Well, Phoenix, you could have just had Miles handle the whole case. You didn't need to come back.
I do like the fact that Butts calls Francesca Franzi. It's really fitting because it's really close to the word frenzy, and she goes into frenzies all the time when she whips the fuck out of people.
Just go home, Phoenix. Fucking hell. But you're in America. Oh wait, she's foreign.
From America. She's not from America.
Yeah, she's foreign. She's like a German 20-year-old. Why would you want that to be a picture book?
Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. So there we go, that's the new book.
Okay.
That Butts is gonna draw and do. It's called Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip.
Because you were a terrible witness, I'm not helping you.
So by the way, and I'm hoping it gets brought up, there was a line that I don't know if I misread it because it was really quick towards the end of the case that seemed to imply that the reason Francesca's here is because Butts called her too. Because Butts said something about her.
Okay.
Towards the very end of the last case, but it was a really fast line and no one really acknowledged what he said. But it seemed it was cut off by Francesca whipping him, which makes sense if they're trying to if they shouldn't bring up the fact that Francesca's helping them. Right? So, because as he started to say it, Francesca started whipping the fuck out of him, which is why, it, skipped it, and I couldn't, sit on it to read it. It's because the second he started to say it, she started to whip the shit out of him. So, yeah. So maybe that's a thing that's happening, but we'll find out, I guess. Otherwise, maybe I misread it. But that was it was the first time he used the phrase Franzi. Was in that line where he said something about that I thought I read was implying that he contacted Franzi, which I was like, oh, that must be a nickname for Francesca or Francisca. Is it Francesca or is it Francisca? Alright, Francesca.
Okay, so have you have any evidence?
Alright, so she was in Germany extending her perfect win record.
Oh yeah, to get revenge for Manfred. That's also complete bullshit, but this is also Capcom. Which means that by the age of 21, she's probably had 4 different careers.
Got a perfect win record for 40 years, but now he's gone from this world. Oh, did he get the death penalty?
Did he shoot himself?
I don't remember.
I don't think this game would have actually been like, yeah, he shot himself in a closet. That just doesn't sound right. Why couldn't we have had Mask Guy and not you? Yeah, so we're not in Neo Japan, we are canonically in California.
Yeah, the very first game said we were in like San Francisco or something, but it's Tokyo. Like it's just a translation thing where they were like, oh yes, because this is the American version of the game, they're in America.
No, clearly they have this shrine in a mountain on California or Nevada.
Right, we're like 2 states over on a mountain.
I don't know. It might have been in an Oregonian mountain. I don't know how long of a trip they took to get here.
Or yeah, or it could be up towards Oregon. But the point is at the end of the day,
Capcom doesn't know what Oregon is.
Well, I was gonna say distance to people who live in very small countries. Distance for people that live in very small countries can get really wild.
Yeah.
Like the fact that I feel like most people from Japan, because they live on an island and they can travel from one end of their country to the other, when they learn of the concept of the states that we have, if they're not directly looking at a map and like comparing size of like their homeland to our like states, they probably think we can get to places much faster. Hence the thing we actually once talked about while streaming, which was the Resident Evil thing, where that I told you there was a Resident Evil thing that took place in St. Cloud, Minnesota.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it was like a stage
yeah.
play, remember? And like part of the story is that the main character of that play is a cop from nearby Rochester.
Yeah.
Which isn't nearby.
It's a like 2-hour drive.
3 hours, it's like
or
3 hours away.
It's nearby
like
in the sense that it's not in Wisconsin.
But yeah, so
it's almost no, it's not. She also just attacked you.
And we're pointing out that she's kind of tsundere. She kind of.
Why would Phoenix care? What the fuck?
I won't say that. I won't say that Von Karma's full tsundere.
Hey, I recognize that you're a bit tsundere person attacking me and whipping me in the face.
Yeah, tsunderes kick the shit out of people all the time.
That's something I would definitely do. Hey, I know you're attacking me, but how's your love life?
Tsunderes attack the shit out of people all the time. Well, so in this case, it's not romantically tsundere. What I mean by tsundere is Francisca sees us as a friend. By the end of the last game, she's basically part of the group now. Like Edgeworth, her, Phoenix, they're all kind of a group now, right?
That needs to be stopped immediately.
At the first game,
Francisca's not the
Phoenix
group.
And Edgeworth. I was gonna say at the end of the last game, Phoenix and Edgeworth basically became, rebuilt their friendship and were like back to being friends. And then Francisca, through Edgeworth coming back and stuff at the end of the last game, sort of made more peace with Phoenix, but still sees him as a rival, which is why she's like, I'm gonna beat you, right? So she still sees Phoenix as a rival. However, there is a bit of the tsunderiness of her isn't like the romantic thing. It's the fact that she hides her true emotions by being this like angry and cold person. And violent person, right? So the thing is, she respects Phoenix. Like, she has respect for Phoenix. She will never admit to having respect for Phoenix, though.
Phoenix is currently vomiting on her shoes.
Cold Killer X. I remember this, because the very beginning case of this game, he had a cold, remember?
I remember there was, I remember one case had, like, a ridiculous, like, OTC med that was that name.
Yes, and it was the very first case of this game where Phoenix had a cold. And she was going to, what we put together is how Dahlia Hawthorne was going to kill Phoenix, and she was going to poison his cold medicine.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. Yeah, that's how reading works. And because he thought he had anime powers, he thought he could make it. That might take 5 weeks, Phoenix. You were talking about a long bridge on the top of a mountain. It's not something that's going to be done in like 6 hours.
I think we can present to Francis. Not really.
I mean, you could give her a lot. We have a lot of shit. We could present things for days.
I am curious to like present some of the profiles to see if we can get like things of.
Hey, do you know where Pearl is?
Yeah, like I'm curious. Do you have thoughts on Godot? No, she doesn't. Okay.
No, she just wanted to kill you.
Do you have thoughts on Gumshoe? Like.
No, she wants to kill you again.
Because like I know sometimes characters surprisingly do when you like show them profiles that.
Why would I give a shit about your sidekick?
Hey, what happens if I show her Larry's? Do you have something? No.
We're just trying to show her things, and she just kills us because we did
what happens
that.
If I show you Edgeworth?
No, she hates that too.
What if I show you your own?
I don't want to talk about me.
So she doesn't want to present anything. Like the line she says makes it so that it sounds like there's literally nothing we can show her.
Unfortunately, I lost all of my customers. Well, that wasn't your fault. Plus, there was only 5 people here when that happened. Of course, like, the entire temple was gonna be depopulated after that.
As the leader of the temple, she's currently holding all the chaos that's currently happening as her fault, right? Maya being trapped, Pearl being missing, Elise being dead, Iris being behind bars. Like, all of those things she sees as her fault.
It's the typical thing, but it's not. Like, it's clearly not her fault. Should you have known? It was an 8-year-old in your care.
He was in the hospital, Jeff.
Well, she went missing when he was here.
No, she just said no one has seen her since the morning after the murder. And Phoenix took a tumble the night of the murder. So no, there's a couple hours where apparently she was supposedly accounted for.
What if Phoenix was saved by the thing flying in that picture? He was saved by the giant duck. I mean, it's not a lie if you were just misremembering shit. Well, why was she, like, doing that face while that was happening?
I actually sort of believe that, believe her when she said she saw, you know, her pulling the sword out, because as Francisca stated, there was blood found on, like, a pair of vestments that belonged to Iris in Iris's room. So, like, ripping the sword out and blood splattering when you rip the sword out, would explain that, even if she's not the murderer.
I mean, it would if Iris, again, wasn't a tiny, tiny lady. That's because Larry's an idiot. Idiots are very easy to believe the things that they say.
I don't know, if they show the picture of Iris holding the sword in the body, I think I have a thing to your whole she's too weak. Because in my opinion, it looks like she's like falling back. And so, like, you know, essentially that's how she ripped the sword out, right? She literally pulled with all of her strength, that her own weight toppled back and her weight helped pull out, her weight falling helped pull the sword out.
I'm gonna press X to doubt on that.
I mean, that's a thing that can happen. I'll put a sledgehammer. Oh, well, you and I.
You're gonna hit me with a sledgehammer to prove a point.
I said I was gonna put a sledgehammer. I was trying to think of some heavy object that's like heavy on one end in front of you, like a sledgehammer, where the weight's like kind of more on one end than it is on the side you're grabbing from. And watch as if you pull on it hard enough, you can get it off the ground, but you might end up tumbling backwards. But the problem is both you and I can lift a sledgehammer perfectly fine. So I'd have to find something heavier for us. But my point is that when something's sticking straight up and down, like a sledgehammer would be if I rested it on the ground, with the head on the ground, when you go to yank on it, you can tumble backwards. And that can help get it off the ground.
So,
even if just for a few moments, which very well could happen if all you're doing is removing the weapon.
So if we're not doing anything on Wednesday, just know that it's definitely because Cheddar murdered me off screen.
I said nothing about hitting you with a sledgehammer. I said I was gonna put a sledgehammer in front of you.
He's making plans,
realized,
and he has a sledgehammer.
I mean, I don't have a sledgehammer. I can easily get one. I do have that machete though that I won at Bingo at Adams that one time. Remember that? You remember that? Were you there that time I won the machete at Bingo?
I don't think so.
It was one. I think it was Christmas one year at his place. I won a machete during Bingo. It was the blackout prize. He like found a place that sold that had machetes for sale. He bought one, and it was the grand prize for blackout, and I won the blackout. So I got the machete. I have no idea where the machete is. It's probably sitting somewhere in my parents' place, but like, I technically own a machete.
So yeah, I'm gonna retitle this episode to "Plea for Help."
Except I'm literally not threatening you in any way, shape, or form. I'm trying to show you that if you try to rip something heavy up with both hands, you can fall backwards, and that can help it get up into the air long enough for you to technically have gotten it off the ground, and then it would just fall from there. Like, you wouldn't be able to sustain it, you wouldn't be able to like hold it up or anything, but you would have been able to use enough force that it would have gone up and then immediately down, which to pull a weapon out of a body is all you would need to do.
I don't think anyone's over there with her, though. Also, Gumshoe isn't going to be able to build a bridge because he's a cop. Cops don't know about building bridges.
I don't know, we'll find out.
He probably just built, like, a bench or a stool and was like, "Oh shit, I fucked up." What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Yeah, she was just living here temporarily. It's because she knows something.
Because Mystic is the title that Misty would have held.
She was becoming a mystic. Here, at my training ground.
Which is bullshit and just a very fast lie.
Or that, why not?
Is she older than her?
I don't know. Like, it was age question mark. I mean, Godot's age is question mark.
It is age question mark for Elise. It's 48 for Bikini, 32 for Gumshoes, question mark for Godot, 9 for Pearl, deceased for Maya.
We'll never know her age ever
For
again.
Maya, 25 for Iris.
She's the murderer.
For Larry, 19 for Francesca, and 26.
Yeah, I don't know about that old 26 thing there.
Oh, you don't think Miles is 26? He's from the same grade as Larry and...
What the fuck?
Larry and Phoenix. Larry and Phoenix are from the same...
Why are all these psycho locks fucking us so hard?
Larry, Phoenix, and Edgeworth went to school together. They're the same class, Jeff, so they should be within a year apart. I mean, for example, you're technically, as it stands on this particular date we're currently at, you are a year older than me by the number that you use. Like, technically, you're only so many months older than me, but, you know, right now, you're 29, I'm technically still 28, but in 2 months, I'll be 29, So I think it's fine that, you know, if Larry's 25, and he, you know, that could just mean that, you know, and Miles was born slightly before.
I don't think we can use magic to... I don't think we can bring magic evidence into court, Phoenix.
No, we're gonna have to break these locks.
Because she was here when where a murder took place. Yeah, it's almost like I shouldn't fucking be here. I mean, literally the police is here. Just go tell Gumshoe that Pearl's missing. He'll do something. Pearl is the murderer! It's the stupidest twist ever.
I mean, Pearl was palling around with Elise, so it's very possible that what Phoenix just thought happened, that Pearl witnessed the whole thing. So there we go. Detective Gumshoes has been looking into where Pearl is, and Pearl hasn't gotten home. Is one of the things Gumshoe found. However, Gumshoe doesn't know of a place. Gumshoe doesn't know of a place that we know of where she might have been. Even though I do personally feel like he should have checked there. I also don't know if we're gonna be able to check there. No, we can't.
Well, unfortunately, we're fucked. We can't get any more evidence, and there's nowhere else to go.
Well, so, I mean, there's probably something we could show Bikini. But what I was thinking we were going to have to do is because, you know, Phoenix was like, there's one place I can think of where Pearl would have went. And I'm like, yeah, our goddamn office. Like, let's go to our office.
What, you really want to do a 4-hour drive just to go back to our office?
I mean, we're going to have to anyway. We're going to have to go visit Iris in jail at some point.
Just call her on the phone. There's a phone here.
What do you think of Francesca, just out of curiosity?
She's not my friend. She's attacked me like 5 times this morning. Yeah, use your mystic hypnotism on her. He's not my mentor. He also doesn't like me.
But he literally came back because Larry said Phoenix needed help. So yes, Edgeworth likes Phoenix.
No, it's because of honor and justice and Miles, I don't know his record. It's not that he has any appreciation, it's because of his principles.
Anyway, what can we show her here?
Also, he stole our badge and we stole it back.
Honestly, it's like the end of the world.
It's not that bad. It's not like a nuke's going off in this picture. Okay.
They're just being snooty about the art.
Which is a weird thing for her to be snooty about. Me, the head monk, is an art critic.
I was curious if she had an idea of what it could have been.
It's not from our hoods, but it's also magic. Let's just show her our entire case file and be like, hey, can you solve this crime for me?
No, my thought is that we have to show her, we can show her some stuff that got handed to us throughout the court case yesterday, and she will have additional information on some of the things we had just got. Oh, okay, so that didn't really establish anything. Yeah, I can't show her that.
Hey, do you want to read about the autopsy on the person you knew?
I'm gonna take one look around to see if there's anything new anywhere. No, can I show you Pearl? See if you have you seen this child? Nope.
No, she doesn't care about missing children. I think Heavenly Hall is probably going to be the thing that we'd have to look at.
Alright, so my thought here is what we need to do...
Move her out of the way.
No, my thought is maybe we can already break the locks.
Well, we do have a lot of evidence. But I'm not sure if the game's going to be like, hey, you need to use your old evidence, not just a whole bunch of new evidence. But we can try it. I mean, we're not going to take that big of a penalty for it.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as we think really critically about whether we can for sure answer the question, if we can't, then we just back out.
And in natural form, we're probably going to have to present 9 things to these 5 locks.
Oh, we don't have anything that
does that.
It does? We definitely don't have anything that does that, so
this sphere proves that, wait.
Is there anything new we can, like...
Well, apparently we can look at everything again. Giant Magatama, T-dish, walls. It's a hibachi full of sand. I don't understand how grilling works.
Okay, this is basically saying everything it said yesterday. What about...
Oh, we can go to the courtyard. There's probably a bunch of evidence there.
I was gonna say, what about here? Because this is where the snowmobile is, so maybe we have to examine the snowmobile?
Yeah, we probably should just look at things.
Because I was like, if I didn't know we could go to the courtyard, but,
Why are you even here? Well, it's easy to have a perfect record when you just ignore all of your losses.
I mean, so I think part of her quote-unquote perfect record that she was referring to at this point, I think it's like, I have a perfect record in Germany. Like, I think that's what it is. Because she's like, I went back to Germany to continue my perfect record, right? That's what she said. So I'm like, oh, okay, I see. You're in your mind, you're saying, everything I did here doesn't count. Going back to Germany where I'm undefeated, thus I'm undefeated because what happened here didn't count. Only stuff in Germany counted.
Well, you weren't volunteer prosecutoring. I mean, it's not like what you did wasn't valid and on a record.
What about this door?
No, we'll never know about the door. The door will never give us hints. The murderer is not hiding behind that door. There's nothing... Oh, wait, there's the bell.
That's the bell Iris supposedly rang.
Well, that was useful.
Oh, there's nothing here. Alright, to the courtyard.
How are we supposed to find 5 pieces of evidence when we only have, like, 1 or 2 locations?
Well, so what happens is things update as we go places. So we're eventually going to talk to Larry.
That's a lot of blood.
My guess is at some point today, we're going to have the,
Oh, the staff is here. How is the staff here when the staff's in our pocket?
I don't think it's in our pocket. We just noted.
Oh, so that's where the statue fell from. It fell from this wall.
Yeah, it might have been on top of that rock, I guess.
Wait, was it? I don't think we've conclusively done that yet. Well, it was there being murdered. I think she's being a bit too lazy. She's probably not doing anything anymore. Also a sled. What?
Cross-country skiing.
Yeah, let's look at the window. Well, that's something to probably note. They live on a really big hill.
Well, I mean, she supposedly fell from a room up there, Jeff, is like one of the current things that's been stated.
She fell from something conveniently 10 feet tall. Well, this was not helpful.
Currently isn't anything new here, I guess.
Let's go ask Bikini to solve the crime for us.
Okay, so something updated now, though.
Or if something just screamed. Was that you yelling at me?
Nah, it's fucking Gumshoe screen.
Gumshoe, you need to recenter your mouth.
I hope it's like really rickety when we get there.
You fixed it in an hour? You can't do that to the place she's living.
I mean, well, 100% you can. 100%. If your house becomes a crime scene, Jeff, you can't just walk in there. So yes, you can 100% do that.
Then someone's gonna have to sue the police for stealing my house. And now Franziska's here for some reason. Oh, it's the person who attacks me all the time. Wait, did you just kill him? She's saying that to the person who just murdered the detective. And also me.
Alright, so Franziska's our Maya for the day.
Oh, okay.
Because now that we can go across, she has now decided that. I don't know how he did that.
I don't either.
He managed to put a bunch of planks down, and then got one super long plank and laid it across all the planks he set.
Well, that's clearly not a thing. He nailed, like, he made a 20-foot long board out of just a lot of boards.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, what you would have do to do this patch job would be is he would have fastened all of those essentially what he would have done is he would start with placing a horizontal, then reach out, probably place the next horizontal if he can safely do so. Then lay a board over the top, secure that board into those two boards that he just set, then crawl across the board that's now, the vertical board. Crawl across that, place two more boards down, rinse and repeat until he has a singular line board going across as he's eventually built it over time.
Also, I would 1,000,000% not trust this fucking setup. Like, those ropes, like, the whole bridge was on fire. Those ropes are not good.
Yeah, my brain says so too, but apparently not.
Poof! Magic. We didn't use the bridge, we just used a portal to get over here. Okay, Franziska, let's split up.
Oh, Pearl's is over here. Cool.
Oh, Pearl, you were freezing to death here. Well, yeah, you were stranded for 3 days.
Yeah, something like that at this point. Two or 3 days. Yeah.
Were you living in that furnace?
I think this is day 3.
I was lonely, not, hungry, dying.
I woke up in the morning.
In the
I
wild.
Saw that the dusty bridge was gone. Where did you sleep that you woke up in the morning and found the dusty? Like, where were you sleeping?
Where were you anythinging?
Well, she claims she saw that the bridge was gone in the morning, which means she was sleeping somewhere over here on this side, which makes no sense because she shouldn't have been sleeping over here on this side.
Well, that's why her hair is all droopy. Oh wow, the one person she's nice to, and then she tries to kill her too.
I am persistent on Karma the Prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here.
You were mean to Maya?
Yeah, remember? Maya was accused of a crime.
Oh yeah.
Very first case.
Oh, and Pearl's taking her down a peg.
I don't like you. There's nothing but a little girl. You're nothing but a little girl without your wife.
She didn't phase. That didn't phase her at all. Oh, it did phase her. But not really.
Why are you whipping me? I didn't even
Well, I can't whip the child.
A smile on your lips gave it away. You think you're like, yeah, get him, Pearls.
Oh yeah, Maya died while you were gone. And then she ran away. Whoops, Pearl fell off the cliff. But I didn't even... What about you?
And she's just being a dick.
It's giving me the creeps. I mean, kinda.
Now the thing with Pearls freaking out over Maya's giving him the creeps.
I better look over here at the statues for some reason.
Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago.
Is Maya hiding behind that statue?
These statues have like the raincoat things before?
Yeah, where are their... I don't know, someone just tarped them? Also, the furnace thing is open and used. Well, it's an incinerator, Phoenix. There probably wouldn't be anything in it.
Oh, it's empty, as in it has no ashes in it either.
Well, how empty is Phoenix saying? Yeah, someone used it. It's pretty obvious that they did.
Okay, there were tarps on the statues before. My guess is in a twist, it's gonna be that fucking Pearls burnt random shit to keep herself warm. And potentially, maybe she accidentally burnt something that we need, but... What's this?
A rope, hooking point. Or, what?
It's the post you hook boat ropes to.
That...
okay.
Okay. I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, but she could sense what we were thinking.
Well, if she's telepathic, how the fuck does she lose any case?
Not telepathic, it's intuition, Jeff.
She seems to know a lot more than that.
Jeff, am I psychic because I can guess all the shit with games that surprises you all the time?
Yes.
No, the answer is I have good intuition.
Psychic
I'm really good at
powers.
putting things together. Which one of the things you can put together is what people are thinking based on their actions. You know, facial expressions, things like that. I actually have been told by by my therapist that I'm actually apparently really good at being intuitive to people, and I'm like, that's concerning.
Your therapist was like, "Hey, do you want to do my job for me? I'm kind of sick of it."
No, it was more like just points out that I examine everything to its fullest, and that I'm really good at then from there piecing everything together to see what people's thoughts are and things like that.
Should we go check on Maya to see that she didn't die? And stop just examining all of the landscape? Well, probably a movie or something.
There's the thing we have to do.
Well, why are you next to her? You don't have to be.
She's following us. Wherever we go, she follows.
Well, then keep going. She'll give up eventually.
Oh, we can't keep going because we don't have enough time to.
Why are there 9 locks on this thing?
Not 9 locks. There's just 1 lock on it.
Oh wait, that's a Magatama, not a 9. Also, someone vomited on the poster?
No, there's like oil underneath. There's like some sort of canister underneath it of some sort of like oil or something.
I'm guessing someone was prepping to burn that, but I don't know why you would need to put oil on paper to do that.
I mean, we'll find out if it's oil or if it's something else. Either or, there is just something splattered on it that's like similar to a color of oil.
Well, I mean, it is a jail cell, Phoenix.
Alright, let's find out.
Well, now we'll never know. It's covered in puke. Gravy?
It's gravy.
What the fuck? How the fuck did someone get gravy here?
Carry it in something and then splash it on the thing?
Yes. What?
Maybe to a German, it's a type of sauce. I see gravy as like a separate thing from sauce.
Well, explain that to Franziska then.
They're similar.
And her poofy shoulders.
But like, sauce is like... Gravy is fat-based, I believe, right?
Yeah, it kind of is, pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's why I think like gravy's different, like it's fat-based, and then, you know, sauce is, you know, like tomato-based or like mostly plant-based. I don't know. I guess there's cream sauces, and cream is a type of fat. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just in my mind, gravy's kind of a separate thing from sauce.
How can gravy stink? I don't even know if gravy stinks when it goes bad.
If I throw gravy on something and I leave it there for 2 days.
Or that. She brought dinner with her. What does this have to do with anything?
I don't know. Someone threw gravy on it.
Why did you put this gravy in your case record?
Well, because it being vandalized might be important to the case.
Phoenix picks the stupidest stuff to put in his records. Does she not know what a wafer is? No, she probably says something completely fucking different because there's different illusions in different countries.
Also, these mattresses...
Considering the people that fucking Phoenix has been in contact with, how does he not know what multiculturalism is?
I don't know what these are called, but
yeah, they're just called bedrolls.
Okay, bedroll would be probably the closest thing in English, but I don't know what the Japanese name for these is, like the actual name of them.
Well, we're not speaking to a Japanese, we're speaking to a German lady.
Right, in anime a lot of the times, I feel like I hear these things referred to as futon. I don't know why.
I mean, possibly.
I do hear it referred to as futon.
I don't know if they understand what a futon is.
No, I don't. I think once again it's a weird translation of them. But mattress also isn't right. Bedroll's the closest thing, I guess.
Ah, crap. Franziska's treating us like Maya. We're in a really bad position. No, you can't. Well, actually, I guess you can. Considering that no one has arrested you ever. Yeah, someone made a psycho lock and brought it into real life. It's a very Chinese lock, and I can't handle that. Godot? And he brought his jazz with him.
I was not expecting that to be Godot. That threw me for a fucking loop.
How are you here?
Hi, Godot. I guess you had to become a part of this chapter eventually because...
I mean, if they dropped Godot entirely, I'd be really pissed off, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, this is the last chapter of the game, so you do have to come into the story of this case eventually.
No, the end of the trilogy is gonna have a secret 6th case just for Godot. Does Godot know Franziska and that's gonna bust his stupid, alias? And what, did you get the flu or something? Now, is Franziska gonna whip Godot?
Well, she did just call him the very worst kind of prosecutor.
And that's Franziska saying that. She is the most hated character.
By you. I doubt she's the most hated character out of the whole series.
Actually, maybe people hate Larry more than her. I could see that. Larry's annoying, constantly useless, always in the game, so we have to deal with him being stupid and useless.
I mean, I think that's the comedy to him, is that he's stupid and useless.
It's not very funny.
I can't think of any recurring character in this game that I really hate.
You can't just take over the case for her. That's not how this works. Unless she, like, resigns. Which I extremely doubt that she's gonna resign. Holy shit. Godot's gonna get the whipping of a lifetime. Whippingberg? Really?
Go home.
Or she's gonna whip us instead. I guess we don't know how old Godot is, but isn't Godot like in his 30s?
I don't know. Well, so the game marks him as question mark. Anyway, he just made a comment that Phoenix deserves more whippings than that.
I just got here, you dumbass. You can't make fun of me for not knowing what's going on when I barely investigated anything. Well, take his fucking mask off. How could it be... What could Godot, like... The only relation he has to this whole fucking case, if he's the guy we think he is just... Mia was our mentor, and that's it. Like, nothing else in this case relates to him.
Iris poisoned him, Jeff.
Nuh-uh. It's the other guy.
If he's that guy...
It's the other girl. Which means there is no relation.
It means that Iris poisoned him, or Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned him.
Then why would he be sad about that? Or he said this.
I mean, that was the thing he said the first time we faced him. I returned from the depths of hell to challenge you.
I mean, if he had a near-death experience, that'd probably be really memorable. You're not an actual cyborg, Godot.
Yeah, I don't know. He supposedly died.
So the assumed poisoning caused him to go blind.
But also he was presumed dead, so somehow he managed to not die. But at the end of the day, what he ended up losing fully was his...
Do we seriously want to add this in this universe, like actual, like Cyclops technology? What do you mean? What?
Well, it sounds like there's more potential to than just the mask. Like you might have like artificial organs and shit.
So rather than do something clever, we're just gonna lay out his entire character arc right now.
No, we're just laying out that he apparently had died once.
Dude, I don't know you. But again, why would he be sad about this? Especially if he's gonna take over the case. Like, if he's gonna take over the case, that makes even less sense, because if he's sad that we're too stupid to convict the person who tried to kill him for this crime, like, he was gonna take over prosecuting or... Oh wait, we are gonna defend her, so that actually would make more sense.
First of all, sorrow...
Where's the sorrow in this?
I think it has to do with his connection to Mia. Like, you know... Well, okay, so, you know, let's think of it this way, right? Because the two things were anger and sorrow, right?
Yes.
Well, Iris is the one that poisoned him, right? Our defendant is presumably the one that caused him to be cyborgy.
And he's gonna prosecute her case.
Whatever it is, right? So, anger. There's your anger, right? He's against her. He wants to see her go down. She's a fucking monster. Anger. Sorrow. Potentially, this whole fucking thing up to this goddamn point was actually not so much that he was against us, so much as he was challenging us and being against us, not because he actually hated us, but because he wanted to put pressure on us to improve because of Mia, like his connection with Mia. Like he you know, that could be a thing. So there's the sorrow. By having to take down, he has to take down Iris, right? She's the girl that poisoned him, blah, 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 blah. All that anger. But the sorrow comes from the fact that in doing so, he also takes down Phoenix.
Which is fine, because his career's not on the fucking line on this. Like, he's already semi-famous.
True. We'll see how that ends up panning out. But there's still sorrow in, like, you know, taking down the person you cares about,
Well, that's the thing I'm getting... That's the thing I'm getting stuck on, is that if this guy is Vincent Valentine, like, he didn't give much of a shit about Mia in the first place. Like, he barely knew Vincent by the time he was there, in her case. He didn't even want to be there.
But he chose to be there, and he clearly cared about
I don't understand why he was, because he was, like, insulting the fact that he was there. I don't know why the hell he thought he needed to be.
He was trying to help teach her.
He was annoyed and dunking on her a few times.
No, I think you're misremembering things.
But we already found the missing child. We immediately found her. Oh wait, Maya disappeared.
But Maya's still missing.
How the hell did that happen? I extremely doubt that. There's only two places. There's only two places she could be. She would either stay here or she'd wander off into the forest.
So as he said, there's the chances of her being here are nil, except for one place.
Or there's on
the other side of that lock, which is on the other side of that lock that no one can get open.
Wait, this thing? There's a cave on the other side of this thing? So she took shelter in the cave that... Okay, that doesn't... Unless she was training in that cave, none of this makes sense.
She was 100% training in the cave, Jeff. That's essentially what we learned the cave was for, so...
We didn't even know this cave existed until now.
What? Jeff, we were in here earlier. We saw this goddamn door.
Yeah, we saw the door. I didn't understand what the hell the jail was for.
It led to... Well, you can see that it leads into a cave.
It could also lead into a tiny room. What the fuck is back there?
You can see that it leads... It's the mouth of a cave behind there. You can see...
Well, what's all that blue shit? That could just be a bunch of tarps. Or I don't know, a light back there that's a weird color. The fact that this room is just dug out of the ground doesn't tell me that this is a whole big-ass cave back there. The fuck is a trick lock? Also, you don't need to defeat a trick lock. You can get a fucking chain cutter. The fuck are you blaming Mia's death on me and not the person who actually killed her?
Apparently.
Was it only 2 years ago? Oh, wait, did we somehow know the guy who murdered her?
I mean, I'm trying to remember why he murdered her.
Because he was Phoenix's dad.
His name was Mr. Blue, if I remember right. He had like a whole red, white, and blue gimmick to him.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll just Google this. Who murdered Mia Fey? Again, we didn't kill her, you fucking moron.
Well, I don't think he means literally. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. Yeah, okay, so that's what it was. Mia was gonna take down Mr. Blue or whatever the fuck his name was, but she bit off more than he could chew.
Someone asked in a question related to this, why does Godot cry blood? What?
Well, you might have spoiled something for yourself, Jeff. You shouldn't have Googled it the way you Googled it. I would have just Googled, like, very first case of...
I literally Googled who killed Mia Fey, and that was a related question. Like, what the fuck?
But you should have just looked up the first case of the game that you know that it happened in instead, because who killed Mia Fey can come into this if there's more to the story or something.
Well, you were pretty much dead on because the guy who killed her was named Red White.
Okay, his company was Blue then. His company had the name Blue in it. Because I remember there's a thing with him it was Red, White, and Blue. There was Red, White, and Blue to him. And so I think his company that he owned was Blue Holdings or something like that. I don't know. It was.
I'm trying to figure out why he did that.
Well, Godot just told you, but you were busy Googling, I think, at that point. She was looking into him to take him down, and, you know, she was getting too close to the truth, and so he killed her. And he's holding us responsible for not protecting her.
Okay, so it was a pretty simple crime. He killed her to cover up another crime he was doing in his shady business.
Yeah, as I said, she was looking into him, and she got too close to the truth. That's like what Godot said.
So, how are those bolt cutters coming along?
Well, apparently any amount of excessive force used on the lock will cause an earthquake.
How?
I don't know. I could see it if you're using some sort of impressive drill, but like using just a bolt cutter, I don't see how that would do it.
I guess that would explain why it's a trick lock. I mean, it's right there. Just because there's no keyhole doesn't mean that's not the locking mechanism. Was it you, Godot? Did you put it there? No, I'm thinking it's Godot. This is all an elaborate, like, proving ourselves thing.
I don't know. I'm still not sure if Godot's against Phoenix and truly does blame Phoenix.
Like, we have to remember, him being here at all is insanely suspicious. He just appeared here. No one's seen him since this.
Well, so apparently, what Godot said he was doing for what he was doing here, Jeff, is that he's currently part of the group whose job it is right now is to get to Maya.
I gotta stare at this lock for another hour. And maybe it'll break using my Cyclops vision. Can we dig around the lock? I know it would take a while, but can we pickaxe our way through the wall and get to her?
Well, here's part of the twist.
You'll never accept us. What?
He never accepts us. He doesn't like as me as successor and all that stuff.
Most of my friends apparently hate me. But yeah, I could definitely see, like, you know, maybe the trick lock triggers, like, an earthquake-like effect to happen, but there's no way that a person can cause an actual earthquake.
You just said due to the area being prone to earthquakes, any amount of excessive force used to break through those chains and stuff will cause some sort of tremor that could, you know, cave in or be dangerous to the inside of the other. Like, it's not like the entire place is gonna collapse or anything, but like the inside area on the other side of that locked door, there could be issues with that happen there. Is what he said.
If the cave was, like, unstable, sure, but, like, again, people cannot cause earthquakes. Even if the area was prone to earthquakes, you can't control it.
People can indeed cause earthquakes.
Ah, bullshit. There's no way.
Have you heard of fracking?
Yeah, but that's a huge operation. And that's that's a company, not a person.
It's still human. Well, it's still humans causing an earthquake in the long run.
And again, like, direct causality.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm doubting this one.
By pumping the water or whatever it is into the shale and cracking it up, it can create instability that can cause tremors. Look it up. Cracking can cause earthquakes.
It can contribute, is what I would imagine is the best that they could prove. Is Gumshoe have any insight on the dumb murder trap underground? The whatever it is. This game is really lighthearted about the, you know, the imminent death. Indeed, Gumshoe, indeed.
They're not talking about her imminent death.
They should be always talking about it. I don't know how they could talk about anything else.
Because when there's nothing else you can do about something, sometimes what ends up being the best thing to do so that you don't just break down and become useless is to focus your energy elsewhere for the time being. And that is what I believe is happening right now. Literally, we can't, like, there are people working on saving her. Edgeworth is bringing Iris here, who supposedly can open it.
Godot is just staring at it.
Godot is working with the people who are with Edgeworth, like this whole group that's doing this. And then us and Von Karma are, you know, searching for clues about the murder, and Gumshoes is presumably doing some of the same. And apparently through that door on the left, that yellow gate there, is a garden that we've never fucking gone to for some reason.
All because Phoenix respects signs.
Yeah, apparently.
It's got some stuff on it.
At all. It's got like blood and Maya's name written upside down.
Well, apparently that was the case from the first case that we worked on. Or the second case. It was probably the second case. Because that's what got Maya put in jail.
Yeah, that Mia wrote Maya's name in blood.
Which means that the person who's doing all these murders is Red White, who broke out of jail.
I don't know, I doubt it.
There are plenty of clues in this tiny box.
I mean, yeah, there's some weird shit. There's, what the fuck's this in the snow? And there's the blood here.
There's all the snow missing.
There's, like, shit underneath here that, I mean, I assume it might just be ashes from this, but I don't know.
It's not really ashes if it's a bunch of sticks.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Oh, my point is you could draw, like, a bunch of ash pieces that could look like that, kind of.
That's a lantern?
No, the lantern is the stone thing, not the thing in the snow.
How about the thing in the bush? How about the thing in the bush? Is that their excuse? Like, it's somehow frozen to the ground so they can't pick it up? Okay. I'll keep you...
Oh, hold on.
Wait. Yeah, now we get to the important thing.
I was hovering over the wrong thing.
That's not a leather cord, that's string. Wait, how do you know? How does that prove this?
Well,
the ends of the cord found on the victim. Okay, apparently that. Which again, I'm a little suspicious about because it's string, but sure. So who's this a yam person?
It's not a yam.
A yam committed this crime.
No. If you're trying to
oh,
read
it's
it
a
like
ha.
that, Jeff,
it's a ha.
It would be how, because it'd be HOW for the last stuff.
What the fuck do you mean O?
Well, there's no letter that has a line at the bottom, so you just assume it's a fucked up O. If you're reading it from top to bottom and pretending that's the letters, and you're being completely ignorant to the fact that it is very clearly just written upside down, you have to write off that middle A after the M, well, between the M and the Y, as a fucked up O where they like didn't lift their hand all the way, and that's why there's a line connecting it to the H instead of it being an A into a Y. And then I guess the first one is presumably could be read as a B, maybe like a lowercase b. I don't know.
So this is unreadable by that metric.
Well, I would say
because it'd be
Ohibu. It'd be Bahoy. How? It'd just be BHOW. Like that's what it would be. But
I'm seeing this as OHBW.
No, the middle one's definitely not B.
Nah, that's a really sideways B. It's the only thing I can see that makes sense.
I see it as an O, but you didn't lift up. I see it as an O, but you didn't lift up your hand enough when you moved to start drawing the H.
Okay, so we're looking for a foreigner, obviously.
Anyway, it's
Franziska,
Maya.
this is your name in German.
No, it says Maya, and it's written in blood, apparently.
Dang it, they didn't go with our joke. Wait, was it actually written in blood?
Yeah, it was written in blood.
Huh. It's really bright for blood.
Yeah, there's no stone on the ground here. That is weird. In an almost perfect rectangle.
Yeah, it couldn't have happened naturally. Like, literally never possible. Why would he be sweeping up the snow? Wait, you have other men here? Where are they?
There is he always says other. A lot of the times he'll bring up other men.
Where are they? They're never here.
I mean, we never see them.
If there were other men, they could help stare at that lock longer. Is he just gonna blab it right now?
I'll look up.
Okay. So what did that have to do with anything? Why in this chapter specifically is, like, Gumshoe written to be this stupid?
He's been super dumb before.
I don't remember him bringing up these completely inconsequential stories before.
I think he's done before.
So that doesn't help us at all.
Just tells us the torches were last burned around the time.
Well, why is the broom not important? The broom could have been the murder weapon.
Alright, that looks like everything.
Well, we're getting somewhere.
I have to talk to him about the topics.
Are you sure? Well, I mean, if the murder didn't happen here, then it didn't. The stone lantern look fishy?
No, the snow around it.
Hmm.
I think that's the game telling me to present the snow.
Well, she's currently dying, so, you know. Actually, she died already.
Yeah, so Godot's got a search party out looking for her, and they're currently having Edgeworth bring Iris out here to open the thing so that they can search in there as well.
So rather than have more people work on the obvious trick lock, they're just looking out in the bamboo forest randomly.
I mean, randomly is not correct, because that's not how you search for people. That's how you end up losing more people.
Well, is that how this police unit would do it?
I was gonna say, you search by grid. Everybody gets in a line and moves through a grid. That's how you comb through a forest to find missing people.
The forest is all bent as shit. The windstorm happened somewhere?
I mean, I assume the snow can weigh it down a bit. It's not like it's not like bamboo is that, you know, sturdy that, you know, if a little weight builds up on it in some way, probably bends them. Hell, maybe it bends naturally under its own weight. I actually have no idea.
So they brought the victim's blood over here because potatoes.
Jeff, do you remember how we're looking for a different crime scene?
We are looking for a second crime scene, but are you sure it's here?
I mean, it could be.
But why would they commit two different crimes this far apart from each other? This seems really complicated for trying to get away with murder, which is, you know, why you would present it back at the main building. That's very presumptuous, Francisca. It's just unfortunate we can't prove that.
Yeah, it's their current theory, as you said.
Well, we can't find any blood anywhere else. And that's why we swept the blood away, to hide the tracks of stuff. And if that was just like dressing up the crime to get away with the crime, or I don't know, some fucked up reason, why would you set up the statue and the sword part of it?
I was gonna say, I don't think this is actually what she saw, or something to it, because once again, that picture shows that the weapon she's stabbing all the way through her is the fucking this thing, which we know didn't happen, so, like, the picture they keep showing us there isn't quite what happened there. Something happened that she witnessed, but it's not necessarily that.
I'm trying to work out why make it this complicated?
I don't know, figure out once we piece it all together.
It'd probably help if we could figure out who actually did the crime. Should probably work on the motive. What's the motive behind this? So obviously the person had to do the murder before the bridge caught on fire.
Gumshoes is saying the second the bridge was complete, the cops booked it over here. So clearly no one could have tampered with the crime scene. However, as Phoenix is pointing out, oh no, he's saying I can't think of a counter argument to that, which I disagree with, because there is one person who could have tampered with the crime scene.
Is it Pearl?
Pearls. Yeah, Pearl.
Pearl took all the snow from here and put it in the incinerator.
No.
Wait, there was blood on the lantern?
Yes, Jeff, there is blood on the lantern.
Is it in the lantern?
No, I will show you where there is blood on the lantern here in a second.
Wait, do you mean the giant? You mean the giant white thing?
There is blood on this lantern.
It's not the first thing I would think of to call this thing.
It's a lantern. It's a Japanese-style lantern.
It's a really big lantern.
It's just a big version of this. It's just a big version of this one.
We'll call it the obelisk. It's the obelisk lantern.
No, it's not quite an obelisk. I don't think obelisks get this decorative. I think like the definition of an obelisk means it has to basically just go straight up. Be like basically just a straight line kind of deal. I don't know. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna look up the definition of an obelisk later, because I feel like every time people refer to, because like you wouldn't call the Eiffel Tower an obelisk, because of the shape of it, but you could call the Washington Monument an obelisk.
I don't know if I'd call something that's 12 feet tall a lantern either.
I don't think it's 12 feet tall.
It's taller than this torch.
Yeah, but these torches aren't, like, I assume these torches are like chest height, because you gotta be able to light it. Like, and look at the length of the broom. Like, think of the length of a broom when you're holding it. Now turn it sideways so it's leaning against the wall, so its visual is slightly shorter. So if if we were to pick it up and stand it straight on the edge of its end bristles, it would be slightly taller than what we're seeing it. And yeah, this probably is like slightly around chest height, which means this is just slightly taller than a person. It's like a head or so taller than a person. So not 12 feet tall, or like 8 feet tall, or 9 feet tall.
Gumshoe's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Got anything you have to say to this stuff?
She dropped it when she landed on the other side?
Supposedly. That's according to... It was dropped by the supposed flying person.
Well, if the murder happened in 2 different places, then that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it was dropped... whatever happened, it was dropped while transporting the body is what likely happened in some way, shape, or form.
Well, clearly the person transported the body when they were flying over everything.
Alright, where else is there potentially new stuff? Is down here new stuff?
We still haven't investigated that hall very much.
Oops, didn't mean to go there. Yeah, I kind of want to go... Oh, something's happening here.
We have a new visitor, and it's Franziska.
Oh, it's Iris. They were bringing Iris here to open the
Well,
lock.
yeah, you're supposed to... You don't have time to talk. Go to the other place. How much of an emergency do you actually have to fit a state of emergency? Because I don't think this qualifies. Like, a single person's in danger, the mountain's not in a state of disaster, like...
I mean, he didn't say that he, like, did it honestly. There might have been some weird way he decided to word the situation to make it sound more urgent.
What sort of...
Well, I mean, so you have someone who you're pretty certain where they are, but they're also potentially starving and or freezing. So, like, it does make sense that you might be able to bring in some sort of special emergency group that would be more bodies than would be, like, necessarily normal.
What sort of connections does this guy have? Who does he know? Did you put the trick lock actually do that? Because to be honest, I was very doubting that Iris locked up Maya. Wouldn't that be a better reason for me to go?
No, Jeff. So here's the thing, right?
Sure.
Let's say someone is like your close family member or someone you care really about is in a really dangerous predicament. the emergency services wouldn't want you getting close to them because you're gonna fucking panic and you're gonna fucking become a huge mess, and then they're also gonna have to deal with you. It's better if they can just remove you from the scene while they go about doing the emergency thing, and then eventually deliver any bad news or get to it. It's the same reason why I can't be in the room while they're performing surgery on my wife, even if I was fully medically dressed up and everything. They don't just let me be in the room where they're cutting in. Some places have areas you can watch the surgery from, but you're still further removed than being literally in the room where they're cutting the person open, right? It's similar stuff to that.
Okay, then let's go.
Panicking and causing additional problems because you're freaking the fuck out.
Then let's go. Yeah, I'm currently doing the investigation. I'm literally doing that right now. Edgeworth can't stop us. Run!
Ah, fuck you.
But I need to do that stuff.
Oh,
I've already done all the investigation here.
Ah! Fucking stop.
Well, then you go. Also, you're not banned from going over there.
She's still palling around with us.
Why? She's so awful and bad as a person. She's just been standing here being sad for an hour.
I mean, I assume she's moving around the temple, but we don't have the whole temple to explore, so this is the room they use for being inside the temple.
It's a good thing that this investigation is very convenient for us. We can't even go to Elise's room and see all the blood that's in it.
They already stated there was no blood in her room.
They're probably lying. It's probably in the corner they didn't look at. Why did she come talk to you when she was with the police?
She didn't say that she talked.
Or this.
See, I wasn't allowed to talk with her. She just saw it. She
okay.
saw them come by. And it's making her feel super guilty about it all.
If you didn't talk to her, how that?
I mean, maybe she said something. Maybe they saw each other, and while she wasn't supposed to talk to her, Iris still managed to say something, and then Edgeworth pushed them along to prevent.
Oh, you're not gonna whip her too? You pushes Francisco over.
Francisco hasn't whipped the sister. The only person Francisco's been whipping today is Gumshoe and Phoenix. She hasn't whipped anybody else.
Maybe Phoenix should do his pathetic punch to her face that's not gonna do anything. Because he acquired no strength from being in, I don't think it's Street Fighter 4. I can't remember the fighting game he was in.
Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Mr. Blue Suits.
I think specifically he's in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I don't know if he's in base.
He's not in the Super Deluxe Ultra Alpha version.
No, he is in what is the second bigger version of the game. He is in that one. I just don't know if he was in the base, like the original release. Because there's two versions of that game. One is Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and the other one's Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And I know he's in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but characters were added for Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and I think he was one of the characters added for that version of the game.
Well, yeah, no one else could critique your ability as a witness other than the people who did the case. It's not like you got put in the news for that.
Oh, apparently we have everything we need to set the cycle on.
Are you sure? I don't think we got that much evidence.
Oh, apparently it says it looks like it's time for. Anyway, I want to see something though.
You want to see all the blood again?
No, I want to see if.
No, he's just talking about the hill.
Damn it! Well, my hope was that because Francisco's following us now, that there's new dialogue for some of this shit. but it doesn't look like it.
The only new dialogue would just be her whipping us and us dying.
Yeah, but there's that achievement for the whole step ladder versus ladder argument that happens throughout every fucking game every time you see a goddamn ladder. And it hasn't happened yet in this case, because every single time we've investigated and been in that room with that ladder, only one of us has been there. There's been no one to be like, hey, fucking, is it a step, like, what's the difference? Because normally it's Maya and Phoenix, and so I thought maybe instead of Maya and Phoenix getting into the bicker, like, about step ladders versus ladders, that it was gonna somehow become us and Francisca, but it didn't. So, well, I guess we just do this then. Boom.
So what do we have that proves her identity? Cause I kinda clueless on that one. What do we have that pierces her true identity?
I assume one of the things we just picked up that we didn't really look at the details of. Yep. Turin Master's Talisman.
Oh, didn't look at that part.
There you go. I was like, it's gonna be one of the new things we picked up, and then I guess we only picked up one new thing. I thought we picked up more than one new thing, but... Oh.
Well, we did pick up the puke poster, or the gravy poster.
The gravy poster somewhere in there.
I found it frozen to a bush. What's inside the talisman? Tries to open it. Breaks it. Dang it, we need another thing.
I mean, it's the scroll, I assume, because why would it need to be vandalized if we're not trying to hide?
Well, how can we use it as...
The scroll was updated. Oh, I thought it was, we had two different ones. We had the before and we had the after. I was trying to find the before one, so that we had the one that like showed.
You just showed how it's not evidence.
I can still see the crest.
This seems pretty flimsy, to be honest.
I mean, no, crests are very important. If she has a crest of the master of, if she has the talisman that proves of the master of who that crest is, and we know that crest is associated with Curain Village, and we know that the master of Curain Village is Misty Faye, then we know, boom, 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 right?
It's Misty Faye's great-great-great-grandmother who's lost to time. She's very magic, and she's also very bad at magic. Well, that was easy.
Well, we only had to show two things, Jeff. You said 9, it was only 2.
Well, it's usually that thing. It's like we have to answer like 2 questions for like every 3 locks. It's ridiculous. It's like we get 4 locks and they're like, okay, you need to answer 7 questions. It's like, what the hell?
Apparently she only showed up like a few weeks ago or something.
So she's just been living on the bamboo forest all this time.
No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
It's full of, herbs.
Symbol of the Master of Curain, which is the village that Maya comes from.
And she believes in it, even though she abandoned her village. She's also dead, so all of these revelations are kind of hollow.
I mean, there's still mystery to it. You know, she was gone for 17 years.
I would imagine it's gonna make Maya feel
murder,
like complete shit.
Her murder might be tied to some of the stuff with that missing.
She didn't choose to show herself. What the? I mean, to her, like, just her. But,
yeah,
but that's not like revealing herself.
Well, she revealed herself in the fact that she showed Bikini. She could have came to Bikini and been like, "Hi, my name's Elise," right? And not like pretended to not be herself, but she didn't. she came to Bikini and showed the talisman to prove that she was Misty Faye. So she flat out just approached when she came here at, you know, whatever few months or weeks ago. She literally proved right off the bat, you know, without being questioned, just herself, she approached Bikini and said, "Hey, I'm Misty Faye. Here is proof," right? So she needed something, right?
So who killed the Mystic and also did not drop a statue on her?
So apparently something happened that pulled her out of hiding, and we're about to figure that out.
Is it the earthquake?
Well, there's apparently an earthquake happening.
Well, I'm guessing one of the cops touched that lock they weren't supposed to. Wait, how do you know it's coming from the inner temple?
No. It wasn't that the earthquake's coming from the inner temple. It's that the earthquakes could cause the inner temple to collapse.
Maybe you should have secured the cave, considering that someone had access to the stupid cave. You could have braced it with some supports. Especially if it was that damn fragile. But you're banned from there.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna stop Phoenix at this point.
Oh, someone burned the bridge again. Guess you can't go there. I don't think that first aid kits are gonna fix the cave-in.
I mean, okay, no, not if it's a cave-in, but yeah, no matter what, Maya's not gonna be in good condition, so getting some form of medical care to her until you can get EMTs and hospital people to her. Although given with the search party, they probably already brought EMTs. So Bikini's just trying to help to be helpful and doesn't really need to do what she's doing, but...
Considering that the police are the only people that have been mentioned so far, I'm thinking that they're that incompetent that they have not gotten anyone else up here.
Maybe. We'll find out.
Because,
anyway.
you know, you don't need medical people, you just fill the place with cops and it'll get sorted out.
Oh,
wait, how'd you get here so fast?
There's Edgeworth.
Did
I
Iris get away from you some? Wait, did she just whip Edgeworth?
Yeah, she's whipping Edgeworth.
No, she's whipping Phoenix. I fucking knew it. You didn't even have her handcuffed. Did she fall off the bridge again?
Alright.
How'd you fuck up that bad?
By the way, we're gonna end up defending Maya probably, because Maya's name's written in blood again.
Also, the other thing is, like, who the fuck released Iris just into Miles' custody?
That makes sense.
Wait.
That makes sense. That's how she managed to
He
get
has
away.
a fear of earthquakes.
We established this literally earlier today!
Yeah, but why was his
like,
father's
why?
death caused him to have a fear of it?
Yeah, because when you're a kid and your father dies in a horrific thing during an earthquake...
Oh yeah, he was in the elevator.
It causes trauma.
I forgot he was actually there.
Yeah, he was literally there, trapped in the elevator with his dad and the security guard. And the earthquake happened, which caused him to get stuck in the elevator. And then there was panicking because there was only so much air. And then Von Karma, who was outside of the elevator, happened to cross where like the elevator kind of.
He happened to happen across the elevator when someone randomly shot through the elevator, and he used that bullet hole to kill a guy.
Yeah. And the person who shot the gun was
okay. So during the earthquake, he fainted.
Yeah, and that was her opportunity to escape.
I mean, it was really easy at that point. Considering, again, she got released into a custody of one dude. No, you don't. You need to go help Maya first. Actually, I have no idea which priority they'd put on this. Would you go for the escaped convict, or would you help the trapped person first? Phoenix doesn't know that. Okay, based on my random guess of the person I don't know, believe me.
Alright. Now there's 3 of us.
Somehow he convinced Edgeworth that we were right.
You just gotta get Godot, and then we have a tourney squad.
What? Oh crap, we got tied up. Oh crap!
These locks are on. Oh, that's what? There's more locks on the thing now. What?
Wasn't Godot here the whole time? Where did he go?
I don't know if Godot was here the whole time.
What else could he have been doing?
Oh, we found Iris though.
Who put 4 more locks on, and also like 10 more chains on this wall?
What do you mean to be continued?
How can it be to be continued? We're already
We
here.
don't need to go to the next day of court. That makes no fucking sense.
What are we doing? There's already an emergency happening. Are we just leaving?
I don't know. Because normally this would mean that we're jumping to the next trial day.
I don't know what the fuck they're thinking.
I don't know. They're starting right.
Oh.
They just put a save point. They just
Okay.
Put a save point. Anyway, I have a pill I have to take at 11 o'clock every night. Well, I don't have to take it at 11, but I have to do it before I forget. So, and I have a reminder on my phone that goes off at 11. So.
Are you gonna knock your own ass out?
No, it's not a pill. It doesn't make me drowsy. I did buy what's it called? Melatonin the other day though. Used that for the first time. That shit works.
Yeah, I've used it off and on, and it's pretty good.
I was gonna say, remember when like I couldn't sleep at all fucking like 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, you got on that shit.
Well, so I think part of that was because I think I ended up getting myself addicted to ZQL.
Of all things.
Yeah, well, not like addicted to like having like a dependency where my body's like, I need it, or like I'm like craving it or something, but like I think the reason I couldn't fall asleep is because my body was waiting for the chemicals from the ZQL, but also because I did take ZQL during that time to try to fall asleep, but also I think I had taken ZQL too much within a short period of time to the point where a normal dose of ZQL wasn't enough to make my brain do anything. Because I was taking ZQL and then I was staying up all night anyway. Like that was the thing that was happening during that time. And it's when I like quit taking the ZQL and like panned it out over the course of like another week, then I was fine. And I remember one of the weird things with my like couldn't sleep very well thing is, you know, I'd essentially stay up as long as I could and then eventually I'd get to a point where I'd crash, right? And I'd fall asleep. But,
yeah, probably not the best way to operate.
Right, I know. But on like normal times in my life where I've stayed up super late and then just kind of crashed, there was like symptoms that were happening that I wasn't like, all in all, I was awake probably normal lengths of time. Like because I was waking up, you know, at like 9 o'clock at night and staying up until 10 in the morning, right? That's only, you know, 13 hours of being awake, right? So that's, you know, people are awake for 13 hours most days anyway. But I was like super sluggish, lethargic. I was getting really bad headaches. And I'm like, you know what? In hindsight, those might have been withdrawal symptoms. I might have been going through like a minor withdrawal symptoms over the ZQL, and I remember talking to a doctor of mine about it, and they recommended if I need a sleep aid to use melatonin because unlike ZQL, which has, you know, it's like, you know, it's a medication and stuff, the melatonin is just not a vitamin's not necessarily the right word, but it's like a thing that naturally occurs in the body and isn't like, you know, you know, it's not like a medicine where your body's gonna take it and run.
It's not artificial.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know what's in ZQL. I'm not gonna say ZQL's. I don't know if artificial is the right word because, for example, marijuana is not artificial, but the chemicals in marijuana don't naturally occur in the body, right? So,
yeah, that's
like,
true.
That's what I'm getting at. The chemicals that make up ZQL aren't naturally occurring in the body, so your body can grow that like weird dependency on it. Meanwhile, the melatonin is a naturally occurring thing in the body, so it's easier on your body to use that as a sleep aid than to use other sleep aids like ZQL. But the problem with it is the melatonin for some people, because it's naturally occurring in the body, their bodies, it doesn't help them as much as like ZQL and stuff, because ZQL is gonna knock you super out. The melatonin is just gonna make you drowsy enough to fall asleep. But like when I've used sleep stuff like ZQL in the past, like you can't even wake me up when I fall asleep on it. Like it's so that's kind of the difference. So if you're having trouble falling asleep, my doctor was saying the melatonin. If you're having trouble staying asleep, then things like this.
Now the big twist. The big twist of this whole case. Bam! She can't do it. She doesn't have a Magatama. Give her a Magatama. How would Miles fix this?
I don't know, I think he's just putting blame on himself for passing out during the earthquake.
Nah, I forgot about my cold for like the past 3 hours. I'm fine. You know, it was pretty fucking lucky that, like, Iris just happened to be here like we predicted.
Alright, so there you go. She's with the third person for today. She's now with Edgeworth.
Anyway, I need to go take another little break. Might be back in a minute or two.
Grab another drink. And I'll wait. I'll wait for Jeff to come back.
At least that's another perk of doing two-person LP, is that you have someone to bounce off of during breaks.
I mean, I just kind of sit, so... I basically got to... I, like, continued playing for a little bit, and then I got to a point where I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for Jeff to get back, and then I grabbed myself a drink. Now, grabbing myself a drink persisted of me reaching over to where I pulled, like, a pack of drinks into my room before we started this, and just grabbing the next one off the pack. So to catch you up on what kind of happened, Francisca has finally left us. Kind of.
Perfect.
She's still technically, like, narratively
Excuse me.
around the area we're in, but she's currently taking a look at the locks. Like, she's essentially getting up close and personal with the locks.
Yeah, what happened to Godot? Where the fuck did he go?
I don't know where Godot is. Godot hasn't been brought up. Anyway, after, you know, Edgeworth was feeling grumpy about himself and mad about himself and everything, Francisca talked him into, you know, going elsewhere. So he said he was gonna take up the investigation in the garden. He was gonna take up the investigation in the garden, so he left to go do that. And then Francisca brought up an interesting point about pride, where, you know, having too much pride can be a folly, but you also need to have enough pride to, you know, to do the attorney thing that they do. And I was like, yeah, that's an interesting thought. And because when Francisca brought up, like, the pride thing and, like, made it sound like pride was bad, I was like, well, fuck you, Francisca. You're, you know, you got all the pride, like, you're a prideful person. But then she, like, covers it by stating that you have to sit in it's a delicate balance with pride. And I'm like, yeah.
You see, pride is a bad thing, just as long as I'm not the one doing it.
Anyway, no, not quite. Anyway.
That's how it comes off a bit.
No, because she said we. She said we need pride. Like, she was referring to all the attorneys need pride.
So Iris is here.
After she walked off, Francisca walked off to go look at the locks. So as I said, she's presumably narratively in this room, so I don't know if she's gonna talk back in as we say things. But we essentially pulled Iris aside and said, you know, I want to ask you a few questions. And so now we're asking Iris a few questions.
I mean, she kind of escaped for like, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so Francis is gonna still chime in. So I was like, she's like, well, I'm gonna go take a look at those locks. I'm like, that's cool. We're still currently in the same room though. So are you gonna keep chiming in at least while we're still in this room? And the answer looks like yes.
Franziska has no sense of personal space.
I mean, this isn't a very large room. That's why I was like, it feels like Francisca should chime in.
Maya must be like really, really dead to not be at like the door being like, knock, 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 help. Or something. Like,
yeah, that's a valid point. I mean, she has been locked in there for just a little over 2 days, I think, at this point.
Wait, they're a sacred treasure of the Karain? How did they all get here? Is Pearl doing this?
I don't know, we'll have to find out.
Pearl, you committed the crime! Maybe a ghost is putting them on the door.
I don't think that's what it is.
Or maybe Godot's fucking with us.
I don't think that's it either.
Well, who would have sacred treasures of the mystic? Bikini?
No, I don't think that's it either. First of all, we were with Bikini when the whole earthquake thing happened. And we went straight from here back to Bikini when there was only one lock. So if Bikini went to put more locks on here, it would have came across it. No, my guess is it's either like physical manifestations of the Psylocks we're used to looking at. So there's some mystical mumbo bullshit happening that is causing legitimate locks to form on there. And my guess is it might be Maya. Is what's causing the locks to appear on there.
This is where I start side-eyeing the game.
In the sense that it's mystical mumbo-jumbo Psylocks.
Are you mumbo-jumboing me, game?
The game's mumbo-jumbo you from the start! I literally
Yeah, but this is literal mumbo-jumbo.
And a ghost showing up in a person's body isn't mumbo-jumbo?
Well, they're not being the antagonist now, are they?
Actually, I'm almost certain that I'm gonna actually go look it up. Because a Haitian spirit riding you might literally be where the word mumbo jumbo comes from. So mumbo jumbo might literally come from words having to do with because I'm pretty sure they come from the voodoo and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's where the words come from. Mumbo jumbo is a West African word often cited by historians and etymologists as deriving from the word mumbo jumbo, a masked male dancer who takes part in religious ceremonies. In the 18th century, mumbo jumbo referred to a West African god.
Really?
Describes mumbo jumbo as a character complete with masquerade habit. Who males of the area in West Africa where this word comes from would dress up as in order to resolve domestic disputes. According to concise Oxford English Dictionary, mumbo jumbo is a noun and is the name of a idol said to have been worshipped by some tribes. In its figurative sense, mumbo jumbo is an object of senseless veneration or meaningless ritual. So, alright, it's not quite, it comes from West Africa. So it comes from where the same stuff that would eventually transfer and mix in the Caribbean to become like the voodoo and stuff we know. It comes from the same kind of area, but it's not related to that, which is interesting to know. But anyway, in voodoo, you channel spirits and they ride you, which is the term for the possession and channeling medium stuff. They use ride. And so, you know, to literally be like, oh man, this weird mythical stuff is happening, is still, yeah, very much in line with stuff like voodoo. So yeah, but yeah, so I think side-eyeing the fact that these locks are showing up as physical locks this time, because it's even more important, or even more, because like my thought with why the locks are physically showing up, if they are still being, you know, it's still mystical bullshit, is the reason they're physically showing up is it has to do with very even stronger emotions than normal with this stuff. And my guess it might have to do with conflict between Maya and her mother.
Game.
Yeah, fuck you. I literally think this attitude is really stupid. Like, the game has a medium. There's magic in this world.
Nope. When they're getting in my way and becoming problems, nah, I'm not willing to let that slide.
They already have been getting in your way and causing problems. The Psylocks are that. They are mystical bullshit that gets in our way and causes problems.
Yeah, but at least they condense that into, like, the magical verse of which they exist. This is happening directly in front of my face, with no, like, interface of hallucinations that has to, like, connect me to the I don't know, like the mental presentation of what's supposed to be happening. They don't become a real lock I have to stare at and also other people can see.
I mean, that's only a theory I'm throwing out there, but still, like, people physically see when the ghosts possess Maya. Like, that's something everybody physically sees. That's magical nonsense.
Yeah, but it's happening in a vessel that's a person who's real, and
this is a sacred chamber. Maybe
so,
the sacredness of this
all
chamber.
I can see right here is that it's just a rock room with a fucking cell door in it.
Right, but still a sacred chamber, so it's still technically hollowed ground.
I mean, I can call anything a sacred chamber. How do we know that it's here other than just everyone says it is?
Well, because I mean, literally, how is a church a sacred area other than the fact that the believers of it say it's a sacred area, Jeff?
Exactly. It doesn't have power. It's not a ley line.
Where mystical shit exists, it does.
Well, yeah, but how does that prove it in context?
A sacred area has power because it's a sacred area. Like, the sacredness of the area gives it power.
And what proves that that's this?
Because the game has said that this is a sacred temple and a very special training ground for spiritual people in the whole spiritual practices.
Yeah, which are just things people have said. We haven't seen any of these powers other than this, which means that
Maya can channel spirits all the time.
Yeah, she can channel spirits in the courtroom. We have an amulet of magical powers that we take anywhere, everywhere.
Right. But if your argument is why are they physically showing up here instead of psychically showing up here, we could argue that the sacred area and, like, the sacred chamber we're in causes the power to manifest differently or more strongly.
Yeah, but you can't use you
come here to train and don't just train in your living room.
You can't use the discrepancy that's in front of us as proof of the discrepancy in of itself. That's ridiculous. This disappearing does not prove that it can.
I'm not pointing to the locks as that. I'm saying the spiritual area we're in. That's the locks could be showing up because of the spiritual area we're in. Just like a spirit can only channel a medium, the locks, maybe because we're in a more sacred area that has way more mystical energy to it, maybe that causes the locks when they form to form physically instead of the psychic way we're used to seeing them.
The fact that the spirits can be channeled through mediums proves that the ghost could be literally anywhere, and in possibly other dimensions that we can't see. Which means that ghosts can be floating anywhere they want to be.
But Jeff, that's not what I'm saying. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I am saying this area is sacred. I'm not saying there's ghosts here, specifically. I'm not saying there's ghosts. I'm saying there's an innate sacredness to this area. That sacredness has power, right? That's why you have to come here to train to get stronger, because by channeling your powers that you can channel anywhere in a sacred area, you can get stronger and better, because the sacred area and the energy of that area helps amplify and teach you.
And I'm saying that this game has not proven that that's actually happening beyond people just believing that it is.
I mean, first of all, no one has said that it is. I'm saying that it could be this, Jeff.
Bikini said it. That's the whole premise of why we showed up here in the first place.
I mean, Bikini said this area is sacred, but I'm the one saying that the sacredness is causing the locks to physically manifest. No one has said anything about the locks physically manifesting because of sacredness.
Well, then how? Then the only other condition that we can go with is that someone put 4 more locks and all these chains on this wall.
Which could also be what's happening. I don't know. But I'm giving a hypothesis that, while pisses you off for some reason, I think makes sense in context of the world we've been given. It doesn't have to be the thing I'm saying, but I'm saying it makes sense within the confines of the world we've been shown throughout the series. I would believe it if that's what it is. I would believe that a sacred area can cause the locks to manifest physically instead of psychically, because of the strength of the spiritual energy in the area. That's what I'm getting at. If the game uses that explanation, I think it fits within the description of the world we've been given thus far. But for whatever reason, the concept of anything other than what has already been presented showing up makes you absolutely mad, and I do not understand it, because
it's a dumb explanation. That's why I hate it, because it's stupid. It's magic. Fuck that. Fuck this game throwing fucking stupid obstacles and actual turn of events as magic stuff. It has to be real, because if it's magic, that means anything's on the fucking table. That's why it pisses me off so much. Like, you could have anything fucking happen then, and nothing has to make sense, because, like you said, if they do that, they've established it as a thing, and they can do it whenever the fuck they want.
Alright, we're done for the day, I guess.
Well, come on.
They've already established that magic's in this world, Jeff.
Nope, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. Because, like I said, that means they can do whatever they want. If they want to push that to the side and make it all cycle, if they want to have it in our heads, fine. Okay, I'm willing to give them a little bit of a slide on the Magatom, even though I think it's kind of dumb that we're a lawyer using this to interrogate people. I think that's kind of stupid, but fine. But this, no, because, like, the next case they could just decide to have a wizard happen. And then have, like, his prognosticisms or somehow are going to end up in our court record, and we're going to have to deal with them and say, explain this. And then they're just going to be like, well, magic's a thing now. We've established it as a fact because someone, I don't know, used a fireball to burn down a building. If these locks are manifesting through magical essence, that's what we're going to have to contend with. And that's why it ticks me off.
I don't know, I think there's a difference between spiritual, like, religious magic like this and a wizard throwing a fireball. I think there is differences between that, right?
Not a meaningful one.
Well, so, because think about...
And then they could just do that. If they want to have that restriction, they could just say, well, now everything's coming from this village, and now here's a bunch of new characters that also came from this village, trained in this village, know a person from this village.
I have a good example of this. Let's look at real life religious stuff, right? And how miracles and things like that in religion aren't shit like wizards throwing fireballs or like crazy stuff. It's more benign, more controlled things, visions, precognition moments, channeling spirits from beyond, you know, things like that. Chains on one's heart makes sense if it's physically showing up here because of the stuff.
No, it doesn't. That's not a good comparison. That's not a good comparison.
I don't think this is equal to a wizard literally doing whatever the fuck they want.
I'm saying it's equally as valid if they want to go this route, because that gives them the license to continue to do it.
I mean, literally any story could just introduce wizards whenever they wanted. So
well, yeah, but that would make it a bad story. I don't want this to become a bad story. That's why I don't want to see it. This game is better than that. It has the ability to be clever and have good twists. If you throw magic in that as a thing that becomes the series of events, the plot points, that just ruins it. Because it's weak, it's bad, and it's just lazy.
We've already had magic as plot points via the channeling of ghosts. I literally don't understand.
Because I consider it as a side character. Okay, if Mia's showing up to give us hints, she's not giving us the answer. She's not the fucking the witness. She's not coming into the case record. She's not giving testimony to us.
And these locks don't have anything they're not in here as stuff. We're not gonna bring them up in the courtroom, I don't think. As I told you earlier today when we had a similar discussion about this, when I was saying like maybe this was a ghost, right? When I was saying that, you were like, well, that's you're getting mad. And I said, well, I don't think if it is a ghost, I said, I don't think that means it's going to show up in the court case. I said, I think it might show up in the greater narrative with Maya, but I don't think it's going to be important to the court case. I don't think these locks are important to the court case. I don't think we're going to need to use them to prove the murder. I think the locks are important because it has to do with us getting to Mia to save her.
It's still a part of the plot because it's in our way. It's something that we have to overcome. And yeah, I would be equally as ticked off if that turned out to be a ghost. It's probably not going to be, but if you're going to say that a ghost being an important detail as a part of our evidence means that it had something to do with the crime, then yeah, I would still be annoyed about that too for the same reason. It's because, how the fuck is it a ghost? And why did you write this to be a ghost instead of cleverly turning it into some, they think it's a ghost, but it's actually this because it looks like this, and it happened to look like this, and he saw it wrong, and it's a thing. That's when it actually becomes clever. And it's like, people thinking that it's a ghost is not the problem. It literally being a ghost is. Because that shouldn't be a thing. Like, it feels like an ass pull every time, because you don't have to set it up. It doesn't have to be clever. You could just throw it in wherever if you don't feel like thinking it through. And this game is better than that. I am willing to give them the respect if they continue to be clever about things and actually have a good reason and establishment for how things are happening. And it, subverts and surprises. Magic is not a surprise. Magic's just whatever. If this is magic, then that means that nothing had to be established. Like, no one had to put these here. There doesn't have to be someone working behind the scenes that would actually be legitimately interesting. Them just appearing there because of magical essence just removes, stakes and intrigue and stuff. And that's why it ticks me off, because there's so much more that you could do if you were willing to try.
Well, I've gotten to the point where I'm sick of this argument because at the end of the day, you're essentially trashing the game for something we don't even know if it did yet.
I am saying that here's the thing, we're not even there yet. Yes, you're right. It's a possibility on the table. We haven't established it yet. But right. I am established.
You seem to be absolutely livid about the possibility even being there.
Yeah, because if they're gonna go for it, then the game loses a lot of value because it's chosen to take the lazy way out instead of being creative.
But don't you think your anger is warranted only if it happens, and you're just wasting all this anger and energy over something that might not even be happening?
I mean, that's true, but it seems like you're confused about where I'm coming from, and I felt that it would be better to explain it, actually, because now I've actually nailed down the reason why it's always annoyed me when it's being put in as a plot point. And that's a very valid argument.
I'm currently to the point where I just want the answer to the question without necessarily having the full context. So I'm physically searching online for an answer about whether or not these locks are physically real or whether they're going to be magical.
No, don't do that. Like, well, it's gonna be a lot more.
Because if it turns out to be magical, we might as well quit the game now. Because you're just gonna throw a huge anger rant when it happens.
Yeah, but I deserve to see it. If it's gonna subvert it and be an interesting thing, I deserve to see that. And if it's not, if it's going to take the lazy way out, then I deserve to see that too, because that is a valid way to value up this game, is the fact that it put in a lazy plot point. Like, I deserve to have that closure. Because I've sat through this game for 7 parts. Okay, 7. And we're already here, we're in the mystical land, okay? Are they going to do something clever with it? Fine. It's good. Is it going to take the lazy way out? Then we're there. And at least I get to have, the Danganronpa V3 thing of at least knowing that it turned into deciding to do a bad development thing, or at least a bad writing thing. And look, it's gonna be better for this Let's Play thing that we're doing, that we actually see it in real time rather than spoiling it ahead of time just to settle the score. Because then we can at least have a genuine reaction to it.
It's not settle the score. It's so much just like I personally at this point, with how angry this makes you, don't really want to go through with it if that's what it is. Like, I'd rather just walk away from the game, play it on my own, enjoy it on my own, because it's not going to bother me, but like you getting so angry or yelling is going to bother me and make my experience not as good. So if you're going to hate it, I'd rather just tell you right now, hey, this game's not for you. Let's just stop playing it and I can go and enjoy them on my own, right? That's where I'm getting at, right? If this game's not to your taste because of this twist, I'd rather play it by myself so that I can enjoy it by myself. And if that twist is true, you're not gonna really like these games anymore. So, we probably, we can just be done with these, and we can stream something else that both of us will like, rather than me trying to enjoy something that constantly is gonna make you angry. So
you are just complete bullshitting me, and I don't know what to even call it. Like, you're just gaslighting me here and throwing me under the bus.
What? No!
I don't even know what to call this.
Jeff, I'm telling you how I feel. So, Jeff, imagine we're playing a game together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a part, you don't mind it, you think the game's good, but I'm so livid, I'm screaming, right? I am getting super angry. And like, you're starting to feel bad that the thing you chose for us to play is making me this angry. You're like, boy, I didn't realize this was gonna make him this upset. Maybe we should stop playing this. And like, if you play it by yourself on your own time, without me, you'll be able to enjoy it. You won't have to feel bad that I'm just sitting there mad the whole time. And we can go on and that's what I'm saying, Jeff. If this game bothers you the way it seems to,
I'm saying that this portion of it bugs me. Like, this is the bugging me point of it. There's other things that this game is doing. And seriously, don't take this away from me. I want to see what the conclusion of Godot is. I want to see the takedown of Bitchface here. Like, there's more to it than this.
Alright, then we can keep playing it. I'm just saying, that's where I was coming from. You know, my mind was saying, if it's gonna be just a really bad ride for you, you know, maybe it's better to get out now. But if you still want to do it, we can still do it.
I've invested my time. I wanna see this thing conclude.
Alright, so with that though, I'm gonna ask you another question. If the ending to this game goes that magic route, do you want to continue the series, or are we done here for streaming the Ace Attorney games? And I go and I play the rest of them on my own. Like, that's the next question I have. Sure, we're invested in this one. We've played this one to this point. So even if it makes you mad at the end, you know, we still got invested in it. But with that knowledge, do we want to?
I don't know. I think that
in the series?
I think that question would be: do you think those games individually would be worthwhile to look into? Because the thing is, like, these are your choices that you presented to me because you thought that they would be interesting to look at.
I mean, I thought you would enjoy them alongside me. That's what's going through my head when I pick these games, Jeff. I want something that I feel you're going to enjoy playing through and seeing the story and everything just as much as I did, right? I want to share things that I think are fun with you. But if those things aren't going to be fun to you, then I'd rather find something else to share with you that
because
you're going to find fun.
The thing is, like, I'm not really going to know. Because this right now, like you said, they've kept magical elements to the fringes where it really should be. I don't know if they're going to start making it more of a thing. I don't know if this is a one-shot where they're just, like, you know, taking the opportunity of, yeah, this is a murder in a temple, so maybe they're just going to include it here, or they're just using it as a subversion to say that, you know, people think that it's in context magic, but it's going to turn out they're just going to do usual Ace Attorney things. No, it's like this, where it's like the circus caper, where, you know, it had to be step by step, and it was kind of ridiculous, but it was a coherent timeline of things that happened that we were investigating and figured out. And then it was an interesting story because we were involved in investigating it and we figured it out. Like, the answer to the further question is that I just don't know. Because if they go down that route of, you know, including, just taking the excuse to include supernatural elements more in the future, I'm not going to know. Because I don't know if it's going to end up being a trend or a one-off, essentially.
I'm still currently looking for the answer. I won't tell you what it is, but I currently want to know.
Well, that's fair.
I'm at the point where I'm just like, well, we should find it. The problem is scrolling through a walkthrough for very specific information is not very helpful. Because, like, there's just a bunch of shit where I'm like, well, this doesn't look like it, so let's not read that.
Well, look, here's the thing, like, I've already done my rant just on the possibility, so I don't have a reason to do it again when it happens. I probably just, I don't know, say one of those things where I just call it out as bullshit, and that'd probably leave it at that. Because I've already given my reason. I've already given my argument, and I don't have any further points to elaborate on because I've just said the whole thing. So it's not like I'm gonna throw another shitstorm when we finally unlock these locks and figure out what the deal is. I don't have a reason to. I've already done it. I do appreciate that throughout all of this, Iris has just been standing there giving us the nice girl stare with the cocked head. That is a trust me look if I've ever seen one. Which is kind of amazing considering this is clearly Dahlia Hawthorne and we know who she is. Like, we know her character and how duplicitous she is, but she's still got that inner goddamn way of doing it that freaking, it's just, she so perfectly is able to cover up every emotional bit about her. She does it so perfectly. I'll have to reach through the internet and click the next button.
I'm currently reading.
Near. It's not working. Unfortunately, I can't hack into your computer through Parsec because I haven't used it in years, so that's not gonna work.
Alright, I'm not 100% sure. I'm like reading stuff.
Well, I'd imagine it's just gonna refer to them as the Karain locks or the Psycho locks. I don't know if they'd refer to them as.
I think I'm past the locks.
Trick locks.
I think I stumbled upon something that I need an answer to as well. Now.
Well, you don't want to go that far ahead, otherwise you're just gonna start spoiling yourself on the other things. So come on, let's get these. Let's start getting started on the 4 locks. I don't know what we'd even need to establish. Do we need to? She knows they're magic treasures of the Karain, so she might know more information about them, and then we have Godot that we could talk to because he was staring at the locks and maybe he's figured out something. But like, I don't know where we'd even start with this. Because Iris has no idea what she's doing. Franziska just started looking into it.
Alright. I spoiled like a handful of things, but I don't have the context for them to the point where I'm not sure what they even mean. Like, I know like what it means in like one sentence, but I don't know how it connects or what it means for the greater story and things like that. So this it did not answer this. It did not answer these locks.
So the case is gonna start getting real complicated.
Yes. No. Yeah. This case is getting fucking crazy by the whatever I was reading. Shit was nutty, and I was like, I don't fucking know what the fuck this means. Like I was like reading things, and I'm like, I can't tell if based
who
on
brought in all that gravy.
Well, I was like, based on the wording of this, I can't tell if they're saying if like this sentence, if without context, could be taken in a supernatural way, but like these locks, but also might not be. And I was like, well, fuck. Like, I really don't know.
We still haven't gotten a picture of this scene. Like we're just like imagining what it looked like. Which, you know, considering that like a character in this case is an artist. Oh, come on. Really?
I think these locks right here.
You're holding out on us.
Right here. Well, so I was bouncing around where I thought we were in the story, and I think I got slightly ahead, and then from there I clicked farther down until I was like, what the fuck? But I think the answer to this will answer one of my questions, like these locks, which I assume we have to do now, because the guide I do use when I actually do need a guide for this game is a spoiler-free lock. Like one, so I couldn't. It just says present named thing to named thing, like present on third statement this, right, for like in court and stuff. So I was like, okay,
yeah, just the completely out of context steps of things to need to do.
Yeah, so what I went and did is I went to find. I should have just went to the wiki.
But considering that it came up again. I did just think of another reason why I'm more okay with the Psycho lock mechanic. Is because, like, in context, without, like, the literal locks and the amulet thing, like, what it's representing is that she doesn't want to tell us what we want to know. Okay, like
Right.
she's shut up. So even in context, like we would have to do basically exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it's
Like-
a visual representation that tells her
Yeah.
that she's hiding something, and then from there we learn how we have to pry and find the things that allow us to pry it open.
Because like even if that didn't exist, what we would need to do to make it happen is basically exactly the same anyway. So I'm thinking that's why I'm willing to give it a little bit more slide, because it's representing a thing that she's doing anyway, and I don't know, maybe the Magatama is just a decent interface for accomplishing the thing we need to do to get the answer.
Okay. Well, I went to look at the
We don't have the evidence, do we?
Yeah, we have to run around and grab some stuff before we get to it. I looked at the guide. I didn't really read everything that was in between. I just found where, like, what we did do that leads here, and then it says, you know, it's like, after you talk to Bikini about the newly unlocked topic, you'll be ushered to the training hall, talk to the person there, and uncover even more Cyclops. And then it's like, then move to this place and talk to these people. And then I was like, okay, so that means if more of Cyclops, and then it tells us to literally go to another place, that means we don't do her Cyclops now. And then so from there I stopped reading, but then I scrolled down until I found a section just about a half page down more, like a couple paragraphs down more, that's labeled Cyclops, the night of the crime, Iris. So that would be the step-by-step for the Cyclops, which I don't think we have the information for. So we will be leaving and bouncing around to other places for the time being. But
You are not Phoenix, you are literally not. He's not even close. Also, Pearl's still missing.
Well, which is why there is an argument for the locks being physically real, and that for some reason or another, Pearl's putting them there. Because Pearl's kind of the only person on the outside that could be doing things like that. And she did kind of do a whole, like, please forgive me, and then run off thing.
Oh, yeah.
Time we saw her. So that could be a reason why there's real locks.
Gumshoe, help us!
Yeah, it's gonna be Edgeworth. We just sent Edgeworth here like 5 minutes ago.
He hasn't investigated here yet. Which, I don't know why Edgeworth would need to do any more investigation, considering he's not on the case.
Yeah, he's still being bugged by the whole earthquake thing and...
Oh, yeah. He's still on a mountain where an earthquake happened.
I mean, yeah, but why he's upset is because his weakness from his fear of earthquakes allowed Iris to slip, and it could have been a lot worse than it panned out. Like, it managed to pan out in a fine way, and like we're good. You know, Iris is currently in the custody of Franziska.
Well, you're
Yeah,
beating
but
yourself
Edgeworth
up
is
more
really-
than...
Yeah, I was gonna say Edgeworth is really beating himself up about it.
It's all that pride thing. You think this is gonna be a subtext of this whole case now? It's gonna be all about this pride.
Oh yeah, this was the thing that got said. I don't remember if you were here when this got said, or if this was during when you got to drink. But he did say something about wanting to go check on Iris's records at one point.
it was like, did
Sorry,
Discord
I
die?
was taking a drink. No, I was taking a drink. I was opening my drink as they started talking, and then I took my drink mid sentence kind of. All right, let's find out what he found about Iris first. It bothered me about her from yeah.
Oh, he's getting the Dahlia visions. She was someone I put in jail, except not... Well, no, he got...
So he checked over every case file he ever worked on specifically. So he didn't look for her name. He looked at every case file he ever worked on, which means he will find a picture of a different named person who looks just like them.
Yeah, he prosecuted the case. Mia couldn't get her out of it because the evidence fell through, so he got what he wanted.
As cases go, it was my worst nightmare.
Wait,
yeah,
it was?
Kind of fuck. I mean, yeah, dude killed himself in the stand.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as a prosecutor, it means you didn't get your guy because your guy committed suicide, and as a defendant, you didn't get your guy because you failed to defend your guy to the point where they commit suicide. So it's just a huge fuck up for everybody involved.
Except for Vincent Valentine, who died on a subsequent investigation of that.
And here's the crazy twist right now is that while he's willing to say she was involved in a case 6 years ago, he's not giving us any information. So even though Phoenix literally also knows this, he just doesn't know if Edgeworth is connected.
Of a jewelry store owner.
Okay, so he's giving hints.
So he's like, go look at your records, or go look at Mia's records.
Please, unrelated there.
Okay.
Well, so if Edgeworth is like, well, they just look alike, I guess. Like, he's trying to justify the fact that, like, this can't be the same person, right? But Phoenix already kind of put two and two together. I need to fill Phoenix in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman that Edgeworth knew.
So, as Nick's actually put two and two together now?
Do I show him? Do I show him this?
I think it's the only thing we have with her other than the picture we have in our people file.
Yeah, but it says Iris.
Maybe
it doesn't say.
Maybe Mia. Wait, do we actually need to do this?
I don't know. It was in red, which made me think it's something to do. But I don't feel like we have an object that just immediately, other than this, that's like, here's why we came here in the first place.
And he already said, what's that to that, so that didn't work.
Right. Maybe I'll get something else soon enough.
Have you seen Ohabim? He clearly did the crime.
I was gonna say, we do eventually have to go back to Bikini, because the earthquake kind of like cut us mid-conversation with Bikini about the Misty stuff, so there's probably more information she can give us on that we need to do.
We're treating Maya as a suspect even though she's dying and dehydrated right now.
I mean, yeah, but you know, to kill someone and then run and hide in there and then end up getting locked in.
She also got locked into a box.
Right, but go and like hide in there until you think it's safe to come out and flee, but then, you know, someone locks you in there, right? Like there's theories that like work for Maya being the murderer. It's, you know, someone else involved, like Iris or someone around, also put, you know, Maya, like, you know, knows Maya's involved in the murder and put the lock on there to trap Maya in there. But because of the murder, they don't want, you know, Maya to get arrested. They want vengeance, right? So we have a second person trying to kill Maya through a horrible, horrible way of starvation by locking her in there, for her murdering someone else, right? That's one thing that could be happening. It's definitely not, because Maya's definitely not the murderer.
I guess I don't know why I didn't just Google that. I'll just Google, is magic in Apollo Justice?
I mean, I feel like that's a weird answer. Like, I feel like you'll get a weird answer. Just like how, in a way, you'll get a weird answer because Maya is technically magic. So, like, I feel like the vague question of, is there magic in the series, is already just yes. I will say this. The Maya of the next game is a magician. However, they're, to my knowledge, a magician in the, like, the real-world sense magician. Like, they're good with tricks.
Okay, here it is. Here's some answers. They say that the only magic in this series is about spirit channeling, and they say they have good ground rules about that and develop lore about it, and then someone just says it's just Magatomas, and apparently Apollo also has a Magatama-esque thing.
Yeah, I assume they do, because, you know, Maya and stuff are people that are still presumably around. I mean, if there's a time skip, Pearls is probably older. Like, we'll probably run into an older Pearls in those games if I had to take a guess. I just know that the main two characters of there, you play as Apollo Justice. Your sidekick is, I think her name's Trixie Wright. I'm not 100% positive that's her name, but it's the adopted daughter of Phoenix Wright, and she's a magician. Like, that's what she does. She does magic. But she does magic in the sense that, like, that guy from a couple chapters ago in the last game, at the circus did magic, right? It's not magic. It's magic in the terms of, like,
it's
hand tricks and stuff.
Yeah, it's a performance thing.
Anyway, here we go. Here's the whole thing with the earthquake and the oxygen deprivation. And
it turned out you didn't have to explain anything. They were literally just going to show it again.
They were like, hey, in case you don't remember what happened 2 games ago.
Which I literally did. On tape.
Lost everything that day, all because of my dreams, my family, myself.
You didn't have a mom?
I mean...
Or a brother?
I don't know. I don't know if he had a mom. I guess that was never brought up.
Well, now you have a Phoenix.
But
Becomes
yeah,
boyfriend.
As he did say, he does lose himself, because I know he has, at the end of the first game, he kind of turns around, he becomes less bitter, less mean, and I mean, that's like the whole thing with like Phoenix's motivation in the first game is that he like became a lawyer so that he could compete against Edgeworth, so that he could like remind Edgeworth of who he was as a kid, because the Edgeworth he was seen, in court and like in the news as the famous prosecutor isn't the Edgeworth he knew, right? It's a very cold and callous Edgeworth, and it's because of the death of his father that he became that way, as well as the tutelage of Von Karma, and then that all got fixed, and then Edgeworth had to like leave to go find himself, is then what kind of happened with the last game, and he came back and became like he was more of a good guy, and now he's still kind of in the spot where he's finding himself, but he's still kind of a good guy.
Well, we did get him out of jail.
I mean, I feel like part of that saved me is more than just the getting him out of jail stuff.
You reminded me to not be such an asshole, and then I just looped around and became kind of an asshole still.
Go.
Oh yeah, we weren't the one investigating this stuff.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's more stuff. Okay, so we now know for sure that the tests are back. The blood was Misty's.
Perfect. We got confirmation that either this is a really complicated crime or this was the second kill site. It was probably just a shout out to Maya and be like, hey, yo, I'm totally your mom. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before.
Oh my god, fuck this.
You didn't click on the lantern. You clicked on the other part of the box.
Broken by someone. Well, we have the answer to that.
Someone tampered with all of the crime scene.
No, he smashed his face through the ice to cool off.
Oh yeah.
Because what happened there was that it did that dialogue again, and Edgeworth is like, someone broke this ice here, and that's suspicious. And then when Phoenix is like, well, no, here's what happened.
It's a really dumb thing he did just to fucking keep himself awake.
Apparently Larry tried to steal it when no one was looking at one point.
That's fair. Did Larry even come over here? I mean, if he was trying to steal it, yeah, I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Anyway, there you go, Jeff. You got your answer. It's not gonna be magic bullshit.
It's only about Gumshoe.
They did say the psychic locks are a thing, and the explanation of in the cave as psychic locks still is open to that definition, technically.
Well, it'll get solved eventually. I mean, we got a lot of investigating to do first. Wait, can we not go? Okay, we can go across the bridge again.
Yeah, we can go everywhere. It's just we have to do things step by step, as you know.
I was like, no, don't stick us in the 3 locations.
Oh, now the game's like, hey, maybe we should go check on Larry.
Should go investigate that thing we never did.
Oh, it's Pearls. Hi, Pearls. Are you the one putting locks on shit?
I can't even make a joke. I can't think of what Pearl would try to be doing. Pearl, are you trying to burn down the bridge again? With Larry's help?
Larry.
Don't shut up, Larry. Pearl doesn't need to feel shitty about herself.
I mean, I think he's wording it poorly, but I think it's more of like the kinship that can be found to help relieve things by meeting other people who have done wrong, right?
They're just having a pity party.
Kind of. I don't necessarily know if pity party is the right word, but I think by both admitting that they fucked up, it lets them feel better because they know that they're not the only one in the world who's ever fucked up.
Okay.
Apparently they're leaving to go get firewood.
Half-rotten potatoes. I don't either. Because he has to wallow in self-pity first. You two are being very awful for each other.
Okay, so he's here, but the person we're talking to is Pearls. Alright. Oh, let's see. Gang, can we stop calling, like, him Laurice in, like, random places? Like, just call him Larry all the time now. I don't give a fuck.
No, the game has
Larry.
proper respect for his new identity of pink shirt guy. Guys,
It's supposed to be a painting smock. I don't know much about painting smocks, but I think that's why like there's the ties on it, because the painting smock you tie to yourself.
That sounds pretty. Yeah, it sounds pretty correct.
So Pearl thinks it's really well drawn, but part of that's because she's a child and she can't really draw at all. So.
I mean, if you want to get school children to appreciate your art, maybe you should just go teach an art class someday.
I mean, as I stated, I think while he fucked up a lot of stuff, the fire looks pretty decent. Like, he did manage to, like, draw the flames, in my opinion, better than I ever fucking could. I feel like I could draw the bridge better than him.
Well, apparently Pearl believes this too.
Can't do the fire. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it?
You see, Iris threw herself across the cliff with a...
At least Pearl doesn't believe it's literal.
It was... So, what Iris did was she catapulted herself across the cliff. I mean, like, why do you think it's that? Is probably the better question. Oh, he's just saying I wasn't dreaming. Were you, like, underneath the bridge and that's why it looks like that?
I mean, maybe. Where he lives here in the shack is kind of under the bridge.
I just kind of have problems with his events because, like, if he was in the shack and the shack's here, the bridge is all the way over there.
Anyway.
I don't...
Where were you and exactly what were you doing when it all happened on the night of the murder?
And she runs away again. Were you possessed by Mia doing something weird?
Maybe.
And I don't mean it like that, but like, were you fucking around with the case?
I definitely think Pearl's either accidentally or intentionally fucked with some shit. Like, I don't fully know the details, but I definitely get that feeling that Pearl's fucking fucked with some of the shit. Whether by accident and she only realizes it in hindsight that she fucked with the shit, or if she,
Can we break her psych locks?
Nope.
Oh, we can't?
No, we can't do hers right now. Anyway, I've been a bad girl, that's why I'm being punished. Which we kind of already knew later, which is why I suggested maybe Pearls is the one putting the locks there.
Aww. Maya stole all of it. Did she know that she had powers?
Yeah. She was in spiritual, she was in training when we first met her.
Well, she was possessed by Mia, but I mean, that's proof that she has abilities. I just don't know if she's, like, able to do anything with them.
When we met her, we were being told that she was training for it, and that's part of why she looks up to Maya's, because Maya's like above her in the ladder of people.
Yeah, sure, why not? And then she ran away again. He gave us a thumbs up while he was yelling at us.
We'll come back here, I guess. Let's go look around some other areas quick. Back here. Yep, see there's more shit over here now.
We should probably try to at least get through this 3-2 investigation. I mean, to be honest, I'm still... the weird thing is, like, all that getting all angry has made me, give me a lot more energy than I used to have.
I'm the opposite with that stuff. Anger tires me out. That's why I was at the point where I was just like, well, I'm going to bed, because it's like, we're kind of talking in circles, and I'm tired now, because arguing makes me tired, because I don't like to argue with people.
Oh crap! She can understand the Cyclops. Oh wait, no, we're talking about the Karain
We're talking
locks.
about the ones that everybody can see.
Which means
The only
that
people who
Pearl is
apparently know how to
probably the
set
one who did
that
it.
lock- set those locks are the family members or the people who are of the Karain tradition. Which characters we've met in the story are as follows: Pearl, Maya, Pearl's mother, Maya's mother, Mia. And of those, 2 are dead, 1's in prison, and the other one's Maya, who's locked behind the locks. So yeah, it's Pearl's. Pearl is putting the locks there.
But it's also Iris, who trains in the style of her and has mastered the powers.
I don't know. They seem pretty clear that all the spirit medium people are of like the same family, like blood.
What do you know? You murdering people while you're
slime.
3'11". And also Yoda. And a potato. Oh yeah, the earthquake. She was being hunted by Godot.
About a week ago when Misty arrived. Alright. After she showed me the talisman to prove that she was the master, she said, someone is trying to destroy the Karain's tradition's main family line.
Okay.
Alright, we know who our killer is. Our killer is whoever is this person that's trying to murder literally everybody in the main line of the Karain tradition.
Do you think it's a cult that Red White had joined?
No, I don't think it's gonna be. I feel like we've met the person, like the person who has we've met in the story.
I get what they're getting on about. It's probably that person who fucked around in the village. Because they're saying the main line.
What person that fucked around in the village?
I don't know. I imagine like someone doing the Naruto thing and was like in a branch family and was really peeved about it at some point.
That was Pearl's mother.
So yeah, she's probably the asshole.
She should be in prison.
Well, that's gonna be hard to prove then.
Because she was part of the murder that tried to put Maya away.
I'm gonna keep that possibility open, but it's probably gonna be really hard to prove. I mean, if all the main line dies, someone has to take over.
Right, which is why that's the plot, to erase the main line family.
Which means that
there we go.
Which means What?
Alright, go ahead.
I was gonna say that means that every other person in the village has equal motive to kill them.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there's literally only one person you need to kill. If you're the person. Because you literally only need to kill, well, depending on where you are in line, you potentially have to kill, like, other branch families. Because it is my knowledge that if Maya dies and her mom's gone, from the last case where they did try to, like, frame Maya and get Maya put away, that the next person in line was Pearl? I think, if I remember correctly. I think Pearl's technically the next one in line. However, because of Pearl's age, Pearl's mother was essentially gonna like vassal rule like through Pearl. If I remember correctly how it was gonna do it. So like Pearl technically was gonna be the one in charge, but
I mean, if
her mother was gonna be the one controlling Pearl.
If they were gonna keep to the traditions and have a 9-year-old lead the village, then yeah, that would be true. But considering this is in modern times,
I mean,
like,
there's like a hand waviness to that because, like, technically, for almost the entire time these games have been going on, Maya's the person who's supposed to have been leading.
Yeah.
Maya's not leading, and it's, to my knowledge, the reason why is because she's not yet ready. So they're kind of in like a weird floaty no leader spot until Maya gets to a skill level where she can become the leader. Which, I guarantee you, by the time we're doing the Apollo Justice game and we have that time skip, I bet you she's the leader. Like, she actually is 100% the leader. Because Maya's no longer going to be our pal hanging around with us all the time. No, she's just going to be a character in the story.
And yet she's going to be arrested for 3 more crimes.
Yeah, that'd be funny. I do really hope she keeps getting arrested for crimes, because that's kind of a motif that, like, we have to. Like,
yeah, she interrogated old dude. I forgot that. Somehow that costume was less embarrassing than her lawyer suit. Which is weird, considering that was specifically to taunt that guy. Oh, the thing I was gonna say earlier is that all this stuff, like, political... like the political machine being set up, probably not as important in a community of less than 200 people.
I mean, there is power to be had, especially in a community that, like, doesn't get out of its community much, right? Think how much a cult leader has over a cult, even if the cult is only 200 people. Like, you can, all those people are literally at your beck and call, because at the end of the day, a cult becomes so, like, part of the design of a cult is to get people so removed from anything other than the cult that the only people they trust and talk to are within the cult, right? So I'm not calling Kurain Village a cult, but it is a traditional village where, like, most people don't really get outside of the village much. So the person who's going to have all the power in that small location is going to be the leader of the village, right? They hold a lot of sway over that specific area. Yeah, in the greater scheme of the world, they don't hold that much power, but in that village, they have a lot of power.
Which you think is kind of weird, considering that the village has a bus stop.
I mean, as stated, from what it sounds like, the people of the village don't get out much. That doesn't mean other people come to the village, because it sounds like part of how money flows into the village is through, like, tourism. Like, there is, like, an element of tourism to the village. Like, so while the people of the village don't necessarily go outside of the village all that much, other than Maya, who's, like, kind of just obsessed with being not in the village, and Pearls, who's just kind of obsessed with hanging out with Maya, you know, they have people from outside of the community coming in, because it, you know, when we were there for the case, you know, Lotta Hart was there for, like, a magazine or something on occult stuff, and the college girl was there because she wanted to do, like, a study, and she turned out to be the killer and stuff. But, like,
yeah.
Like, my point was, people were there for reasons, and they were, like, touristy reasons, or, like, slightly above the concept of tourist, because one was doing a study on the village and, like, its historical elements and stuff like that for a college thing or academia, because there's all this important history to the village and stuff. And then the other one was there because they're, like, a tabloid magazine, and, like, magic bullshit sounds really appealing to the viewers, so let's go to the magical bullshit place and you know, write a story about how all this magic and crazy shit can happen and stuff like that.
Oh, she's gonna talk about the case that she fucked up. Which is kind of crazy, because it's 17 years.
17 years later, here's the DL6 incident.
You probably could have come out of hiding a lot earlier. And I'd imagine people, unless she was, like, somehow, like, an arrest warrant after her.
Oh, what's weird about the DL6 incident is we
didn't solve it?
We solved it. We solved it. That's the Dracula, like, the Dracula case was like what we got Dracula on, because, like, he couldn't be charged with the original murder of the father there. So because what happened with the Deal 6 incident, to remind you, even though I'm pretty sure the game's gonna remind us in 2 seconds, is it's the case where Edworth's father got killed. It's that trial, the trial about that. And because there was like so many weird shit and like, you know, it was very confined space and all this other stuff, they ended up like channeling the spirit to like try to get evidence, and it blew up in their face. Like it went bad. We ended up involved in a case later tied to it because to cover up stuff, Dracula ended up killing another person who was involved, and we
tied everything together and got him.
Yeah, we tied everything together and got him.
It's all because of that one bullet hole. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the image that they used in that whole case.
First time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium.
And that was an extremely bad idea.
I mean, I don't know much about it in real life, but I do know that, like, psychics, and I'm gonna put that in quotation marks, I don't believe that bullshit, but psychics in real life have been used to try to find missing people.
And probably equally as bad an idea.
Yeah, I don't imagine it works very often. Either they get lucky.
Although the thing in this case is that in context, like, it's a thing. Powers do exist. And so...
Very select people, though.
Yeah.
To the point where it still seems like most people don't.
Magic. Misty could have done
So the
magic.
guy was found not guilty. The guy was found not guilty. Which, in all fairness, it wasn't him. The guy that was on trial was the security guard. Albeit, I believe he was involved in the cover-up sometime later, in the future.
And then they went to the Karain village and burned it down.
The old man whose parrot we put on the stand. That old guy who owned that parrot was the security guard, if I remember correctly.
And he ended up working at the dock because he held in some fucking hard times.
Yeah, and I don't remember. I think he killed the lawyer. Yeah. So the old guy who was the security guard killed his lawyer from his case. They framed Edgeworth, but the whole plan of how it was going to go down wasn't made by the old guy. It was made by Dracula, who then handed it off to the old guy because Dracula was doing the smart evil thing where I didn't kill the guy, I just set it in motion, right? So he like mailed the guy plans of like, here's how you can get your revenge on that person you hate that like ruined your life, because even though you were found not guilty, you still got ruined, and here's that lawyer that was involved in that. And yeah, Dracula sent him that plan, and then that guy executed the plan, and then we were able to prove that Dracula was tied to the creation of the plan, and that's how that Dracula was the one that did the murder all those years ago. And
yeah, Phoenix is
we like just barely got within like the time period for him to get like convicted for the murder 15 years ago, or at that point it was already too late to get him tried for that. But either way, we proved it. He got put away for whatever amount of time.
Anyway, Phoenix, I think, was getting to the point where he was going to be like, no, I did the case. It's not, that happened.
So as she said, because of Phoenix's thing in the first game, the Keurig tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan, Maya.
Maya the eternally useless?
Spiritual power of the Keurig channeling technique is in the blood.
Well, that's why only women can do it, and all the men are shoved into closets and completely useless.
It is true. It is only the women for whatever reason. I told me the exact same thing before.
Because while magic is also real, it's also sexist. So that means a man is the murderer.
No, because the man's never going to be able to get power.
And that makes it the perfect crime, because no one would consider it. And that daughter is me, Sister Bikini.
Yeah, so the only one daughter becomes leaders and all the others become branch families. Which, in theory, had Mia lived, Maya would just become a branch family eventually.
But no, Mia had to die from some just dumbass mafia renegade. No.
I don't remember if it was. It's not really mafia. It was more like embezzlement.
I'm trying to think of
Thing.
trying to think of the word, but I'm.
Oh, he was an information broker. So there was like blackmail and shit he did.
I just can't fucking think of it.
The Red White was the information broker, and used his stuff to blackmail people.
Cause I was thinking it was like try hard, but it's not. It's not try hard.
I mean, what are you looking for? I guess I'm confused. Try hard doesn't sound anything.
Just it's hard to describe. It's like someone badly imitating being a mafia guy.
Oh, imitating?
No,
I'm trying
it's like a compound word. I'll just look up some synonyms. Maybe I'll find it.
Playing at being a mafia.
Yeah.
I don't think he was being a mafia though. It was like information broker, and then he was using the information he was getting to blackmail people into, extortion to get kind of just money and shit. Like, it wasn't like dealing drugs or doing like more organized crime stuff. It was more just like the one thing of like just blackmailing a ton of people. Hey, they brought up Pearl's mom.
Mystic Morgan. That is a
Pearl's
bit of
mom.
a deep cut.
That is Pearl's mom.
Oh, I'm an idiot. That's not a deep cut that happened like this game last game.
I've been sucking him. Yeah, she was gonna make Pearl the leader. That was the goal. Because by the rules, it doesn't go to past generation. It only goes further down the line, generations wise. So she could never inherit it. Wait! Yeah, come look
Hey.
at the screen.
Yeah, Iris is Morgan's daughter.
Apparently, Iris is also fucking. It's Pearl. That would make her Pearl's older sister.
The secret comes out. Wouldn't she have powers then? And we would have known this?
I mean, they never mentioned that Pearl had siblings.
I guess it'd be kind of weird that she wouldn't. She'll be let out in 6 years, it'll be fine. I don't think she gave birth to a half-dragon.
Well, she apparently did. Explains the fairy shit, though.
Yeah, it does.
Now, apparently Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters.
How do you know?
I mean, she apparently knows stuff about Mystic Morgan, but apparently she didn't know Pearl's was one of them. She just knew there was 3.
Oh,
twin sister,
this would explain
Iris
Dahlia and
is
Iris.
Yeah, Iris is not Dahlia.
Yeah.
Albeit, Dahlia had a sister, though, that she killed. How does that work? The police officer that died was Dahlia's sister. However, Dahlia's last name was Hawthorne, so I don't know how that works in all this.
She killed a fake person and called it Pearl. How do you just know everything?
After the clan's leadership was taken from her by her sister, Morgan's life crumbled.
She had to become She also lost her pupils.
It was many years later that Curran's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him.
So everything makes sense.
How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his daughters up to be looked after by us here at the temple.
If you do this, why didn't you tell us this earlier?
See? It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister...
That means that she did all the murders and Dahlia's actually innocent.
Could you tell me one more thing, sister? What's the name of Iris?
Considering you know literally everything else.
Sorry, Mr. Red, I can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler.
Fuck off. You knew everything else.
A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had two older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. So it must have been like a adopted sister in a way, or like a stepsister, I guess, was the one that got killed. The police officer that Dahlia killed.
Possibly.
No doubt it was all because Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead to him.
So Pearl's claim to fame was a lie.
Seems that the incident here was the result of Mystic Morgan's. So it sounds like it doesn't sound like Pearl's claim to the throne is a lie, because you don't like the other ones were gone, right? And it sounds like from what she just said that while Pearl's is a sister to Iris and Dahlia, she's a half sister.
Huh.
And because he left with because she just said that, because of that like anger that Morgan had, that's part of the reason why the dad left and took the daughters with him when he left. However, because she was still angry and she must have an heir, and then that's where Pearls comes in. So it sounds like Pearls was born after the father left with the two twins, meaning if that guy's gone, there has to be a different dad.
Which means that the guy that she shacked up with didn't have the magical dick that she needed.
But yeah, presumably... Presumably that means...
There was a lack of magical penis in this village.
Now, presumably it means that Iris can,
maybe.
Iris can channel and put up those locks and shit again. By the way, so now we have more people that can put up those locks than Pearl. Iris can, and presumably so can fucking what's her name, who's presumably in jail though.
Which means that it would explain why Iris can undo one of the locks. But yeah, Dahlia could also put up the locks, presumably, because of this information. It turns out that she's also on top of this mountain.
Here too now.
Is it Gumshoe?
Larry? It's Gumshoe.
Hey! There was clearly a crime, Gumshoe. What the hell? Or is he part of the search party? Do you? Like, your job treats you like shit, Gumshoe. What the hell?
I mean, that, and on top of his job treating him like shit, we know he makes absolute shit money.
He makes 1/5 the amount of money that he should. Which, if you hadn't heard in previous episodes, is crazy. Like, his pay got cut like 4 times. And he's still working there. He somehow lives on bad ramen in like a 10 square foot apartment.
Yeah, from everything Gumshoe has told us, his life is not that great. Like it is a very rough existence where he's basically everybody's whipping boy, and he like hardly lives. I want to examine stuff. Okay, can you have a conversation with me about the step ladder?
No, he's still talking about the hill.
Damn it. I want to talk to someone about the step ladder.
Seems like it might go for a little while, so I don't know about you, but maybe we should think about cutting it a little earlier, considering we're almost looking at being here at 1:30.
That's fair. Yeah, we can. I think after this conversation, we're gonna have everything to need to go break like Iris's locks. I think.
Iris had 5 locks, right? Let's go talk to Godot. Vroom. Or you just found the letter we might need. Wait, so the reason the incinerator was empty was because Gumshoe took everything?
Essentially, yeah. Because right as soon as the bridge was finished, so someone used it since we were first there. But before we crossed the bridge, Gumshoe had already stated like the first thing once the bridge was built was that he and the rest of the police moved in over there.
Yeah, I can tell you're getting a bit sleepy over there. Either that or you're getting a little drunk.
I don't know if my mic cut off or something. I don't know what could I've been speaking coherent sentences.
Well, that's why I said a little drunk.
I don't know what I said that would have sounded drunk, but alright.
Okay, so we have a letter.
I can see the word be careful once night something, so it's like a written plan. As soon as you leave everything up to her, right? So there's like a conspiracy letter here going on.
So there's been somehow multiple people were involved in this caper in spite of there being only 4 people on this mountain. Does he not know the like importance of the thing that he just gave us? He just said that littering was illegal. That's not the important part of what this is. Yeah, we understand that. Well, clearly the search party isn't looking for Pearl anymore. We've got the power of science.
Hey, what's the secret weapon? Is it the dog from the first game? Is it Missile? Is Missile coming back?
Oh, bring Missile back. That would be awesome. Gumshoe, shut up.
It's the metal detector again.
Hey, it is.
Which is where Missile came up, because there was a spot in the first game story, and I don't remember which case it was, but essentially Gumshoe was like, yeah, I have 3 things I can give you to use at your disposal, and the thing we needed to take was the metal detector, but Missile was one of the other, I think his name was Missile, was one of the other things, which I'm now realizing is a reference if its name was Missile. I'm almost positive his name is Missile. However, that's a reference. Ghost Trick. The dog's name is Missile in Ghost Trick. And the dog is way more of an important character in Ghost Trick than it is in that random thing. So Missile being the dog he gave us is a reference to Ghost Trick, which I do, as stated, and when I played Ghost Trick and loved it, feels like a very similar, like the writing and stuff is very similar. That like the characters are really goofy in Ghost Trick.
I've heard one person say they absolutely loved it, but I can't remember if they said that about Ghost Trick or Hotel Dusk.
Oh, well, I told you I absolutely loved Ghost Trick, so I was presumably that person, because I do remember telling you about how awesome it was, and that I beat it in like 2 sittings. Of how fun it was. Like I had a blast with the story. Like the characters were so great.
I'll just confirm this again, because on my off days I can just Google stuff. This is your best gadget? The metal detector.
Alright, so he wants us to examine
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, it was Hotel Dusk. I don't know why I keep getting those two games confused. So we're gonna do Gumshoe's job. I mean, if it... Oh, isn't this that stupid thing that, like, gives us tons of false leads?
Oh, yes, here we go! Now I get to have the step ladder conversation. It's with Gumshoe. That's a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details.
It's almost like I'm the investigator
This
guy.
near my place does it all the time. Even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing.
They are absolutely fucking not.
Cabbage and lettuce are not the same.
They are not
thing.
even
They're
close.
Not completely different.
That's
You
true
have
of
plants
all
growing firmly in the
vegetables,
ground
or
with
like
perfect growth.
80% of
Yeah,
vegetables.
that means a carrot's the same thing too. Listen, you gotta take a step ladder back and look at the bigger
How do you
picture.
even know what a vegetable is,
Alright,
considering you just
that's
eat
really
ramen all the
important clue.
time?
That's nice for a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me.
Why is this game like
Yeah,
so...
got the achievement! Yes, we did it! We found every step ladder conversation across all
What?
3 games. There's an achievement for finding this. This is why I cared so much about the step ladder versus ladder argument, because there is an achievement in this game for getting all of them across all 3 games, and I wanted to do it without having to replay a game, and we did it. I found every ladder in the game and had the characters have a conversation about the ladder every single time, so that all of the step ladder conversations were had. Ah, feels great.
Yeah, I might just make that the title of this episode. It's
We did it. Step ladder versus step ladder.
it's probably better than just calling it the rant episode.
I mean, I'll ask you, is there a difference between a step ladder and a ladder? There is.
Is there a different... I don't know if I'd be able to fit that in, but that'd be hilarious. Is there a difference between the step ladder?
I was
Or
gonna
between
say,
the
are we
ladders?
gonna have do we want to have the argument the characters constantly have about whether or not there's a difference between a step ladder and a ladder?
I don't know enough about ladders to have the argument.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, I
I know
mean,
the difference between a step ladder and a ladder.
ladders.
I know the difference between a step ladder and a ladder. Game, I'm hitting the A button.
You got the achievement, no more game. The LP is done.
My controller just decided to not get sensed by my sensor. Anyway, so the difference is a normal ladder.
He was the blue badger?
Anyway, a normal ladder, to my knowledge, is just one rung, right? It goes all. You have to lean it against something to go all the way up it, right?
Oh, really?
Something.
Hmm.
That's a normal ladder. So when you see ladders like that, that's a ladder. However, the ones that fold out in like a triangle, those are step ladders.
Huh.
So that, because it folds out into like a A shape and you can just step up it, is a step ladder. But you have to climb because they're, the other ones are more vertical, and tougher to go up and down, and that's a normal ladder. For most things nowadays, we're able, step ladders work pretty well. Typically, unless you need to go up really high, because step ladders don't work well the taller they get, and so eventually you're gonna need to use like an actual ladder.
It's like I can't remember the last time I've seen a... It's been a while since I've seen a normal ladder.
Well, this is probably the thing we're looking for, seeing as there's something metal right here.
I mean, for all I know, that could be the fucking septic
Oh.
system.
There's also the metal thing right here.
Oh, we can finally check that
Right
stupid
here.
circle. Check the
Yeah,
stupid
wherever-
circle. Also, this
Wherever
rock.
there's this random little line here has it. This random little hole here has it, and this random here circle has it. So let's hit it.
It's a bear trap?
It's
What?
a trap.
This
No,
guy's as paranoid
I
as
think
real
Gumshoe's is
cops.
wrong. It's not trap.
That's a bear trap.
Like yeah, Gumshoe's is claiming it's a bear trap.
You got your finger caught in a bear trap. But it was a mouse trap.
Yeah, a mouse trap.
So why are they making Gumshoe into Patrick Star? You've been looking for a frozen pen.
And he dropped his pen, apparently, while he was over here. So it hasn't been here that long. It's not frozen.
It's a really fancy pen. Is it the pen you keep in your ear?
Yeah, maybe. Did he not have the pen before?
No, he definitely had it before.
Rewind it.
Well, they didn't remove it from the screen. Why do you just drop everything?
Right. Now the next thing we find is this wallet.
I put a bell on my wallet.
Always dropping it, so I put a yeah, because I was like, when they first were like, oh, it's a wallet. I'm like, how did a metal detector pick up a wallet? Now we know. Gumshoe put a bell in his wallet so that he can hear it when it falls, yet he's still stupid enough to lose it here.
It's also empty.
The wallet is clearly, well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Alright!
Because of the bell on it. Now Gumshoe is being Captain Obvious to frickin' him.
Alright, well...
It's under the sled.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if it's even because this... Yeah, okay, sled's made of plastic.
Bikini number 1.
It's bikini sled, apparently.
It's a badge. So, when Gumshoe goes anywhere, is he just, like, throws everything off his pockets everywhere?
Nah, I imagine he just, like, biffs it, like, super hard, and, like, everything flies out of his pockets, like, anime trope style, like, cartoon trope style. Like, he hits the ground and just, you know, like sonic rings coming out of him, just everywhere, all of his shit that's in his pockets. Okay, so he lost his badge this morning when he was playing with the sled. That fits Gumshoe.
I don't know if a sword would be able to... Is it actually on this screen, or are we just here... Wait, what? How is the staff made of metal?
Scientifically speaking, they're not really made of wood.
You can make a staff out of anything. You can also make a staff out of swords. Yeah, exactly, you doofus. Well, he broke it.
That's a sword cane.
Oh, that's
Sword
how
cane.
it works. It still doesn't have blood on it.
When I heard the click, I was like, oh, it's a sword cane.
It's a really fucking weird-looking sword cane. You can't prove it's the murder weapon if it doesn't have blood on it, you dumbass. You have to test it first.
Yeah, see? Sword cane.
Well, I know it's a sword cane now.
Yeah, but Gumshoe just clarified that it is 100% a sword cane.
He apparently also knows it's really fancy.
I mean, it does look super sick.
That is a really cool sword, though.
Yeah, because the way that the head of the staff looks, it makes a cool, like, hilt shape, in my opinion.
I mean, maybe as like some sort of fencing sword. I don't know if that'd be good to wield as a sword.
Ah, that was a fun line. He's like, it's a good thing it wasn't a cane sword, otherwise she would have stabbed her own foot.
Yeah, that's...
Yes, Gumshoe, a sword cane is a thing, but a cane sword isn't a thing. There's no swords people use as canes. There's swords hidden inside of canes.
But why would Misty need a sword? And also, how did she get killed while she had a hidden sword? What? There's no team in Gumshoe.
Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it.
Which means it's going to be kind of difficult to prove that this is the murder weapon.
No. I'm sure someone just...
Oh, is he going to bring it off the Arblablasol now? Oh, the Luminol. We're bringing back all the callbacks now. I mean, yeah, it's a good coincidence, but come on. You can't just prove it just because you found another sword.
He's gonna go take it to get tested because there's gotta be some traces of blood on it, even if most of it has been wiped off.
Well, yeah, that's how forensics works. I mean, I'm not being a dick. That's actually how it works. Wait, why? What, that someone's in the bushes looking to murder you? She might be dead. In the bad ending, she dies.
I don't know if this game has 2 endings. To my knowledge, only the second one had 2 endings.
Which is kind of odd. Oh yeah, isn't Phoenix currently dying of his cold?
He's got a fever of 102.2, but it has been a hot second since they really brought it up.
I mean, it's currently in my file anyway. I actually have no idea why it's here, not at the courtroom. Or is this just one of those things where we just took a picture of it or drew a picture of it and put it in our file?
Alright, so between Phoenix and Gumshoe, it is an ordinary staff, no questions asked.
I can't remember if Gumshoe's actually good at secrets. My brain's saying that he's not like particularly good at secrets because he blabs to his colleagues.
I mean, I'm gonna say no, cause I'm gonna say he is. I'm gonna no to you. He is, cause he was the cop we told about Maya being kidnapped when there was specific things of like, if the police find out, you're dead, right? And so he started his own solo investigation, that ultimately got him in trouble.
So we can trust him, but the problem is that we can't keep this sword secret forever because we're gonna need to use it as evidence later.
Right. But anyway, I'm pretty sure with that we probably have everything to do the psych locks for Iris.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to hit up Pearl or Iris for this one?
I was gonna say my guess is Iris, and then once we're done with Iris, we have enough stuff to do. Actually, hold on. We might need to talk to Edward.
Does he have psych locks?
Well, because now we can do this, right?
Hey, Edgeworth, did you see all this evidence I found?
Cause there was that discussion we had with Edgeworth where he's like, she couldn't have been related to this case, right?
Yeah.
And so now I'm able to show this profile of the silhouette and be like, hey, hold on, you do know who this is.
To be fair, I would agree with Edgeworth. Like, this is way too coincidence.
Yeah. Problem is, she didn't know the name of the twin. Nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Oh, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. Because
you know all those 4 to 7 year olds, they just instantly forget they have any family.
I just might know who this twin sisters of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Bitchface. Which goes to show that Iris actually wasn't Miss Bitchface the whole time.
Yes, exactly.
Do you remember a case that you worked on like 6 years ago? Oh my god, I just pulled that out of my ass!
Yeah, it might have been in your memory because the game has done it multiple times before.
That wasn't due to your inexperience, that was because he was a moron. He also has a bunch of scars on his face. Because I don't know what the hell would have to happen to you to get those scars. They didn't do a good job because they got the wrong cop to do it. Also, they were on a really rickety bridge. I mean, considering that Dahlia's father worked there, why the hell do you have to do all this shit to steal a jewel? Couldn't you just, like, lift his keys and sneak in? Oh, God,
I mean, part of the whole plan was because it was kidnap and ransom that, you know...
And this is the fake sister?
Yeah, this is... Must be her stepsister. Yeah, so there you go. Stepsister.
Was this what you were talking about when you said this case was gonna get complicated?
Yeah, there was a couple things that were getting hinted at, but like part of me was confused whether like, because there's stuff with like, okay, now there's two, and like I did find out that Iris wasn't. One of the things that I spoiled for myself when looking was that Iris and Dahlia are not the same person, that they are in fact twin sisters, and that I did spoil. I didn't know quite how it worked because I didn't know that they were Fays. Like I didn't know they were, you know, Pearl's older sisters. I just knew that the case also had to do with like the lineage of the Fae family and shit, which is why I was like, there might be more bullshit involved in this then, because the Fae family has magic. So like, I don't know how all this shit fits together. Like I don't know how we get Dahlia and Iris to fit into the Fae stuff unless there's like magic or something. But now I don't think there's necessarily magic, because my guess is through some bullshit, Dahlia's not in jail anymore somehow. I don't know how, but Dahlia's probably not in jail anymore. And so my guess is
he's being really smug about it.
This murder was probably performed. Never mind. Dahlia Hawthorne's apparently dead. So there might be fuckery with this now.
What the fuck are you talking about? She became an actual demon.
Yeah, the butterflies burned up.
So it was an evil ghost. Except that doesn't matter because she already got found out, so what the hell? What the fuck? She was executed.
Apparently, Dahlia Hawthorne was executed by the state last month.
Jesus. They executed, what, a 22-year-old girl?
20-year-old, I believe. 25-year-old.
Okay, fair enough.
I think she was 20 when she went to prison.
It took a whole 5 years.
I mean, this isn't the first time the game has brought up the fact that this country has the death penalty.
Yeah, but I mean, considering it was Dahlia, I was like, jeez.
Anyway, yeah, now there's fuckery that now I'm definitely confused with, because part of my thought was that it was gonna be like Iris is innocent, and that the reason they think is Iris is because it wasn't Iris, it was Dahlia, but I guess Dahlia's dead, so I don't know how that works.
Well, we'll find out what it is and what level of eye rolling it's gonna get.
I was gonna say, that makes me fear the whole ghost on the stand thing, because, like, if Iris did it, she could have done it in the body of several characters, because there's several mediums running around. There's Iris, there's Pearls, there's Maya, there's presumably other ones.
Welp. He knows about the DL6 incident because he was there.
Yes, we know this already. We already talked about this.
Do you really know what it is, though? Do you want to see it again? And this. Edgeworth doesn't believe in the village.
Dude, we already know. We were involved in this case 2 years ago.
We also stole the file. And that's when we were tased by Manfred, who stole the file from us stealing the file. Ask about earthquakes again to give him that warm, fuzzy feeling.
Alright, anyway. Pretty sure we can do this bullshit now.
Throw it at her face. Donk. Oh wait, we only had 3 locks?
Yeah.
Huh.
This time she only had 3 locks when it popped up.
Wow, this is gonna be really easy.
Okay, remember that literally the last time there was 5 locks, it was literally just 2 pieces of evidence to get rid of all 5. So the number is really not important, is what we've learned.
Okay. Kick her in the shins? Bikini?
Yeah, it'd be bikini.
Take that, she already knows that. No, it wasn't. I wonder how any of this is going to explain the flying girl.
At the end of the day, the flying girl's not it's some random object. It's not a flying girl.
It could be a duck, it could be a catapult, it could be a long rope. I don't know what they're going to go with for that. Just...
I'm gonna assume it's her testimony.
The sword cane!
No, it's just that she rang the bell at 10 p.m. She couldn't have been...
She couldn't have been walking
there.
somewhere else 20 minutes away.
Yeah, she couldn't have been someplace else.
This parrot.
I was like, who's that? Me? You handed me your thing?
Maybe Iris just blacks out randomly.
I mean... There's... Yeah? With her sister dead and her technically having the bloodline that allows her to channel spirits... I could see her blacking out and someone else taking control of the body, someone who we know is fucking evil as shit. But anyway, no, but we're
Iris.
not really establishing that, because we're establishing that she was in 2 places at the same time.
Iris, are you Dahlia in disguise? Did you kill Iris? You can't, you actually have curves and your sister didn't. There were 2 of... okay.
There were. Her sister's the other one in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, Phoenix, how are we gonna get this working out? It's because he can't think of anything. I mean... Did Phoenix just bluff her?
No.
Oh, because she's asking for the
Fluffer.
evidence.
There is two.
I don't know how this is gonna work with the fact that she's dead.
Yeah, I don't know how that really works either, because unless
Iris, do you know?
Or Maya gets possessed, it doesn't really work.
I
Or if there's some twist and Dahlia didn't die. I think we found some way to fake it.
think the problem with this is that the way we're gonna have to get it is if it's like a possession thing. We can't nail Dahlia to the wall. We're gonna nail the person who possessed her to the wall.
Was possessed by her to the wall.
I just...
You said who possessed her. You said who possessed her, which would be the other way around.
Well, you get what I'm saying, right? It's gonna be...
Yeah.
It's gonna be either a tragedy or
I was
impossible.
just clarifying. Right. Which, I guess maybe that's what ends up happening, is maybe Phoenix... Because you said the game doesn't do crazy shit, so... you said you looked it up. So my guess must be that, like, because he knows that no one's gonna believe them...
She
Phoenix
lets her
has to
go.
Phoenix has to pull some bullshit to get, like, an inconclusive some sort of inconclusive shenanigan.
So she does know the other half of... Okay.
The other half of me. Twins see each other that way, to my knowledge.
I mean, people can. I'm willing to believe that. It's just a thing that she thinks.
I mean, I was gonna say, there's the whole weird, like, twins are super connected in, like, bizarre ways that, like, science doesn't even seem to fully be able to explain. Because there is, like, in a way, a weird twin telepathy thing.
You haven't talked to your sister in how many years? What is she trying to do in your mind? I put her in jail. Why is everyone running around being guilty? Well, how do you know about that? Were you the one who saved her from the river?
Maybe. She would have been living nearby.
She's killed a lot of people.
Yeah, she killed 4 people that we know of.
Which means they probably dug up another 3.
And apparently she did it all because Iris betrayed her.
Maybe they fucked up a plan together, and when Dolly was found out, she had to start killing people.
So the original plan of, you know, fake ransom, the really expensive ruby, all of that. Apparently Iris was involved in that.
So she ran away before she could enact the plan. Maybe Iris was gonna wear like a fake mustache and she was gonna be the kidnapper. I mean, I would believe that.
Why the fuck did you put that at top?
Because we had to replace it with the other option of revenge earlier. Didn't your mother do that herself? And because she lost the magical dick, she didn't have her position in the village anymore. Well, I'm sorry, that's how your traditions work.
Yeah, I was gonna say Misty turned out to be more powerful, so it got handed to her instead.
And that was also her fault, which is fair.
Well, deal 6.
She killed these 3 people! Do you think we could go for a 4th flashback of the elevator?
After the deal 6 incident happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had. It was really bizarre. Yeah, my new wife has an older child, so my twins, I have to give one of them up for some reason.
I mean, the whole explanation of this is that he was just a shitty person. Like, everything he does can just kind of be filed under that.
I've never seen her mother again since then.
She's been very battered, which... Oh wait, I've been... I don't know why I read that wrong. Oh yeah, Franziska is still here. How do we remove these locks? What's he getting at with this?
So, well, he's asking if she was ever told about him. That's what he's getting at. However, the only thing she was ever told about this boy, who, you know, the person who was supposed to be murdered who got away, is that she hated his guts.
Phoenix, is your self-worth so low that you need that from the dead lady? Well, I guess we'll come back. Okay, we got one thing left to learn. It's time for Pearl.
The game's literally like, now that we have all this, go do pearls now. It's like, alright, we'll go do pearls now.
I am still awake enough for this.
I was gonna say, we might as well, if that's literally all we have to do, then we're...
Do we know where Pearl is?
Because, yeah, she's right down here.
Well, apparently the game believes it too.
You really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
And they also set the shack on fire. You ate all of the half-rotten potatoes? Pearl was so surprised.
In all fairness, to my knowledge, if you peel them right, you can still eat, like, certain aged potatoes.
Okay, throw the magatama
Anyway.
at her face.
Hey, yeah!
I just love imagining Phoenix throwing this at people.
Yeah!
Give me your secrets!
Fucking whips it right at their face.
And then he goes into a trance and stares at them for 10 minutes. Actually, no, that wouldn't make any sense because he's talking the whole time.
Be in Misty's room reading a book together, correct? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Invited me.
God, of all the
I
details.
didn't go in the end.
You didn't go? Why are you such a weenie?
No, there was somewhere else I had to go. And
She also got a ransom note.
I was so worried. I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. Because she was too worried about something else or someone else.
Pearls.
On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't
I'm gonna imagine the Inner Temple.
I imagine it's the Inner Temple as well.
Well, we're only gonna take 2 point loss if we even get this wrong. Well, yeah, there's 5 locks. You can see them. Which is kind of weird. He has, like, some sort of internal psychic meter where he can, like, determine what percentage of their lies are left. Was it the ransom note? Or this letter? Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. But she told us she failed, so this relies... This has to relate to her. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring her... What the fuck? Hey, do you want to do some revenge for us? It's a really fucking hardcore letter. Well, if we take the assumption that, she was burning things...
It's either we show her Maya, like, you know, the simple reason she wanted to go, like, see Maya or protect Maya, or we show her this burnt letter that, like, might incriminate Pearls as being involved in this.
I don't know if we want to do that to Pearl. But then again, I think we kind of...
I think it's Maya, so we're gonna do Maya first. If we take the damage, we take the damage. Yeah, okay, Maya was the right choice. We did it.
If this whole thing was predicated on... If we weren't here just coincidentally to solve the crime, was, like, the person behind this predicating on just Maya randomly signing up for this retreat?
I mean... I feel like we would have to go back to the beginning of the chapter to see how, like, Maya heard of it. Because it's very easily that, like, through some work of bullshit that Maya got heard of it because she was being lured and they played on Maya's character. like whoever is like the big mastermind that set it all up. Which I think I have an idea of what it might be.
I think it was the.
Okay, right here. Is it because it was you who introduced this temple to Maya in the first place?
Okay.
So Pearl was probably told by her mother, because she probably goes to see her mom. I assume she does. I don't know for sure. We'll probably find out. But her mother probably set her up to lure Maya here, not necessarily knowing the plan of what was going to happen, but her mom probably knew the plan and delivered the plan to Iris or to because I'm assuming this plan, or what the fuck, I'm assuming this plan here, like, be careful, blah blah blah, as soon as lights do this, here's a picture of the person you need to see, right? You know, gravely roast, blah blah blah, fires Hades to bring our vengeance to fruition. Like my brain says, like, whoever wrote this, you know, is our planner, and my guess is that person is the Pearl's mom. And right now my controller is freaking out again. And by freaking out, I mean my controller's not freaking out, but it seems like my computer's not sensing my controller right now. We'll give it a hot second, because it always just takes a hot second.
It would be very fitting if we had to leave this episode off on the screenshot of revenge.
No, we're not gonna. It does this either when the batteries are dead, or I did something where I like interrupted the communication between it and the wireless receiver.
When you just decide to pee on your controller.
No, that's disgusting.
That's when she was trapped in a cave-in. Was it the... I don't think it could be the ransom note.
Hold on, is there a mention about the bell here? As soon as you hear the lights out bell. Yep, see, it's in this.
Yeah, there you go.
You must channel her spirit.
You gotta appreciate the ballsiness of the person who planned this to leave an important step of it up to a 9-year-old. You're amazing. You found my half-burnt crime letter. I mean, it's not a... I don't even know if it's half of it. So who do you think the answer to this question is?
I assume it's Dahlia.
I don't know, I feel like it'd be better just to leave it up to you. I kind of want to see your answer to this.
I assume it's Dahlia. It's gotta be Dahlia, right? Because, I mean, it is, because we didn't take the damage, but, like, you know, if the idea is to murder the Fey line, well, you know...
It has to be the people who have the motive to do that.
Right, and, you know, out of all of them that are alive, there is one who has successfully murdered, like, several people.
Hey, we need to get the only good murderer on our side.
So, like, out of the family of these, you know, the mom and her 3 daughters, you know, out of those 4, you know, the mom fucked up and was an accessory to murder, but wasn't the murderer. But the one twin murdered 4 people, so, you know. she's got skills to murder people, I guess.
Yeah, seems like a long shot, but I guess it didn't work. Pearl already said it didn't
now
work.
We're kind of in a weird spot because now it's starting to sound like.
Also, yeah,
our murderer was Pearl.
Yeah.
By Dahlia Hawthorne. Is what's starting to sound like our murderer.
It kind of sounds like Pearl did it, which isn't really a good idea.
Well, and I don't think Phoenix is gonna send Pearl, onto the chopping block. So I don't quite know what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is that if we don't manage to gather enough evidence that this happened, we're gonna have to put Pearl on the stand, and that's gonna make her look bad.
We're either gonna have to throw Pearl in, as of right now, unless there's some other twist we don't know about, we either have to throw Pearls under the bus, or we have to let Iris be found guilty.
Well, we don't
know
the actual secret yet, so maybe this will work out somehow.
We still don't know the full plan and how it all worked. Mind you, by the way, this plan with Dahlia, as it stands right now, according to like the time schedule of like using the bell as a signal, Pearls being sent out, Pearl channeling Dahlia and all that, the target would have presumably been Maya. Because where she's going is where Maya is.
Oh, yeah.
Misty's back at the fucking, at least as of right now, unless she, got there and Misty did something we don't know Misty did, which she did do, because we know Misty died someplace she shouldn't be. But in the timeline, Misty should be waiting for Pearl in her room to read her a bedtime story. Right? So that's where Misty should be. However, Misty presumably did something, got in the way, interfered, got murdered somewhere by someone.
Which would be really ironic, considering she would have assumedly gotten killed with her own sword.
Yeah.
So you're thinking that the original target was actually Maya this whole time, and Misty just kinda ended up being there.
Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, someone wrote the plans for Pearl. Pearl started carrying them out. The signal for the plan was done by Iris. That isn't Iris. And then she channeled Dahlia, but something happened here, because if Pearls is going in the direction she's heading and going to where Maya is, that presumably means Maya's the target.
If she's in solitary confinement, I don't know how she had any visiting time.
Did it say she was in solitary?
It was like the last sentence.
Oh, it was in solitary confinement. Yeah, apparently.
Because this is America, she's in solitary confinement for 8 years.
Going insane, because solitary confinement is horrible.
I mean, we figured it out by guessing.
There is a really good episode of John Oliver on the American prison system and like solitary confinement and stuff. There's like one person that they show like an interview from who's like, I think one of the people that is essentially trying to like get solitary out of everything. And when he was put into solitary, one of the ways he kept sane was he took some of his food and would put it on the ground so that rats would show up. Which is really fucked up, but like, I get it, because if you literally have nothing to look at and you're just staring at a blank wall, you will go insane. So like, having the rats there and like being able to watch their movement and stuff can keep you sane.
It turns out that
making your place where you live infested with rats, which is really unsanitary and unhealthy.
It turns out that recruiting a 9-year-old into doing crimes is yeah, it really fucks up the child, doesn't it? Or this. What's she trying to do now? I'm flitting between sorrow and anger, just like Godot. And then he just decks her in the face. Punches her down. Not burning the note. Okay, what? Okay, what is it? Because it wasn't the gravy stain.
You some of the words, and this evidence proves it.
Was it?
So if we read this again, we might be able to find the thing she misinterpreted. Be careful.
Night
once
falls.
night falls. Should be there as soon as you hear the lights.
I don't.
Lights out bell. You must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is Blank. She is our Blank. The whole Blank. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. Do it. Once this is burn this. Also, tell anybody about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fire.
I'm not sure what it would be.
Fuck yeah, I'm not even sure.
Okay, so there was a misunderstanding somewhere.
Could it be about the crystal? Maybe? Is there something in here that might hint about the crystal? Because we know the crystal was awkwardly moved or something. As soon as you hear the light.
It was also in between. It was also right before the bridge, so I don't. I mean, we could try, unless it's gonna hit us for like 4 damage.
I don't fucking know.
Okay, so it's 3 damage. Ugh, that's a bit of a lot. Was it the talisman?
I don't know. I'm gonna look at the guide. I don't want to take the damage. Okay, now that I know what it is, we were not gonna guess this anytime soon, and I am gonna see if there's like a hint of it in here somewhere.
Leave everything to her once night falls. You can hear the lights out bell, which is... Here's a picture. Is it the picture of her? They didn't actually give her a picture?
No, I'm pretty sure she was. Once this Blank, burn the Blank. Also, make sure not to tell anybody. Oh, I get it. I see where it is. Gravely roast. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Gravely. That fits this game to a T. Gravely.
Well, what is it?
The gravy on the thing.
Oh my god.
Gravely roast.
What?
The last line of this letter. The gravely roast thing. Gravely roast the master.
Did she read it like gravy poster?
To bring our vengeance to fruition. She thought she was supposed to throw gravy on the picture of the master, I guess.
Okay. Actually, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's the most ridiculous piece of evidence we have. But I don't get how the roast part...
Gravely roast.
Okay, well, Phoenix is going to explain it to me.
Master in the fires of Hades.
Yeah, don't use a metaphor.
But you didn't know how to read the word
gravy from the roast. Okay.
Among others, right?
Gravy roast gravy the master.
Gravy roast. So like roast that gravy that you put on a roast.
Okay.
Throw that on the master.
Oh, because she couldn't read.
I'm not very good at reading. She can read somewhat.
Which means that clearly Misty didn't kill herself. Because Pearl told her she's bad at reading.
Huh. There even was an example of the word gravely earlier. She literally misread the word gravely from earlier in the thing.
Which means that the person who did the crime wasn't in the room at that time. Again, don't use a 9-year-old accomplice.
She 9?
Yeah, she's 9.
I thought she was 8 still, because the last game she was 8.
So what's the great secret? Is that she did that?
I assume once we break the lock here, we'll be able to she'll tell us like kind of what the full plan was or something.
Come on, Pearl. Can you help us tell what actually happened?
Yeah, because now I assume now that we broke it, normally it lets us pick the option and then the option reveals more information.
So I did what I did, gave up immediately, and went back to bed. Except not really, because then the bridge burnt down.
She literally misunderstood the instructions so much that the only thing she did was throw gravy on the thing, it sounds like.
Well, she did try the channeling thing, but it didn't work.
That's fair.
I'm sorry I didn't accomplish my evil plan. What? Oh, she did that. Nick was an asshole to the asshole.
And he just left him to sleep, like when he would sleep as a kid.
Wait, would this work with Dahlia? Does Pearl even know who she is?
I mean, she was given a picture and told in the letter who they were, or at least to some extent.
Maybe it's either because she's in hell, or not dead.
Apparently she's been trying to channel Dahlia literally since that bell rang, and she hasn't been able to do it.
Okay, so she did establish that it's Dahlia trying.
Yeah, that she's trying to do Dahlia.
I'm thinking this more has to do with Dahlia than Pearl, but I don't really know why.
At the end of the day, someone's got a shish kebab.
Oh, yeah. Someone actually did the murder. And Maya's stuck in a box for 3 days, so she probably didn't do it.
So apparently, if someone else was channeling Dahlia, then she could channel Dahlia. That means someone's been channeling Dahlia for several days, because she's been trying to channel Dahlia literally constantly.
So that would mean it's probably Iris, because she wants to get That's not how... No, that's not... I mean, I guess technically, but... Why do you believe in this now?
Iris would be the only person who could channel her without it being obvious, because as we know of the rules of this world, when you channel someone, you look like them, like you change to look like them.
Yeah, there's only
the only person who wouldn't change to look like them would be Iris, because they're twins, so they just automatically look like each other regardless. It
would fit with the other facts of the case.
I mean, well, it still causes a bunch of moneyness. So here's a weird thought, and I don't know quite how it would work. Iris channels her sister before she rings as she's ringing the bell, or right at the same time she's ringing the bell, and because she's more powerful, it goes to her first or something instead of Pearl. She does this to thwart Pearl's plan.
But it didn't work because Dahlia went with the plan anyway.
Yeah, but then something happened and somehow Misty got murdered. Well, no, because the plan wasn't to murder Misty.
It was to murder Maya.
It was to murder Maya or something, or it was to murder Misty, but fucking Pearl didn't put together who Misty was and instead thought this was the thing that needed to be destroyed. It's not fully clear to me exactly what the plan was.
I think the bigger problem in this is that if
Morgan's letter. So now we're gonna get Morgan's letter is gonna teach us more of the land.
Okay.
My brother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Which is
it's a big world, Pearls. Congratulations, you know a big word. I visit her every month, and last month she told me
she still has her cup for some reason.
Waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here.
Morgan is a terrible
Do
mom.
exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel.
Also, she is the
You'll
devil.
be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. Hey, crazy thing I just noticed. Her crazy demon face when she gets mad is the same face that Dahlia Hawthorne made.
Oh yeah.
It's the same style of like face, and most characters have very unique like upset faces and stuff in this game. But those two have like the same death glare, zero pupil eyes for theirs. So that's interesting to note.
She wanted you to commit a crime. No.
Not supposed to do anything for their kids. Yeah, she didn't.
Not this one.
Yeah, no there, Larry. This one didn't do that.
This is a really fucked up tiny village politics bullshit.
Well, we don't really have the heart to tell.
Don't tell Pearl, crush her. So the simple explanation is that there's only one ghost, and that ghost was already occupied.
Yeah, that someone has that ghost busy.
Which I'm fine with. Other than the idea that someone has to go down for this crime.
The seal on the letter was already broken.
Oh, someone read it already.
So someone had read it before Pearls read it.
Who would be able to get to the village to get this letter and also find it and care? We should probably go save her now. I don't know what else we need to do. Oh, Godot. Wait, were you aware of all of this somehow? Where have you been before?
Oh, he's been around here somewhere. Sticking around.
No, it's not. We need to go save Maya. She died. Is it?
I mean,
also that's
like
not no.
In like a gender stereotype ways, I guess, and like a fact that he was the man in their lives, both of them at that point in time. Like that, in that sense, I guess.
Yeah, I guess the problem with this case going to trial is that if it's a possession thing, I don't know how the hell we're gonna get a conviction.
I don't know. Well, we still don't know for sure if it's a possession thing, because according to Pearl right now, it's really difficult for anybody to have like. I don't fucking know. Like it seems really difficult for Dahlia to be where she needs to be for the murder.
Well, we need to
inside Iris, so.
Well, this story has to have some sort of conclusion.
I mean, it sounds like Godot knows a lot. Like he has pieced it all fucking together.
Which I refuse to believe Godot would know enough about the Karain stuff to piece all this together.
I mean, he seemed to really care about, you know, Mia back in the day, so I don't know, maybe. There's sort of a curiousness to it that I'm curious about when it comes to the thing with the poison coffee and cause like Diego was poisoned, right?
Yeah.
However, was like it feels like the person who would have wanted to nail, you know, Dahlia Hawthorne to the wall and like dig into her life and like find everything they could to like pin her would have been Mia first and foremost. Not like Diego sure would probably help her, but like I wonder if Diego sort of took a bullet. Like they were both looking into her together as a team because they were kind of a team. They were both looking into Dahlia Hawthorne as a team, but realizing how dangerous meeting with Dahlia was, Diego maybe did it without Mia's knowledge, and then ultimately, got killed. But like part of it was to protect her.
I'm just wondering if we're gonna be doing more.
He didn't die because we're gonna have to figure out how he managed to survive. We know he went blind though.
Yeah, Godot's blind, and eventually I'm sure we'll explicitly connect those dots. I'm just kind of hoping the next thing we're going to do is finally resolve this lock situation, or they're just going to give us a save point.
Well, so that feels like everything we can do today.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place to cut it.
So, like, I'm pretty sure we're going to court now.
Well, we're going to trial. Fantastic. We're just going to leave her to rot.
I was going to say... Well, I assume, we left people there to do it. I am curious, personally, like, where the fuck everybody's going to be during this case right now. Because, like, we're going to court.
No.
But Francisca's involved in this case now. Godot's involved in this case now. Edgeworth's involved in this case now.
No,
like,
we should
where
probably...
Are they? Like, are they going to be in court? Well, I'm just throwing... I'm not saying I'm going to click to find out. I'm just saying I'm curious about...
You're just setting it up.
There's 4 lawyers involved in this, and, like, is it going to be, like, 2 on one side, 2 on the other side? Is in some weird twist, because it sounds like Godot's going to take over Francesca. Is Francesca going to be on our side as, like, Armea? Because she kind of was Armea.
Oh, there's no fucking way.
Is Edgeworth going to be by our side as Armea? Which, like, makes more sense because he did day 1 of the defendant stuff. But yeah, we'll have to find out. But...
So the simple truth...
Pearl's gonna be by our side.
Pearl!
Now that's the thing. But in order to quit out,
oh yeah, you had
to
to
be able to get to a point where I can pull up the menu, and on that screen I couldn't pull up the menu, so I had to hit, like, past the, hey, it's this day.
So, a simple conclusion, like I said, I did actually find out because I was prepping next week's thing, like on Thursday or some shit. It turned out that even with my laziness / stupidity, like we wouldn't have actually been able to do Assassin's Creed last week anyway, because as I found out, and luckily there was no delay because again my stupidity actually worked out for once. Because the thing we were going to play, it was an exclusive product and still is to the PS4 version of the game. And I first got the Xbone version and figured that out after I got it set up. But my stupidity meant that I reserved rental for both versions of the game, so I actually didn't have to wait. But yeah, next Wednesday, if my co-commentator doesn't murder me with a machete / sledgehammer, we'll be doing the Dreadful Crimes on Wednesday.
I literally never said I was going to kill you.
Come on, I had to do the callback. It was too good.
Don't put that in the words.
It was funny.
We're going to do a thing with a step ladder and a ladder, because we got the achievement.
Yeah,
I haven't wanted that achievement since I saw it existed. I was like, hell yeah, I want the achievement for getting all the random bullshit. Is it a step ladder versus ladder conversation?
I'm gonna have to write that down to rename the episode, because I do want to do that. So yeah, that's gonna be Wednesday. The next episode of this is going to be planned for Friday, but as per, and basically things can happen. We usually don't put these things on a priority, but you never know. So, it's getting pretty late. I'm gonna say goodbye to the episode. Well, we'll see how it is. We'll plan for Wednesday. Yep. I think, like I said, I think you're gonna like the Dreadful Crimes. I have high hopes for it. It's gonna be more participatory than other things that we've done, so I think you'll get some appreciation out of this one. And, 2 Wednesdays from now, we'll be back to Undertale. So, yeah.
It's that short? We're gonna get it done in one go?
I believe so. I think it's gonna be a one-shot.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.